Good morning, everyone. The day two of Symposium 2021 will begin in about 2 minutes. This year's symposium is largely on the theme of women's sport with a focus on the Equal Hue report, which was released at the last symposium. So while we wait, we're bringing to you a video by Nandan Kamath, Managing Trustee of the Go Sports Foundation and Principal Lawyer at Law NK, on the idea behind the Equal Hue report. Thank you.
Hello on behalf of the Sports Law and Policy Centre, Bangalore. We're delighted to launch the Equal Hue initiative. This is an initiative to try and understand and address certain inequalities in the way cricket is played by women in India. A few months ago at the Sports Law and Policy Symposium, we launched a report called An Equal Hue. This is a report that makes a few suggestions for reform in the way the sport is played at the junior levels and the way it is administered at the elite levels. It suggests that there's much potential for growth and much potential for what the game can do for both women's sport in India and sport in general. Hello on behalf of the Sports Law and Policy Centre, Bangalore. We're delighted to launch the Equal Hue initiative. This is an initiative to try and understand and address certain inequalities in the way cricket is played by women in India. A few months ago at the Sports Law and Policy Symposium, we launched a report called An Equal Hue. This is a report that makes a few suggestions for reform in the way the sport is played at the junior levels and the way it is administered at the elite levels. It suggests that there's much potential for growth and much potential for what the game can do for both women's sport in India and sport in general.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Yogita Ramu from the Sports Law and Policy Center. On behalf of the center, I'm delighted to welcome you all to day two of the 5th edition of the Sports Law and Policy Symposium. Thank you for joining us today. The main theme for today's symposium is women's cricket and gender issues in sport. We have an exciting lineup of speakers and panels ahead for you today. We will also be releasing a children's audio and story book, so stay tuned for that session. We would like to thank our sponsors for making this event possible, Dream11 and Sportradar. Dream11 is India's biggest fancy sports platform with over 10 crore plus users playing fancy cricket, football, kabaddi, basketball, hockey, volleyball, baseball, and handball. Dream Sports provides multiple avenues for fans to deeply engage with the sports they love through fancy sports content, commerce, experiences, events, among others. Sportradar is the world's largest leading provider of sports technology and sports data intelligence. It's the global pioneer in recognizing and harnessing the power of sports data and digital content for its global clientele. That includes media companies, leagues, bookmakers, sports federations, and state authorities, as well as delivering strategic solutions to help them grow in their business. We would like to thank our media partners, Meraki Sports and Entertainment, and our media partners, The Bridge and The Scroll. For those of you who weren't able to join us for day one of the symposium, we now have a recap by Parvati. Over to you, Parvati.
Thank you, Yogita. Good morning, everyone. I am Parvati Bhatt, Senior Associate at Law NK and researcher at the Sports Law and Policy Center. We are excited to have all of you join us for day two of the Sports Law and Policy Symposium 2021. The symposium is the annual flagship event of the Sports Law and Policy Center. Our goal at the SLPC is to shine a light on topical issues affecting the Indian sporting ecosystem and stimulate the growth of knowledge in sports law and policy in the country. With our work, we hope to create an ecosystem which enables sports law and policymakers to make well-informed decisions, ultimately leading to a robust sporting environment in India, making sustained success possible over time. Through our work, we aim to reach out to key policymakers, sports federation heads, athletes, and key decision makers who can leverage our research and use it as a tool to aid thought development for the betterment of Indian sport. Over the past 4 editions of the symposium, we have focused on themes such as match manipulation, sports broadcasting regulation, and sports and data, and also covered other topics such as governance, integrity, gaming, football law, athletes, and mental health and careers. This year, the symposium focuses on the broad theme of women's cricket and gender issues in sport. With this background, I'm here to give you a recap of our sessions yesterday in case you missed the action-packed first day of our symposium. The symposium kicked off with a status check of the Equal Hue campaign by Shan Kohli, Senior Associate at Law & K, and Kritika NS, Associate at Law & K, and both researchers at the Sports Law and Policy Center. The Equal Hue project is a joint collaboration of Snehal Pradhan, Karunya Keshav, and the SLPC, and aims to chart the way forward for women's cricket in India. The vision of the Equal Hue project is to enable young girls and women to have equal opportunities to explore and achieve their highest potential at the elite level in cricket. The project aims to initiate dialogue and discussions with key stakeholders to implement practical changes which can be executed on ground and which can have a direct impact on the lives of girls and women who play sport. The project began last year with a report titled An Equal Hue, The Way Forward for the Women in Blue, which was launched and presented at the Sports Law and Policy Symposium 2020. The session yesterday began with Kritika summarizing some of the recommendations in the report aimed at all stakeholders in women's cricket in India, including players, state associations, the Board of Control for Cricket in India, clubs and league franchises, broadcasters, and sponsors. The major recommendations in the report focus on how to remove barriers in participation, how to improve elite performance, how to bridge the gap between domestic and international cricket, how to develop grassroots pathways, setting up a women's IPL, prioritizing player welfare, and how to make the sport financially viable for players. A copy of the report is available for download at the Equal Hue website. The session then proceeded with Shan providing a brief of the 2-week social media campaign conducted by the SLPC in November 2020 to coincide with the Women's T20 Challenge. During this time, SLPC launched the hashtag #EqualHue on its Twitter handle, running a contest, starting a video campaign for parents to share videos of young girls playing cricket, sharing interesting stories of elite women cricketers, and videos and facts about the growth and development of women cricket. We also ran polls on the most pressing issues affecting women's cricket in India. This was followed by the launch of the Equal Hue website and a special section on the SLPC Highlights newsletter dedicated to the project. Kritika then proceeded to summarize the key issues identified in the second phase of the project, where during the last week of January this year, we conducted the first of a series of closed-door discussions with stakeholders on the challenges and possible solutions to the key issues affecting women's cricket in India. Kritika delved into the manner in which the consultations were held and the reasons for the consultations being closed-door. The consultative series will culminate in a concise charter of reforms that takes into consideration all of the data, opinions, and suggestions that we have gathered and will aim to lay out a clear roadmap for reform. The status check was followed by an exciting and insightful panel discussion on pathways for women's cricket. The panelists for this session were Ms. Sushma Verma, an Indian wicketkeeper and right-hand batter who was part of the team to reach the finals of the 2017 Women's Cricket World Cup and joined the Police Department of Himachal Pradesh as the Deputy Superintendent of Police after the 2017 World Cup. Professor Ratnakar Shetty, former BCCI General Manager, Game Development, was also one of the panelists. The other panelists included Mr. Sabah Karim, former Indian cricketer who was General Manager, Cricket Operations, BCCI, from 2017 to 2020. Mr. Srinivas Reddy, a Level A qualified coach for the Andhra Cricket Association, who is currently working with women as a full-time coach looking after all age groups. The moderator of the session was Ms. Snehal Pradhan, former Indian cricketer, sports journalist, and YouTuber. She is also the co-author of the Equal Hue Report. Ms. Pradhan started off the discussion by going over the difference in the pathways available to girls and boys in India and how girls' cricket does not include school or club cricket in districts, under 14 intrastate matches, or under 16 interstate matches, which are present in Indian boys' cricket. Ms. Verma then highlighted the disparity in the way girls playing cricket is treated in small towns versus metropolitan cities. She also recollected the mental pressure and negative perceptions she witnessed girls battling while playing cricket with boys. Mr. Reddy then spoke about the journey and progress of Andhra Pradesh domestic women's cricket and the challenges in district selection for women's fields. He highlighted the need for state associations to take a proactive role in stimulating women's cricket, and both he and Ms. Verma spoke about the importance of residential academies for women. Professor Shetty emphasized that the problems faced by women's cricket in India is the lack of certainty when it comes to education and jobs for cricketers. He went on to state that all associations should take on the responsibility to provide financial security to women. Mr. Karim then detailed a two-pronged strategy for improving women's cricket, which involved improving the standards of the national women's team and the grassroots participation of girls at the state and academy level. The panel then went on to discuss the importance of developing an under-16 tournament for girls, the talent available outside metro cities, and the opportunities available for girls if they don't get selected in the under-19 team. The panel ended with Ms. Verma saying that her wish list for girls' cricket was the introduction of state-level contracts, longer format matches, and under-16 and school-level tournaments. This panel was followed by the release of the Pathways Toolkit by Ms. Karunya Keshav, reporter and senior editor at Wisden India Almanac, and co-author of The Fire Burns Blue and the Equal Hue Report. The Pathways Toolkit is available on the Equal Hue website and aims to help aspiring female cricketers in India begin their journey. Ms. Keshav went over the reason for the inception of the Guide for Girls, which is now available on the Equal Hue website. She detailed that many girls are looking for information on how to start playing cricket in India, but that there is no one source where all this information is available. The toolkit provides a state-wise guide on pathways to girls' cricket and selections to the state team as well as national team. Ms. Keshav also emphasized that the guidebook is in digital form so that girls who are now searching for avenues themselves can have easy access. The toolkit also seeks to address other common questions girl cricketers may have, like whether they can play cricket while on their period and how to balance cricket with studies. The toolkit also links to external resources that may be helpful for cricketers as well. Ms. Keshav closed by stating that the toolkit is an evolving project which will be changed and updated as the face of girls' cricket grows in India. The next session was a presentation on online harassment and bullying of athletes by Dr. Anya Martin, Chief Regulatory and Compliance Officer, Sportradar. Dr. Martin stated that Dr. Martin started the presentation by relating the challenges faced by her as a woman in the sporting industry. She further went on to provide statistics in relation to sexism and discrimination faced by female athletes and examples of the rampant harassment and abuse faced by prominent global and Indian female athletes and sports writers online. Dr. Martin emphasized that the issue faced in today's world is that athletes don't have the ability to face their harassers, since most of it is online and anonymous. In light of this, she detailed how Sportradar and its technology have been of assistance in combating online abuse. She went on to state that Sportradar's intelligence and investigation department has partnered with sports federations to track down and identify the user ID of trolls. She stated that the Sportradar team then supports its partners in communicating with the applicable social media company to request the removal of the troll ID and use their existing network with law enforcement to assist stakeholders to pursue legal action. She highlighted that Sportradar has the ability to analyze the motivations for online abuse and that a lot of the harassing comments made are betting related, with players being targeted for their performance, whether good or bad, based on how the bet was placed. Dr. Martin also listed the various advantages of using this technology, from the fact that it helps analyze patterns of abuse received, assisting partners in assessing the extent of the issue, to enabling them to allocate resources better in responding to this problem. She stated that not only does this help in deterring future abusive behavior, but also enables sporting associations in protecting athletes. In closing, Dr. Martin emphasized that tech companies, law enforcement, and sporting bodies should join hands to fight issues like online abuse and threats. The presentation by Dr. Martin was followed by an inspiring and engaging interview between Ms. Mansi Joshi and Ms. Sharda Ugra on Ms. Joshi's journey as an elite cricketer. Ms. Mansi Joshi is an Indian cricketer who was part of the Indian team to reach the final of the 2017 Women's Cricket World Cup. Ms. Joshi was interviewed by Sharda Ugra, senior sports journalist, who started her career with the Midday before working with Radio Australia, The Hindu, India Today magazine, and ESPN Cricket 4. While this interview was conducted primarily in Hindi, attendees received a summarized translation of the conversation in English in the Zoom chat box. In the 1-hour interview, Ms. Joshi recollected her first memories of playing cricket, the important role her family's support played in her becoming an elite cricketer, and the lack of girls playing cricket in India. She detailed the challenges faced by girls when they play with boys and the importance of her time as part of the Haryana squad. She also recollected how she found out that she had been selected for the India team and went on to highlight the importance of being serious when trying to accomplish one's goal, as well as the need for faith in oneself in the face of detractors. She said that her dream is to win the World Cup for the country, and the interview ended with Ms. Joshi emphasizing the wealth of talent available in India, while appealing to parents of girls to allow them to participate in sports and to let them pursue all of their goals. The last session of the day was a presentation and discussion on women's health by Soumya Khullar, physiologist at the Sports Authority of India. She worked on the Female Athlete Health Project at the Inspire Institute of Sport prior to joining SAI. Ms. Khullar was joined by Ms. Neha Agarwal, Head, Partnerships and Communication at Olympic Gold Quest and Olympian Beijing 2008. In her presentation, Ms. Khullar highlighted the need for greater awareness and conversation around the topic of female nutrition and menstrual health and the role it plays in the performance of female athletes. She emphasized that women need to be educated about their anatomy and physiology while being provided with practical guidance on menstruation, hygiene, and sanitation. Ms. Khullar also detailed how a female athlete's performance can vary depending on the phase of her menstrual cycle and how better tracking and understanding of the cycle can improve performance. She emphasized that regular periods are an indication of being healthy, and athletes who miss their period for extended periods should not accept this as normal, but seek medical advice, as this can compromise the athlete's bone health and other systems. Ms. Khullar also emphasized that getting the right type of nutrition is important for athletes, as the lack of this can lead to energy deficiency, in turn causing many health issues. She also emphasized the need for educating athletes, parents, coaches, and other stakeholders to remove the taboo surrounding menstruation, and stated that more good quality research needs to be conducted in this area. Ms. Khullar's presentation was followed by a discussion where Ms. Neha Agarwal related her own experience as a female athlete and the challenges she faced in playing while menstruating. She asked Ms. Khullar to expound on what exercises women can do on their periods, and also responded to an audience question on how inclusion of more female coaches can improve the system. That was it for the recap of day one. The videos for day one of the symposium will also be available on the SLPC YouTube channel. We have many more exciting and thought-provoking sessions lined up for today. We hope you enjoy the rest of the session and look forward to your participation with questions and comments. Back to you, Yogita.
Thanks, Parvati. We will now be taking a 5-minute break and will be back with the release of our much-awaited audio storybook and a panel discussion on changing the narrative around women's sport through fiction and culture. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We're now ready to get started with day 2 of the symposium. For our first session of the day, we're pleased to present to you a panel discussion on changing the narrative around women's sport through fiction and culture. We would like to invite the panelists for this session, Ms. Menaka Raman, a former advertising copywriter. She's been a newspaper columnist for over a decade now and enjoys working with nonprofit organizations. She's the author of 9 picture books for children, including Loki Takes Guard, Kapu Can't Dance, Lenin's Guess, and I Love Me. Her short stories have appeared in anthologies published by the Talking Club, Scholastic India, and Penguin UK. We have Ms. Nidhi Gupta, General Manager at Springboard. She's also the author of various children's stories and has extensive experience in helping organizations scale up their operations and expand their user base. In her previous role, she headed the education programs at one of India's premier public policy schools. We have Atita Verghese, skateboarder and founder of Girls Skate India, which is an online community to encourage girls and women to start skateboarding to help the large community of female skateboarders in India. Atita and her friends at the Holy Stoke Collective have helped build over 10 skate parks in different locations in India and 5 abroad. In 2015, Atita and the Girls Skate India team organized India's first all-girls skateboarding tour, covering 4 locations in India. And our moderator for this session is Ms. Karanya Keshav, sports reporter. Karanya graduated from the University of Westminster in London with a master's in international broadcast journalism in 2009, the specialization in online and sports journalism. She's the co-author of The Fire Burns Blue, A History of Women's Cricket in India, and a much-known Equal Hue report. Over to you, Karanya.
Thanks so much. We have on this panel today some incredibly creative people who have been doing their own bit to tell stories in really unique ways and using unique platforms, use different mediums. It's not just about the written word. Nidhi's helped us bring together this really unusual audio story on a young girl who wants to play cricket. And I think everyone on this panel here has sort of done their bit in retelling the stories that we usually tell about women. I want to start off with a small story myself, which is a story of something called the Draw a Scientist test. This happened many years ago. It was an experiment done by a researcher called David Chambers back in the 60s and 70s. The results of this came out only in 1983, I think it was. But basically what he did, he asked a bunch of elementary school children to draw a picture of a scientist. And there were about 5,000 children who were involved in this, but nearly all of them drew a picture of a man who was a scientist. Only I think out of these nearly 5,000, there were only 28 pictures drawn of women scientists, and all of those were done by girls. Now, this experiment has been repeated a number of times over the years, and the results have got better. There are, more women drawn here, and there are more boys who are drawing women as well. A couple of years ago, a similar something was done for sports, where some researchers asked girls aged between 8 and 12, to draw a picture of an athlete, to draw a picture of a girl, and to draw a picture of themselves. Now, the girls who took part in, who were athletes, who took part in sports, they tended to draw a picture of a woman athlete. When you ask them to draw a picture of a girl, they drew a picture of a girl as an athlete. When you ask them to draw a picture of themselves, they drew themselves as an athlete. Now, girls who didn't take part in sports ended up drawing pictures of males who were athletes. And I think there's just so much to take away from something like this. But a couple of things that I think are interesting for us today is this implicit bias that exists, and also the power that we have to change it pretty easily. Now, when we talk about narratives, we essentially just mean stories. And we know that stories can be extremely powerful in changing how we see ourselves and how we see the world. Over the past few years, I think there's been a slight change in the kind of stories we tell about female athletes. and women in sport, but we also hear plenty of those old outdated narratives. So to start off with, I want to bring in Atita here, who is the athlete in this on this panel. You've worked with so many girls who are active, who do sports. What do you think these old narratives are that do need changing, and what are the sort of stories that the girls want to tell about themselves? Aditya, I think we're having a little trouble hearing you. Maybe. Okay, maybe I can move on to Nidhi and Menaka while we give Atita some time to figure this out. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So same question to you guys. You've been doing these stories that use fiction to change these the stories we usually hear about women. What are these these old narratives that you're aiming to change, and how can fiction do something that, say, sports journalism can't? If Nidhi, you want to first take this?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Karunya. So when we imagine our future selves, we're building on top of the knowledge that we have. And the knowledge that we have comes from what we know, what we read, what we see, what we listen to, what we observe. The old narratives that you talked about are, and which you mentioned, right, that when children drew of the researchers, they thought of mostly men being researchers. The old narratives is that girls can't, it's difficult for girls to play sport. There are lots of entry barriers. That to be an elite athlete, it's mostly men who will find it easy. So fiction can play, fiction is very powerful. It not just reflects the state of the society, but it also has the power to influence society. Fiction has always done that, right? That's the role it also plays. And it influences society by actually causing a shift in social norms. Stories, fiction can show us that what can lie beyond a barrier, the barriers we talk about. And it can just do that by presenting us a reality, a better reality, which doesn't exist in the present. And so it's therefore, important to choose the kind of stories we tell. And again, stories can be interpreted very differently by different audiences. My audience is mostly children, and children are, when they are reading or watching or listening to stories, they're essentially investigating and discovering the world through these stories, right? They are forming their view of the society, which they are going to enter, the possibilities for them through these stories. So it is important to highlight the struggle that women face and overcome. But I think we should also make space for fiction where equality is the norm, where fairness is the norm, right? And children are going to internalize these things. So I think when we make fairness and equality the norm in fiction, children will demand such a world. And Menaka has tried to do that with her book as well. Yeah.
Thanks, Nidhi. Yeah, I think there's, the study that you talked about, Karunya, there's this other piece of research that was done, and it showed that by the time children are as young as 5 years old, they've already formed fairly rigid beliefs and stereotypes about what is and is not possible. And it's actually a lot of that is influenced by the images and the words that are presented to them. And, that very young period, that age of 0 to 5. And of course, now we have parents reading to their children in the womb. And from that point onwards, picture books at that stage, that it really is, that's really almost their like first touch point with the world, with the cultural world outside of them and what exists. So I think in picture books, we have a fantastic opportunity to tell these stories, to present these ideas, to show, and it's, to show young girls and women playing sport, enjoying sport for the sheer joy of it, for the sheer, that wonderful adrenaline rush you get when you're playing a sport, you're out on the field, you're with your mates, having a great time, from doing as, something as simple as that, and all the way to the fact that, yes, these can be your ambitions, they can be your hopes and dreams, and you can make something here, out of your life with sport. And that is an absolutely possible thing. And I agree, you do have, I think, stories about girls playing sports tend to fall into these two kind of buckets almost. The story I have written is about a girl trying to overcome certain barriers and, obstacles placed in her way. And then you have a story where sport is the norm, and it's actually, there's cricket or football, hockey, or whatever it is, one part of the larger story arc happening. And I think both these stories are important because I think it shows young readers of all genders the fact that, yes, you might face barriers, you might face obstacles, but you can overcome them. And it also shows them that, hey, this is also possible. So I think the more diversity, the kinds of stories that we tell, and the kind of images and narratives we kind of present to young readers, I think the better it is for everyone. And not just for them, I think for the grown-ups as well.
Just to pick up from that, it's obviously important that these stories have a message, but how important is it that it's not, preachy, almost like, how do you bring that balance about in your work? Maybe Menaka can start off and then Nidhi can explain as well.
I think there's this, I come very much from a space as a reader and as a writer, that reading is for joy, reading is for pleasure. And any message that we want to give a child, that cannot be the driving force of the book. It has to be a really great story. It has to be, and not always just fun. It can be thought-provoking, it can be serious. All of those kind of hues are possible. But I think when we try to, children are really smart. They pick up on it immediately. When they can smell, a lesson or a lecture or, they can, a moral, they know it's there, right? And I think we should respect their intelligence, and we really, really should avoid trying to do that. I think the best, most engaging books, the books that children really love, are the ones where you're not telling them this is right or this is wrong. You're presenting to them, this is what's happening, and you make them think for themselves, possibly, after they've read the book or as they're reading or when they're talking about their friends and family, that they come to certain, they're thinking about, they're coming to certain kind of ideas and conclusions or thoughts in their mind, or they're still in that journey. But I think that's really what we should be trying to do as storytellers or writers and illustrators, is to say that this is how it is. What do you think about it? And kind of leave them at that point is where I come from, or I try to come from when I'm writing.
Right. I think that's really interesting where, on one hand, we're trying to talk about, breaking barriers and all these horrible things that a girl or a woman has to go through to play sport. But on the other hand, it's just about the sheer joy of being on the field and just being able to be who you are. Nidhi, which one of these do you like your stories to be? A bit of both?
Actually, no, I take a very similar approach as Menaka's. My stories are not preachy at all. To me, also as a reader, reading is a release. Reading fiction is a release from reality, right? So I want it to be fun. I want it to be joy, and it can be serious reading. And similarly for children, it has to be joyous. So we try to create very immersive experiences with our audio stories. They're fun and simple stories. There is absolutely no messaging, no hidden, morals in the stories. But children are absorbing a lot when they're listening to what's happening in the story, and they're taking away, their own lessons from it, or whatever, what have you. So what I do is I actually normalize characters in my stories, and I just present them, for example, a girl playing a sport as a matter of fact, not as it being something very difficult or them having a lot of challenges. So I don't want to create the barrier in their minds that when they want to do this, they would have to overcome barriers. So even, for example, we did a story where a mother plays pranks on children, and somebody got back to me and said, really, can ammas also do this? So we just normalize what we actually don't think of typically, that this is something that the other sex would do. So yeah, that's my approach as well.
Yeah, I really like that, the point of being subtle, because I obviously do a lot more journalistic writing, and this is something personally I have struggled with as well, where a couple of days ago there was this picture of Sania Mirza, the tennis player, that came out, and she was at the post-match press conference at Wimbledon, and she had her little son just hanging out next to her. And that was, on one hand, it was such a groundbreaking photo, just this image to see her at that that level of sport. A part of me wanted to just shout out about it and just tell everyone, hey, look at this woman, how awesome she is, and how the amazing work that she's doing and the amazing person that she is. And a part of me also wanted to, as you said, just be like, this is completely normal, there's nothing to watch, move along. And I think that is this sort of conflict that keeps coming really often. I don't know if we have Atita back yet. No? All right. Sorry, Atita. So Menaka, just a little bit about Menaka's story to those that haven't read the book. It's about this little girl called Loki. That's not her real name. That's Menaka, her real name is
Lokanayaki.
Lokanayaki. So there's Lokanayaki, who becomes Loki because and she likes playing cricket. Obviously, no one in her family really is as interested in that as she is, but she wants to join this team near her home, which happens to be just a boys team, and they're not okay with girls playing anymore. She has this wonderfully supportive coach. She has some wonderful friends who don't really care about cricket, but want to completely support their friend in what she's doing. And the story is about how she goes about this. Menaka, I wanted to ask you, how central should this idea of being a girl be to our stories? Because very often we get caught up in these things saying, first female cricketer, first female, tennis player to do this, to have had a child and played at Wimbledon, things like that. Those stories are important because we do want to highlight the fact that, if you can't see what you can't be it. So how central is this femininity of this womanhood to your stories?
Wow. So can I just kind of go back to where the idea for Loki came from? I think this is this was a few years ago, and I was dropping my kids at the bus stand to get their bus to go to school. You have all these kids milling around, and there was this girl, she must have been in 5th grade then, and she'd come up and she had this massive cricket kit that they all like to wheel behind them. And to that point, in the school my kids go to, and in many of schools like that, while you'll see a lot of girls playing, there's gender parity in like tennis, swimming, football, table tennis, basketball, all of these sports. Cricket still remains very much a boys' sport. In all other sports, you find a boys' team and a girls' team, but cricket, most schools still have this team. So I asked her and I said, so are you going to start playing cricket at school? She said, yes. And she was so excited. She was just absolutely beaming just at the idea of this. and what didn't go into the story is that, about 10 days later, when I saw her, she didn't have a cricket kit with her. And I said, well, what happened? And she said, well, I was just completely sidelined. No one made any effort to try and pull me into the game. Or, I was just there. She said, Auntie, it's not like I want special treatment. She was like in 5th grade. So she was very sorted up. She said, I don't want special treatment, but I want to be acknowledged that I am here to play this game with all of you. And I wasn't. So I'll go and figure it somewhere else, So I think that is, to come back to your questions, so that's kind of why I wanted to try the story. I think I just found it so interesting. And I kind of wondered, well, what would it have been like for this girl to be the only girl playing on an all-boys team? And from there, the story came. But I think that, when we look at, it's not femininity or womanhood and what those things mean in sport, it kind of plays in a number of ways, right? Women athletes have to be very powerful and they're very strong and they need that to kind of compete. But we also don't like it when they're too masculine. I mean, and you look at the comments that the Williams sisters have gotten over the years, right? And the kind of criticism that's come their way, the things said about them. So we still expect our women athletes to be feminine in a certain way, or womanly in a certain way. But of course, they still have to compete and play these sports and things like that. So I think it's, and when you're growing up, you're also getting a lot of comments about how you look, what will happen, especially in India, what will happen if you play sports in the sun all day long. And, and we also, I think we can't overlook the fact that as girls grow up, there are certain changes that happen in their bodies, right? They grow breasts, they get their periods. All of these things happen and they're all noted, they're all commented upon. They're all used as ways to kind of tell girls to, now you've played this much now let's find something else for you to do that's not, because this is happening to you. So I think I wanted to bring, I get asked by a lot of young girls when they, write to me about the book, they said, but we really want to know, why did you put that bit where Loki gets her periods in this book? Why? Because and I said, because that happens to young girls. You cross a certain age and you are going to get your periods. These things are going to happen to you. It's a part of life. And, I think I was also very key to say that while this happened, I didn't want to use that as the reason for her not to play sport. So it's just to say, hey, look, this is happening. This has happened to her, but she's still carrying on with what she wants to do. So I think I get where you're coming from. We have to kind of we can't kind of glorify certain aspects and then ignore them when we want. So it's a balance that we need to strike. But for me, with this book, I wanted to show, readers of all genders that, hey, these are things that happen. Let's take it in our stride. Let's, continue doing what we want to do and finding ways to make it happen.
That's, if some of our audience were part of the symposium yesterday, we released a little toolkit for girls as well yesterday. And this was the thinking with a lot of illustrations actually about being able to represent all people, not just girls that look a certain way. But yeah, you do get dark when playing in the sun. You do want to wear comfortable clothes. And I think that is really important. And I think that has come through in your book as well. Just to pick up on some of those things that you said, stereotypes themselves, they can be really useful in telling stories because, your audience already knows this character before you even show it to them. But at the same time, stereotypes are what a lot of us are trying to break. So let me start off with one which we've had a lot of discussions with the Equal Hue team, quite honestly, which is the color pink. So when we started, we did use a fair bit of pink in our name, in some of our graphics, and we did get questions asking, why pink? It's just such a typically girly color, and if you're trying to go past these things, why not use something else? But at the same time, this is other discussion that you can have about saying, well, we're trying to just break those previous associations with something as simple as a color like pink. So maybe Nidhi, if I can come to you, pink, yes or no for you?
I would say that I would ignore pink. I mean, yeah, it's there. And I would not talk, so whether you say yes or no, you're acknowledging the existence of a stereotype, right? So there are two kinds of approaches that you have talked about, that you say yay or you say nay, but you're acknowledging it. There is a third approach, which is what I tend to take, and it's not a cop out. It's just that the audience that I am talking to is younger children, and children at that age, between 4 and 8, 4 and 10, are very, they're very impressionable during that time. I am actually trying to use very simple, clear narratives about learning things, about trying things, about practicing, something, enjoying a sport without highlighting stereotypes. So there are 3 ways to do it. You say yay pink, or you say why pink, or you just don't even mention pink, right? It's there. It's there. So whoever wants to, notice it will notice it. Others who don't want to will not notice it. In fact, I wanted to draw your attention, Karunya. You mentioned the study that was done in 1980s. Actually, I read about a study, and I think Menaka kind of hinted at it. A study that was done in even as early as 2000, as late as 2017. It's called Drawing the Future, and children were asked to draw what they want to become. And even then, the findings reveal that stereotypes exist, and children as young as 7, their aspirations are, shaped by gender-related stereotypes that they're exposed to, and any kind of media that they're exposed to plays a role in creating those stereotypes. So, acknowledging a stereotype also goes in. It is important. I mean, those things have their place, but there is also room for not being, not talking about, just really ignoring it, just disproving the stereotypes by normalizing environments, normalizing facts.
Yeah, I think this is interesting. I think something that has come up is that a lot of these biases, Menaka did say it, around 5 years old, but they also get sort of reinforced as they grow older. And in Menaka's story, again, what I found quite interesting is that there were some stereotypes. There were these girls who just wanted to do makeup, and the mum in her story, just wants to watch TV soaps. So what do you do? How do you bring about this balance?
So I think the stereotype, the story that I put in, like the mom. So some of it is drawn from just kind of my own experiences of watching people around me and things like that. But I think I also kind of put them in to make certain points. Like I think that Loki's mom is so obsessed with her TV serials, and she actually sympathizes and empathizes with these completely outlandish characters and their narratives. And, that kind of makes Loki think of, but, she's like, she gets this woman who's found out that she's adopted and an heiress and all that, but she can't get me, her own daughter, who she lives with. So I think, for me, it was to kind of put that little contrast in place. Then there's the neighbor who's a divorcee, and there's all these, other people in the building who are like, don't go and talk to her, like, divorce is contagious or something like that. But also that was again for Loki to think, but hey, here's someone who everyone is saying is not a good person for a life choice she's made, but she's a really nice person. Here are all these other people living according to certain societal expectations and rules and stuff like that. And maybe they're not so nice and maybe they're not so great. So I just kind of wanted to use some of these stereotypes that we like to hold on to and that we kind of inadvertently pass on to our children and to others around us, to kind of make some of those points that, all divorced people are not terrible. So I kind of put those in there just to kind of say that, okay, just think for yourself some of these things that you see around you, some of these things. The color pink, I just have an interesting story. So when we first got some of the options for the cover for my book came in, and I was looking at them. And of course, I have 2 boys, they're now 13 and 10. So this was about a year and a half ago. And I was looking at them, I was thinking, there's a pink skyline. The back, it's like twilight. So there's like a pinkish yellow sky. Okay, I think this is too pink. And then I can't remember which one. They said, Rajasthan Royals, their cricket kit is pink. So what are you talking about? So I was like, okay, fine. That's a good point. You're right. So I think, like Nidhi said, maybe just don't think about some of those things too much and just go with the flow.
I think a lot of, when we talk about popular culture, a lot of it right now, at least, is being driven in part by ad campaigns, where a lot of companies have realized that, rather than, for example, when they advertise a team's jersey, earlier it used to be the men, the actual athletes, and then models designing women's kits, if there were even women's jerseys available. But I think that, again, is something that's changing a lot in the past couple of years. There have been some incredible campaigns trying to really amplify these various elements of trying to change femininity and women as how we see on the field. But I wonder if in doing this, there's been a bit of a commercialization of the whole narrative. For example, this is something that Nike has been criticized with, because for a while, a lot of their campaigns were around women. They were celebrating these athletes. But then, you had these pregnant athletes who came and said, you gave us a really raw deal. And they've lost a few of their, big names because of this. You have a lot of really big athletes forming their own companies now for things like female wear and all of that. And I mean, we're constantly championing these inspiring stories. What are the limits to these stories? Nidhi, your thoughts on this?
So first, on the commercialization of narratives, look, we've got to accept that there are some debates, some issues that are taking center stage across platforms worldwide, whether it's equality, whether it's diversity, inclusion. Those are debates that people want to, big brands want to be a part of, right? So they want to associate with these values, and there will be virtue signaling. It's to be expected, right? Also, it kind of, I know what Nike did. They released an ad of them, with pregnant women, whereas they had actually in the past discontinued their engagements with such women. And that's not fair at all. But when they commercialize, let's say diversity or equality, they are at least passing on the message of fairness and inclusion and diversity. I do, to your point about inspiring stories and the limitation of those narratives, again, they have a place of their own, but I feel that they're also limited in the sense that they're not relatable, right? So, and especially for children, right? So if you're only telling them stories, or even young, like teenagers, if you're only telling them stories of protagonists who are, these very inspiring women, to them, it's not relatable. It might seem like superhero stories. They might mimic it, they might mime it, but they wouldn't think of themselves, doing those things. So and I think what we want to do is motivate enough children, right? That's the work that you guys are trying to do with Equal Hue. You want to motivate children to take up to go out there and play, and girls in particular. And I think for that, you need inspiring stories, but you also need normal stories. You need stories like Loki. You need stories like Amus, which I've done. So I think there's a place for everything, but there are limitations to inspiring stories. In fact, that said, actually, there is a very nice book called Goodnight Stories for Rebel Girls. And it has now two book series. I've been reading it to my daughter. It's a collection of stories of over 100 women who've achieved great heights in different fields. So there are physicists, there are biologists, there are sportswomen, there are ballet dancers. And there are stories about their struggle. It's about how these women have they've helped create a better ecosystem with the work they've done. They've faced hardships, but because of their pursuit, the ripple effect that it has created is that the ecosystem now is better. There is a place for these stories, but I also feel that if our young girls only listen to such stories, it might not motivate them as much as if versus when a story is very relatable. You hear of an everyday character who could be like you, who has parents like you, who's doing things, goes to a school like yours, and they play cricket and they're really enjoying it. They're having fun with their cousins. So I think there is a careful balance that we need to have between inspiring stories and also stories that are where such things are normalized and that are relatable.
Does this mean also showing girls how that it's okay to fail? Is
Absolutely. And why just girls? I mean, showing also boys.
Of course.
Right.
Just speaking a little bit about, Menaka mentioned Rajasthan Royals. They had this one really interesting campaign last season, I think, or the season before, where they were sponsored by a sanitary napkin company, right? So they had these conversations with a lot of the male players about menstruation and, how little or how much they knew about it. As you said, to an extent it was sort of jarring because there were absolutely no women involved in this conversation at all. So I'm like, what more can you do rather than have this conversation? But as Nidhi said, it was just so encouraging that this conversation was had at all on such a massive platform, and the fact that this message got out. So yeah, maybe there was a commercial angle to it, maybe there was a branding angle to it, but maybe that's also okay. I also want to pick up on something that Nidhi mentioned about telling stories to people, like girls hearing stories about girls like them. Are all these stories today? Do you think they are inclusive enough? Do you think they're representative enough? And like, whose voices are we really getting to hear right now? Menaka, if you want to take this.
There's been so much talk about diversity and inclusion across spaces and children's publishing, especially. I think when we talk about inclusion and diversity in India, I think what are the stories we're telling? Whose stories are being told is one aspect. Who's telling these stories? So I think, and when we talk about inclusion in India, we have to look at linguistic inclusion because we have so many languages spoken in this country. So are we producing books? Are we telling stories in as many languages as children, speak, read, dream, thinking? I think that's really important. Inclusion in terms of gender inclusion, and not just male and female. Inclusion in terms of class, caste, geographic, are we telling stories from enough parts of the country? Are we kind of focusing on just like the metros and places, so there is inclusion means so much. It's really, really a broad spectrum. I think we are definitely heading in that direction. I think some of the publishers, children's book publishers in India today are doing some fantastic work in making sure this happens. And you spoke also about, what do these children look like? If we're always showing children in our books who are fair-skinned and rosy-cheeked and lovely long black hair, and that's what all our girls look like, that's really not enough. Children need to see themselves represented. And I think that's one fantastic thing that books do, is that they show you that, yes, here you are, and you're seen here in these books and stories, and you're here. So I think publishers are definitely taking those steps in, whether it's own voices, so ensuring that writers and illustrators from different parts of the country are telling those stories from those parts of the country. In terms of how we're showing, what do these children look like, and is it just kind of representing one? This is what all kids look like, but are we presenting more? So I think it is really, really, really important. I think we're taking those steps in that direction. I think that, as with diversity and inclusion in all spaces, we do definitely have a long way to go.
Nidhi, do you want to come in here?
So I actually also want to point to one of Menika's books, which is very nice. I Love Me is a book that Menika has written. And I actually also, it was one of my first audio stories that I did. I adapted it. And like Menika is saying, inclusion is, it's a, one word, but with such broad meanings, and inclusion can be on so many different levels. So in Menika's book itself, while it's a short story, you can see the various layers it has for a girl who wants to play and find friends, and in how many ways can one be excluded. But that's what stories are coming out for younger children, and children actually don't realize it when you're telling it to them. If you're just telling it to them without being preachy, right? You're just reading the story, but it's later that they realize it. And I know it because I've told it to my daughter. And, she didn't at that time ask me questions that, why are they pointing to her eyebrows, or why are they pointing to her long legs? But I know that at some point she did come and say that, oh, Mama, if I grow to be very tall, will I not have, friends to play with? So I think, at least in India, I mean, with Tulika and Kara Details, there are many new kinds of stories in many different, vernacular is really the currency these days. And there are stories being published in many languages. Tulika is doing a great job. So I think inclusion is coming in, at least in a lot of areas, but there is a long way to go. And male voices, where do we represent them? If we are kind of normalizing girls doing certain things, are we also normalizing boys doing things that are thought of as girly, right? I'm not sure that is happening so much, though there are books. Again, I forget what it's called. I Love Ballet. I think there is a book called I Love Ballet, written by Pia Rena, where it shows animals doing ballets, but a dad is also doing ballet dance, and he's wearing a tutu skirt, and mom's also doing it, brothers also doing it. So it takes away this thing of that doing ballet is a girl's thing, right? So I think it's happening, and we just need more of it.
I'm really glad you spoke about, where do the men fit in on all of this? Because I think that is, again, maybe a topic that's got slightly a bit of debate. In journalism, for example, there is this thing that, and broadcasting, that you put in the hours when you do women's sport. So you start off covering women's sport, reporting on it, talking about it, and then you graduate to men's sport. This has changed a bit in the past few years, and it is constantly changing. You have people treating, both these systems, both these codes as completely just their job. But I think this is something we've seen in fiction as well. We had Chak De India to an extent, which is, again, an incredible story, but it was, again, this male coach who was being punished because he had to sent to coach the women, or he was used, that was where he would make his name. And I think there was a recent serial, Menaka, you were talking about, where I think it's a Disney serial, where, it shows a male coach again being asked to coach the women as punishment.
Yeah, that's right. It's called The Big Shot, and it's got Jonathan Stamos in it. And he's a basketball coach at a big university. And, he acts badly off court, during a match or something. And he's sacked, and he's told by his agent, the only job you're going to get now is to coach this girls basketball team at this private school. That's all you're going to get, right? So, and it's clearly like a big step down. So I think those are definitely, those are narratives we need to kind of start working towards changing, and or at least trying to find different narratives to tell around that. I'm often asked, where do I'm asked a lot, do boys read Loki? And I'm really happy to say, yeah, a lot of boys have read Loki. They've done very lovely book reviews of it and written to me. And I think that itself is though, they also tell me that, when I saw the cover, it's got a girl on it, and there's a bit of pink, so I didn't want to read it, things like that. But then I did, and I liked it. But I think, young boys and men also as allies. I think that's really where I think I see them kind of coming into this space. So can we have young men playing a sport and girls want to join, and it's like, yeah, of course you can, and letting them occupy and allowing them to occupy that space and making sure that that's possible. I think that's definitely something I would like to see happen more, and just more encouragement and more like, yeah, this is fine. There's no big deal about it, and you should come into this world.
I don't want to spoil the book for readers, but I think that's one of my favorite parts of your book, actually, the little male characters who eventually find different ways to support this girl's dream. I think we can sort of start wrapping up now. So maybe just before we close, if anyone has any questions, please do send them in. But just closing remarks to both of you. As writers, as creative people, what is the idea of women in sport that you hope your audiences take away from your work? Maybe Nidhi can go first, and then Menaka.
I'd actually like young children who are my main audience, both boys and girls, to go out and play, for the joy of sport. They should feel that playing a sport, in our case, cricket here, is fun, and that they can do it. So girls should think that they are as able as boys. Boys should think they are no better than girls, and that's the role that our storytelling should play in kind of bridging that divide, right? And they should know that there have been women. So girl children, for example, and even boys should know that there have been women who've played a particular sport competitively, and if they want to, they can do it. So if I want the audience to take away one thing, it's that we can also ignore stereotypes and really just tell stories by normalizing, not highlighting stereotypes, but normalizing it, telling stories as a matter of fact, such that children are motivated to, they relate to it and they're motivated to do it. Yeah, that's what. And once we release the audiobook, I'd like to tell you a little story that happened right after, we did some artwork with it. But I'll let Menaka do her closing remarks.
I think like Nidhi said, just to go out and play. And I know the last year has definitely made that very hard for children everywhere. But I think even before that, I think there's been a real erosion into the amount of time children have to just go out and run around and get sweaty and just have fun. So I think one is to definitely kind of play is important for all of us. I think the other thing I'd like to take away is that, it might be great. Maybe you have a lot of support, for what you want to do, and that's wonderful if you do. If you do have that, how can you extend the hand of support to others around you who maybe don't have that? And maybe that's for slightly older children, or preteens and teens to think about, is that what can I do? Like, I've had this, it's been fine for me. I think for the ones who don't have such a smooth ride, who do have to kind of give reasons as to why I should be allowed to do this, is to stay the course, and maybe it'll work, maybe it won't, who knows, but to not give up, to not give in to what everyone else around you is telling you to not do. I think that for me is, and that's in sport, and that's really in anything.
Thank you both so much. Nidhi, we'll get back to your story. I think that we'll just take a couple of questions. I think if you open your Q&A, I think you can see it as well. There's one from Pranav here who asks, how can we change the perception of corporates towards female athletes and encourage them to be more forthcoming? I presume in terms of advertisements or sponsorships, so that, Saina and Sindhu become trendsetters and not exceptions.
I would say that, think of them as athletes and not as women athletes. That's, I think, the first step. And that's not, and that's for the entire, I mean, all of us to do, right? Not just corporates. Corporates is made of people like you and me, and so I think that's one of the first things that I would say. Yeah, Menika, do you have thoughts there?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm qualified to answer this question, but I think it is the ecosystem also. The more unfortunately, the more lucrative it is seen to sponsor, women playing sport and women athletes, because there is a viewership for it. It's getting the kind of prime time and airing and coverage in media. I think it's really everything kind of has to work almost together in tandem in a way, or possibly one thing moves ahead. So sponsorship to say that, look, we're doing this and all of you are lagging behind. You all need to catch up and come to where we are. So it's got to be some kind of a combination of the two, I guess.
Just to add a little bit to this, I think in the past year or so, 2 years maybe, there has been an incredible understanding from sponsors and corporates as well, that there's just so much money in women's sport. There's just so much potential. And just this year, even despite the pandemic, we've seen a lot of women's sport cut record-breaking deals. So I think, Pranav, this is happening slowly because they are seeing the results of other people having put in this money. And more people are going to want to be associated with these athletes. It's just a matter of time. I think a lot of the top companies that do research on these things have found that female sports is where a lot of investment is going to go in the next few years.
And I'd add that also organizations like Go Sports Foundation who are doing incredible work in highlighting the stories of such athletes and drawing attention towards them. So that's important as well.
Someone's asking about sports manga, which is popular in East Asia. I'm sorry, I have personally no idea of that. But I mean, I think in general, graphically also these depictions are changing. And I think especially for the books and stories that are being written now, it is happening. Nidhi, maybe this is the perfect segue for you to talk about the artwork for this book and for the audiobook.
Yes, so I also do not have any knowledge about sports manga, so I won't comment on that. But the story that we did for the Equal Hue project, it's called Amu's Summer Holidays. It's about this 7-year-old girl who is, who has summer holidays, who's going to meet her cousins at her grandparents' place. And she's going on a train journey, reads a book about Mithali Raj. She dreams of a match that she's playing, and she's the captain of the team. And I won't say more, but there is a banter between cousins and there's them playing together. But what happened when we actually asked for artwork? So what we normally do is we come up with a story idea, I write it, we record it, and then we ask some children to send us artwork for it. So all our cover art is done by children. We only give them a brief of the story. We don't tell them the entire story because we are actually very deliberate, even when we tell the story, to let children's imagination soar, right? So we let them listen to things and leave it to their imagination. And we really do it by using vivid descriptions, by sound effects, and very evocative imagery, and sounds that stick in children's minds. And this is exactly what we have tried to do with this story. So when we sent out the brief for this story and we opened it up to a lot of children, one of my friend's daughter, she sent in her artwork, and there was only a little bit about the story, like literally 5, 6 sentences. The day after that, my friend messaged me saying that, what happened? She came to me and she asked me, because this girl didn't know about cricket because that's not what, she's been exposed to at all. So then she did submit a drawing though. And then she asked her mama that, Mama, what is cricket like? Is it like golf then? Because her dad plays golf. Do you play it? Is there what kind of ball is there, etc. And then after a few hours, she said, "Would you buy me a bat, a cricket bat? Can I also play cricket?" And it doesn't matter whether she asked for a blue bat or a pink bat, right? As long as she asked for it. And that's really a testimony to what we are trying to do. Just get people, children interested to play. Can you still hear me, Karanya?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
I'll hand to Yogita now, and then we can formally release the book. Thanks so much, both of you, for joining. Atita, she couldn't be, had some technology issues today, but please do go take a look at her Instagram page that she runs. It's called Girl Skate India. It has these wonderful images of girls who are doing pretty cool things. So please go take a look at that. And now over to Yogita.
Thanks, Karanya. Thank you to the whole panel for that extremely engaging conversation. Now we'd like to hand it over to Nidhi to formally release the audiobook, which she's just given us a brief story about. Over to you, Nidhi.
I'm not sure what you do when you formally release a book, but
if you have any few words more about the storybook, then we'd love to hear about that. And also to our audience, I think the link to the audio storybook is now available on chat, so you guys can all take a look. Thank you.
I can add in a little more detail about the book, but before that, so the podcast that we do, it's called Stories Without Pictures. It's an audio only, it's a podcast. We only do audio stories. And the idea stemmed from, I used to actually read stories to blind children. And that's when I realized that you don't really need pictures as long as you can create an imagery which lets children imagine. So that's our idea, that anybody should be able to imagine, what we want them to imagine. And with this story, that's my daughter in the background, if you see her. But with this story, it's about a 7-year-old girl called Amu, again, who's going on a train journey, is reading a book about Mithali Raj, actually, and is then showing off to her cousins that, she knows all about Mithali Raj. And there's a male cousin, there's a sister, and they all just play cricket. This is what they do when they meet. And they also attend a coaching camp because, even if you play something, you can always get better at it. And we're not really, being preachy about it. It's all just said as a matter of fact. There's also a little bit of cricket commentary in there, which the children can understand. It's a very short piece there. Again, I work with resources that I have at hand, so pulled in my husband to do that bit. And my wonderful colleague, Gautam Rao, who I have to thank for this. He's the one who does sound effects, and he's the one who makes these stories the wonderful audio immersive experiences that they are. So I hope you all enjoy the book.
Thank you so much, Nidhi. I think we'll definitely enjoy reading the book and hearing all about it. As we said, the link is available in your chat and is also available on the Stories Without Pictures website. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will now have a 10-minute break before our keynote session, which is titled Towards an Equal Hue, Women's Cricket and the Future of Sports Movement in India. This is hosted in collaboration with the Bangalore International Center. We request the audience to please attend the session on the Bangalore International Center stream by clicking on the link in chat, which has also been emailed to all the participants. Please join us here again after the conclusion of the session. Thank you.
multi-layer contracts of rupees 50 lakh, rupees 30 lakh, and rupees 20 lakh, which in Indian terms is a very, very good living wage. These generous contract terms are targeted, we must remember, only towards the top 19 players in the country. The figures mentioned is far greater than what the bulk of India's women athletes will earn. 50 lakh, 30 lakh, 20 lakh. This will be outside a very select few, 3 or 4 in our history, whose international performances were rewarded very handsomely with from 3 sources: their prize money, their endorsements, and government rewards. So we're not getting into the prize money debate right here, but we're asking another question: whether respect for an athlete, whether it's only about money, particularly for women athletes, is it only about money? Must it not involve access, opportunity, playing time? So in this regard, where have our top flight women cricketers been treated? So let's look at the period between January the 1st, 2019 and say around December the 31st, 2020. We're looking at period of 24 months. I'm not including ICC tournaments in this because those don't require sort of the energies of the home board, of the Indian board. And in this time, the Indian women's team, in these 24 months, they played 32 matches, 12 ODIs and 20 T20 internationals. Their last competitive fixture before COVID was, of course, the World T20 final against Australia, which pulled in 86,174 people on March the 8th, 2020. After this, their 2020 tour of England in July, August was cancelled because of reasons that seem unconvincing at this point, or even then. From the next 12 months, they had no cricket outside of the 4 IPL T20 matches that were almost pushed in like a token gesture alongside the fact that the IPL was being held in the UAE. So the women's team went without a selection panel from January to September 2020. They had till the last time I checked, no single point person whose job was to focus and oversee women's cricket. So this is where the women's cricketers stand. Now let's look at the best known team outside of cricket, best known sports team outside of cricket with reference to women, which is the women's hockey team. None of them are contracted. They all hold public sector jobs. When the pandemic struck in February and March 2020, they were returning from a tour of New Zealand. From January 1st, 2019, that same period, they had till this the tour of New Zealand in 2020, they had played matches in Spain, in Malaysia, in Korea, in Japan, twice in Japan and in England. They played these short series. Before the tour of New Zealand, in 2020, they beat USA in an Olympic qualifier held in Odisha. This year, in the run-up to the Tokyo Olympics, they have toured Germany and Argentina. At the moment, they are in what they are calling a Tokyo time sort of bubble. They are waking up, sleeping, depending on Tokyo time, getting ready to adjust to that. Now, in absolute terms, the difference between men's and women's hockey is considerable, but they do have a year-round playing calendar. So moving on to another sport in which the women have done well internationally, it's boxing. From the information that is available, the same period, January 1st, 2019 to date, says that a group of our elite women boxers have participated in tournaments in Jordan, Hungary, Bulgaria, Spain, Turkey, Dubai, again in Bulgaria, and in Serbia. Some of these tournaments were alongside men, some were exclusive women's competition. Now, we must point out that the examples being cited here are not reflections of a progressive administration in a few Indian sports. We see these very focused pathways at the very least around the top tier of the women's game because they are mandated for international sports federation who want to be part of the international Olympic movement. The Olympic Charter talks the talk and walks the talk and talks it about the need to encourage, and I'm quoting from the charter here, the need to encourage and support the promotion of women in sport at all levels and in all structures with a view to implementing the principal equality of men and women, close quotes. Whether the sports administrators at the very top in sports like boxing, hockey, whatever else other the priority sports are, whether they believe in the principle
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of the symposium. We're now going to be starting with our next session on the growth and of the impact of the WBBL. Before we begin, we now have a video by our sponsors. And we would like to thank our sponsors, Dream11 and Sportradar. Thank you for your support. We now have a video by Snehal Pradhan on the Women's IPL. Thank you.
One of the topics we've covered in the Equal Hue report is the need for a women's IPL. This is so important that we felt necessary to give it a separate section. It cannot be stressed that how urgently these exhibition matches need to be expanded to a full-fledged IPL, and in my opinion and what we've written in the report, there are just so many advantages to having this future women's IPL tied to the current men's IPL. So you have maybe Smriti Mandhana playing for Mumbai Indians, or Jhulan Goswami for Kolkata Knight Riders, maybe Harmanpreet Kaur and Shafali Verma for Kings 11 Punjab. Having that common brand identity of maybe one brand, two teams has shown great results in other competitions around the world, like the Women's Big Bash. It's also been shown around the world that you can start a tournament with a mini version of the full tournament. So maybe start with 4 teams rather than going for 8 teams and expand later on. But the biggest advantages is, just look at the case of Shafali Verma, whose talent was highlighted and discovered in that women's IPL exhibition match in 2019, and in March 2020 she was the #1 ranked batter in the world in the ICC rankings, and almost single-handedly won India a World Cup on the back of her bat. So many more talents are waiting to be discovered. What a women's IPL would also do is prepare these talents for international cricket faster. Otherwise, previously players had to maybe spend 10 games getting a feel of what international cricket is like. Here they're playing high level cricket, it's on TV, they're mingling with international stars, and it's like a finishing school, a preparatory school for Indian talent before they get into the Indian team, and then it's much easier for them to perform on the international stage. It's so crucial to have a full-fledged women's IPL with long-term vision to expand it to 8 teams aligned to the existing men's franchises, and that's something that the Equal View report has talked about in detail.
Hi everyone, we're now ready to get started with our next session for the day. Our next session is a panel discussion on the growth and impact of the Women's Big Bash League. Our panelists for this session are Mary Constantopoulos, founder of the Ladies Who League, a website to encourage women to become involved in sport as both participants and commentators. Through panels of women sports commentators in podcasts and on Twitter, she brings the voices and perspectives of women to this previously male-dominated area. Ms. Constantopoulos writes for the NRL.com, The Roar, and creates a weekly podcast interviewing female athletes and sits on the LBW Trust, the Full Stop Foundation, and the NRL's Women in League Sports. We now have Bhavi Devchand, Australian cricketer and coach, who spent 10 years in domestic cricket in Australia, representing the Western Australia and Victoria in the WNCL and the Perth Scorchers and the Melbourne Stars in the WBBL. She spent a lot of time as a coach, working with cricketers in junior and senior state teams on their physical and mental skills. Ms. Devchand has worked closely with Australian Cricketers Association to assist in their world-class programs to help players' development off-field. Through her business and podcast, the Inside Edge Project, she connects with other female cricketers and coaches to help encourage the next generation to continue to break stereotypes and enjoy themselves along the way. And our moderator for the event is Ms. Inya Dikana, sports journalist at The Scroll. If you have any questions during the session, please type them in the question and answer box below, and our panelists will try to answer them at the end of the session. Over to you, Zinia.
Thank you, Yogita. Hi, Mary. Hi, Bhavi. Lovely to have you here. Talking about something which I'm sure a lot of us have questions about, the Women's Big Bash League. Now, Cricket Australia has really set the benchmark for women's cricket and even women's sport with this league. It started as tied in with the men's league. It had this first ever concept of umbrella branding, where the 8 teams were the same as the men's team, to where it has grown as a standalone version now. And both of you have been part of this journey, have witnessed this growth. And I'd love for you to describe how WBBL grew from the first 15-16 season to a standalone version now, both as a player and as somebody who's seen it through the media. Over to you.
I'm happy to give it a crack first. I mean, for me, when I first started playing, I didn't even know the WA women's team existed. So this was 2004 was my first season of cricket. So I was just playing because my brother played, and that was about it. And it actually took me 2 or 3 years, and I was still playing state underage programs, which was a really good setup. But still at that point, I had no idea that the women's state team existed. Now I go back and look at the girls that were my age, 11 or 12, and they're all running around in Perth Scorchers or Melbourne Stars shirts. And their leagues are called the Perth Scorchers Girls League. So they play in their whole league is the Perth Scorchers Girls under 13s, under 15s, under 17s. And the whole model is completely shifted now. And the other thing that when I started playing, there were only 4 teams, women's teams in WA, where Perth's pretty small compared to Sydney and Melbourne. Now there's hundreds. So every single suburb has multiple teams. And the growth for me, the changing point was entirely due to the WBBL. And I'm sure Mary would have a really great insight in terms of the opposite side and a media side, and just exploded in that first Big Bash.
Oh. Mary, we are not able to hear you. Yeah. Sure. Bhavi, meanwhile, could you tell us a bit more? You mentioned about how in the first season you were contracted for 12 hours a week, but it has now changed to a full-time thing. This was something I was curious about, how it has sort of grown into a full-time opportunity for a pro player.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first year we were contracted, what they basically did is you have your state contract, which is the 50 over side of things, and the Big Bash contract. Those two things combined probably allowed us to train about 12 hours a week. Most players, to be fair, were still training as if it was full-time. So we'd go to work or go to university, train early morning, late at night. And because at that point, if you wanted to make it, you had to do the work. And like you just cop that, as I've seen in India, the drive is there, you just find a way. But then as each year, huge thanks to the Australian Cricketers Association that did a lot of work with this, we managed to get small amounts of funding that increased up until now, where you're basically full-time for the Big Bash period. So it's not full-time throughout the year, but most cricketers can dedicate those 8 weeks of their lives to being completely full-time. And yeah, I suppose it's made a huge difference from a player's perspective. I don't have to worry about how am I going to pretty much pay my rent, put food on the table. How can I dedicate my mind, body, soul to cricket or training, which is my passion, when I have to go to uni, I have to go to work, I have to support my family or support myself. So that difference has been unbelievable, and it just takes the pressure off. It really does.
What it does is it makes women's sport, women's cricket, a viable career opportunity to, as you say, to pay the bills. Mary, on this note, you mentioned that how Ladies Who League was a passion project. You had this was a part-time job for you. From your, as an outsider to the WBBL, sharing those stories, how it has changed from being something which is perhaps, a passion project to being a proper profession now, both as a cricketer and a cricket follower.
Absolutely, and I just want to apologise. I'm extremely embarrassed that my audio wasn't working, but I'm really happy to be here. And I just wanted to follow on from what Bhavi was saying initially. Like growing up, I played a lot of sport, but the sports that I loved the most were rugby league and cricket. But growing up as a young girl in Australia, I only associated those sports with men. I didn't know that there were professional women's cricketers. I didn't know that women could play rugby league. So when the WBBL came along, that was my first understanding that, women's cricket actually existed and that there was an Australian women's cricket team. So to see how much Cricket Australia and the state bodies have invested in this competition has been an absolute delight to see. And we can talk about the impact on the next generation of young women coming through who now have the opportunity to dream big and think about playing whatever sport that they want at a professional level. But it also has a really big impact on young men too, because they will grow up in a world where it's just really normal for men and women to play sport. And I think that's really, really important.
Yeah, that's huge. I'm just going to say, like, growing up with my brother as well, in that for us, we just played in the backyard. It didn't matter whether you were a girl or a boy, we mucked around. But then as soon as we were out of that backyard phase, it was like, oh, you're a guy, you can play cricket, and then you're a girl, or shouldn't you be doing X, Y, Z? And I come from a traditional Indian family where my family, immediate family, was fantastic. But a lot of my extended family or the family friends were like, oh, you're still playing cricket. Like, shouldn't you be going to do something else now? And that's the reality of it. So the culture in Australia tends to be so much more open, and this is very generalist, but the culture differences is that what we found in Australia, it's so much more open. And I think a lot of that is still driven, though, by the investment in the game. So even 10 years ago, it's what Mary just said. It was still, oh, that's a boys' sport, and girls, you can go do something else. But having role models to look up to, and now you see a young boy being like wearing an Elise Perry shirt or a Meg Lanning shirt, or even better, it doesn't have to be the big names, even better, Piper Cleary or a Heather Graham, not huge names. They're like, oh yeah, that's great. And it doesn't matter now. And I think that's a big difference.
We're familiar with the sentiment, as you said, Bhavi, but one of the reasons for this could perhaps be the umbrella branding, where the women's teams were the same franchise, the same clubs as the men's. And it seems like a very good template even for us in India. Could you tell us a bit more about how that helps to grow WBBL in the initial years, being part of the same Sydney Sixers club or the same Melbourne Stars club?
Yeah, for sure. I think resource-wise, it helped significantly because the Big Bash was already an established competition in Australia. So then the clubs that so many of us knew, loved and supported then introduced women's teams, and it became one club, two teams, which was something really special. And I remember the Sydney Thunder, they're the club that I support, even though I love all the women's teams. They made a really big deal out of that in their first year and made sure that the men and the women all had separate numbers because they were one club, two teams. And then I think as well, from a social media perspective, it means that clubs can have a social media account and not only promote the achievements of their men's teams, but also their women's teams as well. So for people that don't know too much about women's cricket or are just getting into it for the first time, it's sort of drip fed into their social media feed and they can become more aware of it. And now, really, the men and the women, they're just one club. You know, when you think about the Sydney Thunder, you think about, you know, your Alex Blackwells, you think about your Samantha Bates. When you think about the Scorchers, you think about like Meg Lanning, you think of all these big names. And for me, like I think of the women before I think of the men now.
That really helped. You know, there was an audience for it then. Mary, could you tell me a little bit more about the role of media? Because it was an instant success, but not all matches were on TV initially. That was a gradual process. So from an Australian media perspective, can you tell how the story suddenly came into the mainstream?
What I would say before going on to talking about the broadcast, which has been absolutely significant, particularly now that we've moved the WBBL to being its own standalone competition. It has all eyes on it before the men's competition starts later in the year. But what I would say is the absolute beautiful, genuine and authentic advantage of female athletes is because so many of them haven't been professional. So many of them still aren't professional. They're often juggling things like families, children, you know, studies, university, and have a richer life experience and richer life understanding. So that makes their stories extremely compelling. And I'm also generalizing here, but maybe Barbie has a bit of an insight as well. I feel like the female athletes have a real genuine interest in making the game better for the next generation. So there's this real piece around legacy, which I don't think is as prominent in men's sport. So when you're sharing the stories of these female athletes, it's compelling because they've got more to offer than just what's happening on the field. Even if I think about Megan Shute, she is a cricketer that I absolutely admire and has been outspoken on a lot of social issues. And I think it's wonderful that our female athletes have the courage to speak up about issues that are important to them and to be completely themselves on the field.
And could you tell us a bit more about the broadcast then, how it came onto the free-to-air channels?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the initial stages, not all the games were on television. Some were on live stream only, which in a way was an advantage because it made it accessible to everyone and to people overseas, because I know there's wonderful interest in the WBBL from overseas as well. But over time, I mean, people are watching the Women's Big Bash, people are getting out there, and the quality of female cricket has just continued to rise. And it comes as no surprise to me, given that many of our female cricketers are now professional and have the opportunity to focus on their craft full time. So over time, there's really just been a demand for the women's cricket to be on national television, live, on the main channels, because there's this sort of sense that that's what the women deserve. That's the quality of the cricket. And now people are tuning in from all across the country watching the WBBL, which is incredible given where we started, 7 years ago.
Right. Bhavi, coming to you for an insider's perspective on how this growth came about. You've also been part of 2 clubs, so you have a more well-rounded idea about how it works from within when it comes to this sort of growth in women's cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that first year, when we're talking about the money coming in, and the vast majority comes from the broadcasters, and that's the big importance of it. So that first year, I think there were about 7 to 10 games on Channel 10, and they were very much just happened to be the ones before or after the men's game. So because of that lack of money, it also goes towards the staff. So from a coaching perspective, a management perspective, how much access do we have to the best coaches and the best facilities? And as that started to grow, we started to find that actually there's more money coming in and they're investing more rather than waiting for it to be successful and then we'll invest money. And they invested it initially, and we were then able to access. So, like for me, eyeball leg spin, for example, we'd have a pace bowling coach, we'd have a leg spin coach. And then I'd be able to access, maybe I can go and train. The Stars were great because we then could train or have access to the men's side of the club. So I was able to then work with Fawad Ahmed, for example. And that was amazing. So he's one of the best 2020 bowlers in the world. Whereas initially it was still very much, you're the woman, you're the men, this is a trial, we're not sure how this is going to happen. Yes, we're part of one club. I think Sydney Thunder probably did it the best, but not all clubs were like that. So Scorchers initially were quite separate, so we'd never really crossed paths too much. But going over to the Stars, it was really quite all one club. The only thing that stopped us this year was the COVID hub, so we actually completely separated in the end. But again, that growth from 1, 2, 3, 4, I missed 5 because I wasn't contracted at that point, but it was really cool in a way because you could see the jump in 2 years. So you had that little bit of perspective, and I was like, wow, so I'm in a new club 6 years later, and it's really pleasing to see.
I've still got you, Barbie.
Okay.
You also mentioned, the traditional perceptions that perhaps women's sport is not a career option. How do you see WBBL changing that perception? Because it's right, it's on TV, it's in your newspapers, it's little girls are wearing those jerseys. It is in your face now. It is no longer a secondary career path. So has that perception changed?
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, I'm 50-50 on this one. I should say 60-40, the 60% incredibly positive. So girls are coming through and it's a genuine career path now. The Aussie girls are earning very, very good money. But at the end of the day, it's not always about the money. It's more so that, look, you love sport, you have an opportunity to do your passion and live your passion. So whether it's as a player, as a coach, as a media broadcaster, there's options for females in sport. And I think that's the bottom line. Because as a player, you can't play forever. And it is really important to actually keep developing the young girls more broadly. The girls, as Mary said, the girls generally have a lot more perspective with it. But the biggest thing is the option to have it as a profession now provides opportunity to the young girls. And you know what? They might say, look, I don't really like cricket that much, but I like something else. And it's just opportunity and opening our perspectives to say that you can actually do anything as long as you love it and work hard, it's possible.
And as you said, the career opportunities are beyond just playing cricket. So has the number of women in administration or coaching or even media covering both men's and women's sport increased in the last few years?
I think it's getting there. By far, it's better than it was. But I'd say the coaching department is still lacking a fair bit. There's a lot of drives. Australia, again, I think is leading the way, is getting females in sport. Media is pretty good. Mary can probably comment on that a little bit better than I can. It's getting there, but I still think there's a long way to go, if I'm honest.
Harvey, I would agree with that. I think when I talk about women's sport, I think it's always important to really recognise how far we've come. But on the same hand, think about how much opportunity is still left and how far we still have to go. From a media perspective, what I think was really exciting was that when Channel 7 covered the WBBL last year, there were a lot of former players beginning to pop up in commentary. So in the past, when you used to watch the WBBL, often there were a lot of male commentators. And there's no problem with that. Men should be able to commentate women's sports just as women should be able to commentate men's sports. But it was just wonderful to see women like Katie Martin and Holly Furling actually getting involved in the coverage. And as former players, they have a wonderful perspective to bring. And we're very used to seeing former cricketers in the commentary box. So it was great to see more women being given that opportunity last year. And I really hope that continues.
Right. And as you said, it is not just, just the cricketers and the commentators. What about the younger girls coming through, the talent pool? Has that changed? Are there more numbers at trials? Are there, as Bhavi mentioned, there are a lot more clubs now. So that, of course, feeds into the national team. And we've seen the Australian women's cricket team just grow from strength to strength. But at the more grassroots level, how has WBBL changed the perception, if not as a career, even as a more accepted hobby or a school sport?
I think at the most basic level, girls just know now that they can play cricket. You really can't be what you can't see. And growing up, I didn't know that women played cricket. Now, you know, young girls can aspire to be the next Elise Villani or Elise Perry or Elisa Healy, and they have that option to play. And because of the WBBL, there's now women's cricket all around the country. So you can join your local club. Girls no longer have to play with the boys, because for so many women in the WBBL now, that was their reality, and they grew up playing alongside the boys. That's not a problem, but, you know, they didn't have the opportunity to play alongside girls. So what I'm most passionate about is that not only will the next generation of boys and girls know that just men and women play cricket, and that's just a really normal thing, that women have the opportunity to excel and have a professional career in cricket if that's what they want. But also the women and girls are just being given the opportunity to be fit and healthy and play a sport that they really love. That's I think, what excites me a lot.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That's the biggest thing for me. I could be wrong, but I believe female cricket has been the fastest growing sport in Australia for like 4 or 5 years in a row. It's ridiculous. It's just gone 10x every year. And again, the WBBL plays such a big role in that. And it's the most pleasing for me is to see that. And the other side of it is what it does is it puts the pressure on other sports. Yes. So now after WBBL led the way as probably Australia's most popular sport all around, AFL started coming through. NRL started coming through. Now netball, which is traditionally a female sport, but they realised, everyone's playing sport, we need to put more. And now all of a sudden, these young girls have an opportunity to do anything. Like literally any sport they can go and play. And I do think WBBL, being a primary sport in Australia, led the way with that.
Bhavya, I couldn't agree more. And if I think back to last year and what were much simpler and happier times, I remember that one of the happiest days of my life was travelling down to Melbourne for the ICC T20 Women's World Cup final. Over 84,000 people in the stadium that day to watch Australia play India. It was a moment in time. It absolutely showed the world what is possible. And I think on that day, if we just even touch on Indian women's cricket, if I think about the talent in that squad, and apologies if I pronounce the names incorrectly, but the likes of Harmanpreet Kaur, Poonam Yadav, Shafali Verma, these are talents of the future. Imagine how much further they could go with similar opportunities to what we have here in Australia. It was a real show in time of what is possible, and it pushes other sports in other countries, I think, to think about what is possible and what they can do differently.
Absolutely. In fact, that is a often given argument that there isn't enough depth in Indian women's cricket to have a full-fledged league like the WBBL. But as you said, it is a cause and effect. On that note, we have a question from the audience, and was the domestic structure strong enough before WBBL came in? Because it would have needed a lot of domestic cricketers, which is similar to the argument in India. And would it be somewhere on par with the best, considering there are 8 teams to cater to? So, is there enough talent to cater to 8 teams? And what was the domestic structure like before WBBL? What were the contracts? Essentially, if you could just tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, that's, I think, where Australia is potentially a bit further ahead in the structure, and that you have 8 teams, and everyone was, when we say contracted, it's very, very minimal pay, but the structure was there. So you already had 8 teams of 14 to 15 girls playing at a national level for, I think, potentially 10 years prior to the WBBL in a fly-in, like home and away series. Prior to that, they used to say, here's a 2-week carnival, everyone go and play each other in 2 weeks. You fund it yourselves basically and carry on. So there was a 8-week structured period, 8 to 10 year structured period prior to WBBL starting, which made a huge difference. So the talent was already there in that aspect. The difference, I think, going towards India is if a lot of people are saying, there's not enough talent. Well, you've got 1.4 billion people, half of them are female. So there will be enough, and you have to start at a lower level. Like, that's okay. You have to cop the talent's not going to be there because there haven't been a structure to actually develop that yet. But you have to start somewhere. And that's where I think the difference in Australia, and even as Mary mentioned, that World Cup, is the courage of certain leaders within the game. And that's where it comes down to, because Nick Hockley, who was the CEO of the ICC Women, said, yeah, we'll get 85,000 at the MCG or whatever it was, or 90,000 I think they were going for. Everyone within women's cricket said that's ridiculous. The old players, as players, we said that's the dumbest thing ever. This is so embarrassing. We're going to have half empty, like even if you get 20,000 into the MCG, it feels empty because it's a huge stadium. So everyone thought it was stupid, but they had courage to say no. Like we have a dream, we have a desire, we see the possibilities. It's grounded in this. We've got this much growth in women's cricket. If we put this investment in, something can happen. But it was a very, very courageous call. And then same with the investment in women's cricket. Even 10 years ago, before, as a question was, with the structure before WBBL, there was courage put into investing in women's cricket 10 years before the BBL even started. So yes, it wasn't growing at that rate, but someone had a vision. Someone saw cricket is popular. 50% of our population is female. A lot of females support cricket. Why don't we invest? Get good coaches in, get good money in, have the courage. Like, for me, it's all down to courage. It's the courage to see a possibility and actually follow through with it and take some risks, knowing that passion will drive you forward. And I think that's the big thing. We can sit here and discuss how great it is to have women playing cricket, but if you don't take action and invest, even though this talent or the skill or the structure's not there yet, you have to start somewhere.
And Bharvi, I couldn't agree more with you on that point. If we look at the WBBL, it did start with 8 teams, but another code that I love here in Australia is rugby league. And there are 14 men's teams in the 14 teams in the men's competition. The NRLW has only started with 4 teams because the focus has very much been on creating an exciting, sustainable, marketable competition. It is absolutely okay to start small, and then you can dream big and watch the competition grow as more people want to get involved with it.
So that was the question from Shama. Thank you. We have a couple more questions. Kritika is asking whether the majority of the spectators that have shown interest in WBBL are women and girls, and how important is it to have both men and women in your audience, even though, you know, it is the Women's Big Bash League?
I would actually say that my observation has been that it's a good mix of men and women, because in the end, I really believe that sport is sport. And if I'm truly a cricket fan, whether it's men, women, kids watching, I'll always show an interest. But what I will say, one of my most favourite memories of the ICC T20 Women's World Cup was seeing all the dads bringing their daughters to the game. And it was just so lovely and touching and a really beautiful way to create a family bond. Be interested to hear Barbie's view, but from my view, men and women are loving the WBBL, and particularly given its quality, how excellent it is.
I actually think there's a lot more men still, to be honest. So initially my thoughts were, yep, it'll be young girls, some females that like it. The men will probably write it off, as they always do, saying it's not fast enough, or it's the same as our 4th grade team or whatnot, even though I've played 2s and 1s with men in the men's system. But if I think about, say, when I was involved in WBBL and you're getting messages from people, you're reading comments, like, it's actually still a lot more men that just love cricket. And there's a lot more people that are coming through and saying, yeah, I actually wrote it off in that first year, but the development and growth of it has come through so much. And now they're saying their wives, their daughters, their sisters are starting to say, oh, well, you like cricket and there's girls, so now we're all just going to sit down as a family and watch it. So I certainly don't think it's just women and girls watching and enjoying the game.
Right. Taking that forward, Pranav has asked about the historic revenue sharing agreement that happened in Cricket Australia. Of course, the decision makers would have been the board. And what do you think was the general attitude, you know, of the board? Because that would have been a very important deciding factor. Apart from the players standing, ultimately the decision makers are the administrators. So what was the general attitude towards getting towards equal pay?
it was pretty tough from a player's point of view. I was actually quite involved at the Australian Cricketers Association that year, all the negotiations were going down. And it was a hard slog. So if I'm honest, from what we were hearing as players, and the ACA worked so hard for 12 months to try get that to where it needed to be. But again, there were certain key administrators at Cricket Australia that ended up agreeing to it. And I think at the end of the day, that's made all the difference.
It definitely was a long campaign. Mary, if I could quickly bring you here on the role the media played, because as a journalist, perhaps I'm biased towards this, but I'm always interested to know what role does media play in promoting this cause, because you have to take it to the masses, right?
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. I think media play a huge role in sharing the stories of the competition, but also in just covering the competition. And what I think actually is going to be another really important step, and one that's already started happening in Australia, is constructive criticism of women's sport. Now, I've been covering women's sport now for about 8 years, and I am such a fan of all our female athletes. And something that I've found hard in the past is to offer constructive criticism. But we're in a position where we are asking for equal pay, where we are moving to a model where our female cricketers are professional. And constructive criticism, I think, is a really important next step. But I think the media play a huge role. And I think as well, the players play a huge role too. And we're so fortunate with the quality of women in the WBBL that are so kind with their time. They have such wonderful stories and are just as passionate about growing the game as I am.
It was essentially a collective effort. Before we wrap up the session, I have a question which I'm sure a lot of the viewers do. What do you think are the main lessons that the Indian system can take from what is already a successful template? Of course, WBBL also started as an experiment. It worked, so we have a blueprint ready. But what do you think the biggest takeaway for India would be?
Just do it. If any administrators that are listening, have the courage to do it, because you have an extremely talented Indian women's cricket team. The sky's the limit for them, and do it for the next generation of boys and girls, particularly girls, and give them the opportunity to know that they can play the sport that they love. Just do it.
Bhavi, from the financial aspect and from the building of the system aspect, what would be your lessons for India?
I think you have to align the teams with men's teams, so that the current IPL structure is so popular already, and going away from that is just stupid in my opinion. Like, it actually makes no sense whatsoever. 100% align it with the current teams. As Mary said earlier, don't be afraid to start small. Within that, you don't have to go to 8 full-fledged teams or 12 or whatever it is. Like, you can start with 4 teams, but how about make the franchises bid for that? So if you want a team in the IPL, you've got to put forward a proposal as to how you're going to make it work. Now you know that the teams bidding for a women's team, or the clubs bidding for a women's team, actually want it. So if they want it, they're going to put the resources into it, aren't they? And they're going to actually put the structures behind it. And that's huge. So I think if you can align it with, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, align it with what's already working. Be smart with the talent pool. You don't have to go large. And I can't go wrong with what Mary said, just do it.
Right. We have another question from Prasen. He's asking about the reactions from Indian women cricketers. The men's team aren't allowed to play leagues abroad, but a concession was made for the women's team, and they did play WBBL. And I know that Harmanpreet and Smriti Mandhana both mentioned how important it was, especially for the 2017 World Cup campaign. So have you heard anything from Indian players or from the Indian ecosystem in general about the WBBL?
Is that more so players, like whether players can come here?
What are some of the reactions you've had from Indian women cricketers? If you've had conversations with them, their thoughts about the WBBL, if you've had any interaction.
I think all of them, from my perspective, every single one of them want to come here and play. It's the strongest league. A lot of the girls that played, particularly at the Stars, we had a lot of big international cricketers, none of them from India, but all of them said the BBL is a higher standard than the vast majority of international cricket. So it's the best league in the world. with the best players, what better place to develop your talent? And more importantly, in my perspective, develop your perspective or field. You're living in a different country for 2 months with people who may not speak the same language as you, in a new environment, but world-class systems. So if you're going to develop as a cricketer, absolutely. I think every single one of them love it out here. They all want to come out here. It's just a matter of the cap limits on how many internationals you can have.
And can I say as well, from a media and a fan perspective, going into the 2020 Women's World Cup, it was an absolute delight to know so many of the women on competing teams. And the reason that I know those women so well is because English internationals, New Zealand internationals, and Indian internationals all come out to Australia to play in the WBBL because it is the best women's competition in the world. So that was such a pleasure. And I know Australian fans get an absolute kick out of seeing the internationals come. I mean, I'll never forget Poonam Yadav on the opening night of the T20 Women's World Cup. It wasn't a particularly happy night for me, but Australians were absolutely in awe. This pocket rocket came out of nowhere and absolutely led to an Australian batting collapse. So we love it. And the more Indian women that can come out, the better, because we just love it.
Right. And if I could just add, whoever I have spoken to who's played in the WBBL had only good things to say about it. But the most tangible effect would have been the 2017 World Cup semi-final. Again, it may not be a very happy memory, but it was, I think that was a very important effect, what participating in leagues like this can mean for Indian players. Before we wrap up, because I see that we are nearing the end of our session, and our time limit, is there anything you'd like to add about the growth, the impact, the evolution of WBBL, something that we missed out on?
I'd just like to say a really big thank you for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting, and Barbie, I think you are an absolute superstar. I'd just encourage everyone to get behind women's sport. So not only watch it, but if you've got the opportunity, actually go out and get your bottom on a seat, because that's what shows broadcasters, that's what shows the media that there's an interest in it. So if you want to know what you can personally do to help support the cause, that's it. Turn on your televisions and go watch sport.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. It's about what can you control, what can you do within your circle, and all of that adds up. So we don't need to change the world. There will be challenges. So there will be old school people who do not want change. But if each individual does whatever they can to show the support they can for women's cricket, I think, honestly, the IPL, and you speak to every single women's cricketer in the world, irrelevant of what country they're saying, every single one says the women's IPL is everything. If the women's IPL kicks off, it changes women's sport globally. It's the linchpin. And if we can do whatever we can to overcome those little challenges by doing whatever you can to support the game, I think that's everything.
Of course, women's IPL remains a pipe dream, but hopefully we are one step closer to it. And this symposium has been a wonderful platform to make the case for women's IPL and a women's structure. Thank you so much, Bhavi. Thank you, Mary. It was wonderful chatting with you. And we should continue this discussion offline as well. Thank you. Over to you, Yogita.
Thank you, Zinia. Thank you so much, Mary, Bhavi, and Zinia, for that session. I think it's offered us plenty of lessons and inspiration for us to take back to women's cricket in India. Thank you. We will now have a quick 5-minute break to set up for the next session. We'll see you in a bit. In the meanwhile, we now bring to you a video by Karunya Keshav, our moderator from our session this morning on equal pay for women, and also an art slideshow from the audio storybook that we released earlier today. Stay tuned. Thank you.
When the US women's national team won the Football World Cup last year, there was this incredible cry of equal pay that just rang around the stadium. Now, when we talk about men's sports and women's sport, the issue of equal pay is a very emotive one. At the very basic, it means that men and women sportspersons are paid the same amount for representing their country or their state or their college, for doing the same kind of work that requires the same kind of effort. Earlier this year, Cricket Australia said that they would pay the women who won the T20 World Cup for them the same amount that the men's team would have won had they won the same tournament. The prize money for both the men's T20 World Cup and the women's T20 World Cup isn't the same, but Cricket Australia said that they would make up this difference. Now, this is essentially because it's not like a man who's working for the World Cup practices just 8 or 10 hours a day while a woman practices 3. No, they both put in the same amount of effort and deserve to be compensated the same way. Very often the argument is that because the women's events don't bring in as many sponsors, as many fans as the men's do, they don't deserve to be paid the same amount. But this ignores the fact that for years, the investment itself into women's sport has been less. So it's not just about the final paycheck that comes, but it's these economic disparities that are there in things like in investment, in marketing, in budgets for both these tournaments, in terms of accommodation that the men and women get, all these various working conditions that aren't equal for men and women.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll now have a quick art exhibit from our audio storybook released earlier today. Welcome back, everyone. We're now ready for our next session of the day. We have a panel discussion now on the perception of women athletes in media. Our panelists for this discussion are Isa Guha, cricket broadcaster and the first woman of South Asian origin to represent England in any sport, when she made her international cricket debut in 2002. In her playing career that spanned over a decade, she was awarded 113 English caps and was part of one of the most successful teams in England sporting history when in 2009, England won 2 World Cups, an Ashes and an inflicted an ODI series whitewash over Australia. In 2008, Ms. Guha was recognized as the ICC-ranked #1 women's bowler. Globally, Ms. Guha is presented for Star Sports India and broadcast on 10 years of the IPL, with stints at the Caribbean Premier League, bursting into the Australian mainstream with alternative radio cricket commentary for the Triple M in 2017. She's now the lead presenter on BBC's cricket coverage. We also have Ekta Byan, para-athlete who represents India in the women's club and discus throw events. She represented the country in 2018 Asia Paralympic Games held at Jakarta, Indonesia, and won a gold medal in the club throw event. She qualified for the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics following her second consecutive appearance in the World Para-Athletics Championship, London 2017 and Dubai 2019. Ms. Byan is the hailing national champion, having secured a gold medal in 2016, 2017, 2018 National Para-Athletics Championships. She's received the National Award for Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities in 2018 and the State Award by Honorable Governor of Haryana on Women's Day 2019. We have Ms. Suprita Das, journalist and author. Suprita has been working as a sports media professional for close to 15 years now, a decade of what was spent as a sports correspondent and anchor at NDTV. During her stint, she covered multiple Commonwealth and Asia and Olympic Games, the World Cups, and cricket and hockey. Suprita is the author of 2 books, The Shadow Fighter, the biography of Indian boxer Sarita Devi, and Free Hit, the story of women's cricket in India, which recently won a national award. Ms. Das currently heads the communications at Delhi Capitals, IPL franchise, and writes on sport for various publications occasionally. We have Mr. Suresh Menon, journalist and editor at Wisden India Almanac, who was once the youngest sports editor and then one of the youngest editors in the country with Indian Express. Today, he's one of India's best-known columnists on cricket, and his writings on politics, literature, and sport have a global audience. As an author, his works include Champions, How the World Cup Was Won, and Bishan, Portrait of a Cricketer. He's also edited the anthologies of Sachin, The Genius Unplugged, and Pataudi, Nawab of Cricket. Our moderator for the event is Ms. Arshi Yasin, co-founder of The Bridge. Ms. Yasin was born in Kishanganj, a remote district in Bihar, and her early life molded her affinity to speak out about social causes as she understood the power of digital media. As she moved up the ladder of a corporate career, she realized the gap in India's sports media industry and aptly named and launched The Bridge. Over to you, Arshi.
Hi, Yogita. I hope I'm audible. Thank you, Yogita, for the lovely introduction of all the panelists. And just on a lighter note, Mr. Suresh has explicitly, commanded me that you have to tell Suresh and not Suresh sir or Mr. Suresh. So that was a lovely introduction, Yogita, for all the panelists. Diving straight away to the conversation is, yeah. So I feel it's an irony, the reason why we are having this conversation. I'll tell you why. The reason being is it's good that we are having such an important event where we are talking about the coverage of women in sport and women professionals in sports industry in general. Although, women in India, if we talk specifically, we are talking about the 50% of the entire population. And even then, we are demanding and we are talking about that, okay, why are women's stories underreported? Or why are we not talking about enough women, be it sports person, be it media professionals and all kinds of stakeholding in the entire industry. So it's kind of an irony that we have both the reasons. It's good to have such a symposium where we are talking about women in sports, the numbers, the statistics, the grassroots reality, and everything. So I'll quickly, so we'll keep the conversation a bit, informal because it's a panel discussion, and all 4 of us all four of us, five of us actually, including me present here, we have expertise in different segments of the Indian sports industry. And so just to throw some numbers, so according to a report which was released by UNESCO, only 4% of the entire sports media coverage is dominated by women in sport. Imagine, just 4%. And only 12% of the news and content and the coverage which is done in sports is done by female media professionals. And these numbers are very much on the lower end. So let's start with Isa. You have spent so many years, being a cricketer and a female cricketer. Although I don't like to use this. A cricketer is a cricketer, be it a male or a female, right? Even then, we often use a female cricketer or a woman cricketer. But we don't do that for men in men's cricket. We don't do that. So I've spent so many years. So how has been your journey being? So what kind of, did you face any kind of stereotype being a woman cricketer and then getting into commentary?
First of all, thank you for having me, everyone, Arshi and the rest of the panel. Good morning to you. I'm here in the UK. And it's quite gloomy outside, but yeah, it's the weather's been good lately. So yeah, in terms of stereotypes, I guess I was very fortunate to have a lot of support from my family growing up, which isn't always the case for traditional, I guess, for families with an Asian background. Both mum and dad supported me in wanting to play cricket, and I picked up a cricket ball in the back garden when my brother was playing, and that's where I kind of first got introduced. He's 7 years older than me, and he was already playing at the local cricket club. There weren't any girls teams around at the time, so my introduction was actually starting off in a boys team, and they never. So I think there was an initial reluctance potentially from dad, but mum was very supportive. She said, no, if she wants to play, then give her the opportunity. And so they both took me along. And yeah, so I started off playing with the boys. That was not an issue for them. And so it didn't become an issue for anyone else really at the club. I did find problems when other teams used to come and play against us. So parents would say, oh, why is a girl playing? Probably because I would end up getting their sons out. And so it was probably quite embarrassing for them. So yeah, that was the only kind of negativity around me playing in a boys team. I had full support from my teammates. The other thing was actually around sort of being the only girl from an Indian background amongst boys who were British and also of Pakistani heritage, which I don't know, many traditional families might have frowned upon, but I was always supported by mum and dad, and so no one else saw it as an issue either. So again, I was very fortunate when I was younger. I do see, and I do wonder, I have wondered quite a lot, why there haven't been more young Asian girls progressing to county level, to international level here in this country. And yes, it's partly to do with that kind of idea that girls from an Asian background should focus more on their studies. But, the message I always try to get across was that it was, certainly for me, I was able to do both. I was able to study and play cricket and go to university. So I think that perception is changing, and with the idea that now girls can go on and become professional cricketers, I think is huge in this country. It means that they now see it as a viable option to do it as a job, and so we are seeing that pool of talent increasing. I mean, as you know, cricket is such a staple part of an Asian family's diet. And here in this country, there are a lot of young Asian girls who would play in the back garden with, say, their fathers or their uncles, or even their mothers, and it just hasn't translated to playing professionally, but I see that changing going forwards.
Thank you, Isa. Actually, that's true. Even though we cricket is our staple diet, as you rightly mentioned, but it's completely fine when a boy child picks up a bat. But if a girl child is picking up a bat, and most of the times it's resistance and rather than encouragement in majority of the Indian households, and especially on the rural parts of the country. So we will be talking about it in detail, of course, in the course of the conversation right now. Heading over to Suresh. Suresh, we all agree to the fact that women's sports coverage is poor as compared to the men's sport. But what have you noticed in your course of this long career, that why do you think is that so? That is one question which I would like you to talk about. But in addition to this, what coverage of women's sport in comparison to men's sport is a lot on the lower end. So what has been your observations in your career span, and why do you think is that the reason? Suresh needs to be unmuted.
Yeah, okay now?
Yes.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, there's two ways of looking at this question. Not two ways. There are two angles to this question. One is that I do believe that sports coverage in the media of women's sport is pathetic, is abysmal. I mean, it's just not cricket, or it's just not sport, as to use a cliche. But the fact is that when I started out 150 years ago, it was absolutely zero. I mean, you talk about 4%, and I think 4% is a great improvement on 0%, because when I started out, I cannot remember, unless a sportswoman had made it right to the top, unless a PT Usha or someone like that, of that stature, would generate some coverage. And even that would be comparable to the men's sport. But the fact is that you needed to be an international, you needed to have made it internationally before you made it locally. And there's something cockeyed about that. And well, if you think about it, I suppose that's true in many fields in India. And that's a larger philosophical discussion we shall not get into here, but one needs to get into at some point. But the fact is that it was women in sport were not taken seriously, exactly as Isa said. I mean, and I think it starts with the family, and after all, it's the family which then becomes a sports reporter or a sports editor or whatever. And if in the family you say, no, Isa, you can't bowl, you can't play cricket, then it's the same person who's going to turn around when he becomes a reporter or a media person. He says, oh no, my sister plays, you can't take her seriously. And it's so the fight is on many fronts. You have to fight, you have to fight patriarchy. You have to fight sort of the cultural inputs that you've had over generations. You had to fight the fact that there's a terrible figures emerging from a BBC research that was done last year, which says that only 64% of all adults in India, 64% of all adults in India played no sport or indulged in no sporting activity at all. So you're straight away, on the back foot there. Then nearly 1.5 to 2 times men do take to sport more than than the women do. 30% could not name a single sports person, and 1/3 picked sports like wrestling, boxing, kabaddi, and weightlifting as unsuitable for women. And I think in that little package, in those figures, and in that, you get the entire Indian attitude. You get the entire, and it's not restricted to India, because the same figures that you quoted, 4% coverage of women in the media, applies as well to the UK, which does far more, where there's far more women coverage for women's sport. I think the fact is that, well, I have to admit that things have seriously changed in India. It hasn't changed as fast as we would like it to. It hasn't changed as much as we would like it to, and it is up to the sports persons themselves. I mean, I would imagine that someone like Ekta here, for example, is a fantastic inspiration for sports persons in India, because it's a double whammy. She's a Paralympian, she's a woman, and you have to overcome two sort of hurdles there, and I think she has done extremely well for herself. And I think Suprita, for example, has written a book on a boxer, and I think that's important. I mean, a lot of my sports talk is biased towards cricket, because that's what I've been doing for all these decades. But the fact is that I know that there's a lot more out there which can be done, and which is now slowly being done. So I would like to move away from the gloom and doom scenario, and sort of look at things happening, but happening very slowly. And I think this is where we need to have a perspective. I mean, we get the perspective right. I mean, I think also that women tend to fight the wrong battles. Let me give you an example. I don't think it should be particularly relevant whether we say that Isa is a cricketer or a woman cricketer. It's a minor battle. It doesn't matter. But the fact is that we have to acknowledge that the thrust for the thrust for the entry into sport came from the family. And I think we need to look at how we can influence families into accepting that, and that their daughters, nieces, whatever, are going to be major international sportswomen or sports persons, if you like it, and how also in some cases you'll have to be pretty crude. You'll have to say things like, look at Sania Mirza, look at the millions she's making. So there is a career out there, and there is something that can be done about it. But the fact of the matter also is that similar things apply to men in India. A lot of parents discourage their sons from taking up to sport for completely different reasons, for economic reasons, for reasons of future, and for the fact that they don't see that there's anything that sports can offer the family as a whole. And these have been in their heads for well, ever since I've been working, and that's, as I said, many years ago. And those are the things that we should look at changing. So I think we should look at picking the right battles, and then focusing our attention on small areas rather than looking at large areas to fight and make an impression on.
That's true, Suresh. Actually, before fighting and coming across with the challenges from the world outside, everything begins at home, as you rightly said. So moving over to Suprita. So Suprita, again, you have spent so many years, close to 15 years in the sports media industry. So let me ask you directly, do you think the gross underrepresentation of women journalists in sports media can be one of the reasons? Do you think so?
Firstly, thanks for having me. I really want to listen to everybody's opinion. So Ekta after this, but to respond to your question, Arshi, there are few women journalists, no doubt. In fact, but I think the numbers have gone up. When I started working, which was around 2007, there were very few, and they were largely print journalists. But there came a time, let's say between 2007 to 2010, at least in India, and I worked in television. When I went out on an assignment, I saw a lot of girls, with their mics ready to take the sound bites or do a live. So I think the numbers went up. Television is not as robust an industry as far as news is concerned any longer, and it's so much digital. But I think there are a lot of young women who are hence pursuing their careers. It's a lot easier. It's less time consuming. If you know your basic tech skills, you of course know your sport, you've got stable internet, you can go ahead and do your shooting, your live streaming and stuff like that. And I see a lot of young girls, when there's any sort of live action happening, there are a whole lot of young women, they've got their separate blogs, vlogs, Twitter handles, Instagram pages. They comment on live events, and even when there is no live action, there are things that they're talking about which are relevant in women's sport. And also I think it is true that I think if there are more women in the profession, there perhaps will be better coverage of women's sports. But I don't think that is totally correct. It's not that a woman can cover or should be covering only sports of her gender, right? I've covered a lot of male sport. A lot of male journalists have covered women's sports as well. So I don't think there is like a straight up distinction that yes, you cover a sport or the coverage sort of numbers go up, basis gender. But I do think that larger number of women journalists would perhaps play a significant role in having better coverage of women's sports, in India.
Even talking about the kind of news or the kind of content which we do around women in sport in general. So we have seen that although this entire gap is reducing, but we have seen that the greater focus is on around the physical attractiveness and style of playing, and rather than having more focus on the athletic skill set of the particular sports person. So have you come across any kind of situation, Suprita, in your career that, okay, we all know that there are two ways of looking at doing any particular story, a story which you want to do it, or probably a story which, at times you feel that, okay, this might work, this might not work. So do you think that this can be one of the reason?
Do you mean if I faced any sort of bias? The
No,
question
when you do story on any of the female sports persons across any sport, we have seen, for example, let's say when Sania Mirza started playing, all this entire debate, although it was not at all a healthy debate around her dress, the skirt she's wearing, these kind of, like, we don't talk about men's sports person, what kind of dresses they are wearing, right?
Yeah.
So this is something which actually takes away the entire focus of the conversation, which should be, we are supposed to talk about Sania's match and not what she is wearing, right?
Yeah. So you used to sort of see a lot of this and read a lot of this on the internet. What the length of her skirt is, should she be wearing? There was a lot of these kind of articles. I remember reading about Jwala Gupta as well. And Isha's here, so I'm going to mention this. It was terrible when I was researching for one of my articles. And I think this is, around the time when you had just started your commentary and being a part of the studio panel in the IPL. So this must be around 2012. 11, 12, I think around that time. And I read articles on the internet about how she pulled in the numbers and upped the glam quotient on that show, on that panel, without even, and the paragraph started by saying not only does she score very high on the glamour quotient, but her knowledge of cricket comes in very handy. Okay, I was shocked beyond belief, and I'm so sorry you're having to hear this. But, and the funniest part of this was this article was written by a woman. It is not that there was no mention of her cricketing achievements at all, but she's a multiple World Cup winner. And you start an article talking about her wardrobe and what she brings on and how she pulls in numbers for that show, not for what she has achieved on the cricket field. So we've read these kind of conversations. We've and goes without saying that you speak with any athlete, female athletes, they get angry, and understandably so, right? You're not talking about anybody's complexion, hairstyle, weight, body type, and these sort of things when you are discussing men's sport. But again, like Suresh mentioned, I think women's sport and coverage of women's sport has also come a very, very long way. It is a slow journey, nevertheless, and I do see changes being made. Like Isa and Suresh both mentioned that for a large time, I think the debate and the biggest hurdle was, is women's sport even watchable? But it's up to all the stakeholders to make it watchable. Now in 2021, we know that there is a massive appetite and interest for women's sports. So then it's up to the stakeholders to take those important things like investing in women's sports, having better marketing budgets, having better digital campaigns to be able to, sell it, for the lack of a better word, because women's sport is worth watching and worth talking about the sport itself and not just what, an athlete's attire is. So it's a larger conversation, but I think we've made progress, but still have a very, very long way to go.
That's totally true, and I agree to what Suprita said. So we have Ekta with us. So Ekta, in addition to being a para, first of all, Ekta, congratulations on qualifying for Tokyo Olympics, and we all wish you all the very best for August end. So we all will be looking forward to the game. So for people who don't know, Ekta is also a civil servant. So Ekta, if you can turn on your camera, we can't see you. Okay, yeah. So hi Ekta. So just to throw this question directly to you, do you think that lack of you being yourself a public servant and a civil servant, you will understand this better. So do you think that lack of women in administration, in decision-making roles, this can be one reason for this entire gap?
Yeah, thank you, Arshi, for the wishes for my Paralympics, and thank you, CPC, for this amazing platform. And good afternoon, everyone. Yes, it is a lack of representation. Before beginning anything, I would like to talk about representation. Either it is in terms of participation in the sports events, or it is about talking women in the organization associated with the para sports or the sports. It is totally a huge gap among the male representation and the female representation. It is a big gap. And till now we have discussed about the sports, women in sports, and the picture of women in sports, in para sports, it is worse. It is very, very, very bad picture in terms of representation, in terms of media coverage. Everywhere they are lagging behind. But the main reason behind it is the lack of awareness. If we talk about sports literacy, it is just 6% in our country, and para sports, it is very, very far. Like when I started my sports journey, one of my uncles asked me, what is this para sports? Is it something related to parachute? So I need to tell them that it is also kind of sports, and where we persons we are having disability, we can also compete. And it was a huge shock to everyone in my family too, my grandparents, my society, like in such severe disability, how she can compete at international platforms, or how she can be a professional sports person. So journey was like very challenging. The best part was that family was very supportive, and I was already into job, because it is hugely demanding in terms of finances also. Like if any able-bodied athlete requires a lot of resources, for the person with disability, these resources are much more, because we need continuous assistance for carrying out day-to-day activities. We cannot use the public transport, and there are infrastructural barriers everywhere we go. So we need to have a personal car. And apart from that, there are no accessible stadiums in our country. So it was a challenging journey, but with the support of the family, I could do my best. And representation, even just yesterday, my trials were over, And I saw so many news about the qualified para-athletes. No one was talking about female para-athletes in those newspapers. We are 4 female para-athletes who have qualified for para-athletics, but it was all about male athletes. Yes, they have performed better than us. They are they are having a better ranking than us, but still we are also selected, but there are no mention about the female para-athletes. And the thing will change with the media coverage, and things are getting better. Like in Rio, it was just 3 females and there were 16 males in Rio Paralympics. And today also in para-athletics, the finalist is not out yet. And we are having just 4 females and 20 male participants who have qualified for Tokyo Paralympics. So there's a huge gap in the representation at sports level and underrepresentation in media also. Like the inclusion is still not a part. Like diversity is still not accepted. Diversity of gender is not accepted yet. Diversity of disability is not accepted yet. And you will be surprised to know, like only 0.06%, that too at the international level, there was media coverage for the females. And the scenario in India is much worse. And coverage jo hoti hai, it is like passport size photos are attached. Either photos are not attached, a small news will be there. And even if the news is there, that is also size of passport size photo. So there are not mention about the stories. It is just no national games are covered. वो भी तभी होता है, like we have achieved something at international platforms, only then the news is covered. So yes, female para-athletes or the para sports, both are lagging behind in our current scenario.
Yeah, actually that's a very sorry state of affair. And at times I feel like because we all, although so 3 of us, Suresh, Suprita, and me, we are having the media background, and I am particularly in digital. And so I'm sure all of us are trying in whatever capacity we can. Like now, my entire team is gearing up for Olympics, but at the same time, we have a separate and a special plan for covering Paralympics too, because it is so important. Even if you type Ekta Bhyan on the internet, the story which Bridge has done, that pops up, that I'm a civil servant, and I really feel good. Maybe that story has not given us thousands of page views in terms of numbers, but then the satisfaction which we get to bring these kind of stories, that is immense, and we really feel good about that. We'll keep doing it, Ekta, and Suprita and Suresh. I think it is our responsibility as well to talk about para athletes and para sports persons and their challenges.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, the Bridge is covering a lot about the para sports and the Paralympics, and we are really grateful for it.
Yeah, thank you, Ekta. So Isa, moving over to you, we all know. See, it's a circle. We all know that women sports get less coverage, and the reason which we get that they don't generate revenue as compared to the men's, and it's a cycle, and every element is interrelated to each other. So how this entire cycle of getting revenue from broadcasting, and we don't even see women sports being broadcasted in a proper way. It's always an add-on to the men's game, right? Even the deals which are being closed between the broadcasters and the sponsors and the companies, it's not like that. So what do you think can be the solution? I know that there is no yes or no kind of a response to this question, but what best can we do?
Yeah, I think it's all a journey, and you talk about the cycle. The cycle needs to be broken. It's a chicken and egg sort of scenario. In the UK, there was a dilemma that broadcasters didn't want to cover a women's match because they weren't getting people watching at the ground, so it didn't look great on television. But you're not going to get people down to the grounds unless you're getting that visibility and generating that interest. So I think a lot of it came down to the government actually saying, right, we need to cover more women's sport. And that came on the back of the 2012 Olympics, which was hugely noticeable the support that the individual female athletes were getting at that event specifically, and the way they were talked about as well. They weren't being objectified, you know, they were really championed and talking about their skills specifically. And broadcasters broke the cycle as well. So our governing body, the England and Wales Cricket Board, decided to market the game more. As a result, we were getting, you know, women's games sold out. Chelmsford, Taunton, Bristol, all these places have been really good for women's cricket. They're 3,000 to 4,000 capacity, and they, you know, they generally always sell out. So Hove as well, and the broadcasters coming on board, making a commitment, saying we're going to cover every single women's game, I think was huge. And you, when you make that commitment, you can't go backwards. It was a similar thing for the ICC Women's World Cup 2017, where the ICC decided they were going to cover every women's match, whether it was live on television or covered digitally. And from that point on, you know, you can't go back from that. So that is a step that needs to be taken. Just going back in time, you know, I remember 2009, the inaugural T20 World Cup, and we made the final. The England women's team made the final. The men got knocked out a little bit earlier. And I remember being on the bus, driving to the ground and going past a couple of pubs who were advertising the Pakistan-Sri Lanka men's T20 match, saying that was like the prime kind of, that was the prime match for that day, and no mention of the England women's team, and we're in England, and basically that, you know, that you still have a national team that are in a final, but you're just not promoting it. To now, whereby you've got one of the most watched women's events at the T20 World Cup just recently at the MCG, nearly breaking the record for attendance at a women's match. It's standalone. It's become a standalone event, and it's all because of this journey, which initially they saw it as a way to get eyeballs by having the women's game on the same day as the men. The semi-finals, the finals, all being covered on the same day as the men. The broadcasters, it was easier for them financially because they could set up the cameras for the same pitch, and essentially that was the first step, was getting that visibility, getting those eyeballs. And then when you start to get that momentum, that's when you can start to kind of pull away and become a bit more standalone. You can start then targeting commercial sponsors specifically for women's sport. And that's certainly something I've seen across the world globally. In Australia, they do it incredibly well, where they now have a designated period of time for the WBBL, which gets incredible viewership this year, you know, even more so than ever, across both free to air on Channel 7 and also on Fox as well, who do an incredible job of covering the women's game. In the UK, Sky have committed to women's cricket, as well as the BBC now, who are covering a lot of live matches. So we've got 2 live games on television, which again, it brings in incredible viewership. So last year, I mean, it's not the same numbers as India, but you know, we're getting 1.5 million people watching women's sport and women's cricket, which is huge in our country. Another example is football. So I don't know the figures exactly, but probably 10 years ago, broadcasters were having to pay women's football was having to pay broadcasters to have their sport shown on television. It's just been sold, I think it was last year, to a record number, millions. Broadcasters paying millions to show the Women's Premier League, which, you know, that shows how far it's come in the last 10 years. And that's through being able to get that visibility and making it a commodity. And I think that's the way forwards, really. You've got to have the broadcasters on board, you've got to have governments on board to want to show women's sport. And I think you're right, the media do have a role to play in terms of how we portray women's sport, not objectifying women. I think, we've talked about the societal pressure to conform to gender norms. But when you have so many men at the helm, there's this idea that women's sport needs to conform to the male ideal. So that's why it is important to have women in the commentary box, women in positions of power, to be able to just have those conversations with men, and say what is okay and what is not okay. Sometimes it's, it's not necessarily ignorance, but it's not wanting to say the wrong thing. And inevitably that it helps when you have a woman around to be able to kind of almost guide you through it. But I think that is becoming normalized now as well, women in broadcast. So as a commentator, I think they're getting used to hearing female voices. People are getting used to hearing female voices. It's not as much as an issue. And that comes over time of doing it lots and lots. So it all works hand in hand. And I think it's also really important to have men speaking about the women's game. But when Virat Kohli is tweeting about the Indian women's team, that has a huge knock-on effect to a lot of people in India, because they look up to him and they see him as, they basically see him as a god. So anything he says or does is, will influence the way they think about things. And we talk about families wanting to change the perception of families. That comes from media and how women are portrayed in the media, that it's okay to be different as well. I think there's this idea sometimes that women have to look a certain way, they have to act in a certain way, but actually, as long as they're playing sport in the right way, I think that is what it's all about. So there's a lot there. and just going back to your comments, Suprita, about how I was viewed when I came into the IPL, I will put my hand up and say I was probably a bit naive then, and I didn't know what I was supposed to wear. I didn't know how I was supposed to look compared to now. So I was kind of being led by other people in a way, and being told, oh, this is what you should wear, or, having makeup put on me, and going through a whole season of the IPL and then coming to the end of it and then deciding, actually, maybe I should just watch it back and see what it looks like. Because I had my cousin saying, you're wearing too much makeup and stuff like that. And I was like, oh my God, you're right. Like, they're actually caking it on my face. But that's something I wasn't really aware of at the time. So that comes with experience. It comes with knowing yourself a bit more. And I think now I feel in a position where I can wear the clothes that I want to wear and that make me feel comfortable. That's not, me thinking that I need to conform to being a certain way, that I have to wear, skimpy outfits and things like that. It's genuinely, I feel comfortable in what I do as a job, but also in what I'm wearing as well. And I think young girls coming through playing cricket, because they're getting more time on television, because they're doing more interviews, I think they're just better prepared. The players are better prepared for life after cricket, or if they're going to go into broadcast, and they're just a bit more aware of themselves as well because of social media and, what they're putting out there into the mainstream. So there's a lot of things there, but hopefully I've covered a few of those points.
Yes, Isa. Thank you for that detailed, conversation around the coverage. So, Suresh, moving over to you, this entire media coverage also leads to eventually, brand endorsements and sponsorships, which comes to the athlete. And if you see, like, you just type top 10 richest sports person in India, most of them will be the cricketers. And so you have followed cricket for the longest time, and we want to hear from you that there is so much of gap. See the gap between, let's say, earnings. Obviously, Kohli is, as Isa said, he's a godlike figure here. See the earnings, see the difference between his earnings and, let's say, Mithali Raj, for that matter. Although we are kind of comforting ourselves, seeing that, okay, players, young players like Jemima and, Smriti Mandana, they are getting good kind of brand endorsements. It feels good. It feels good to see that brands are taking interest in these names. But it also feels bad that if this is the speed, if this is the pace, then how many years, maybe 200, 300 years more to reach a position where, we can demand, a female sports person can demand equal money value. Over to you, sir.
Well, basically, I mean, I'll start from a different perspective. Basically, I don't think we should look at the government for help in these matters, and I'll tell you why. It's very simple. The government has other things on its plate. It's got to deal with poverty. It's got to deal with 25 other things. So to expect the government to focus its attention on sport in general, and then, I'm not even talking about women's sport, I'm saying sport in general is I think is a bit ambitious. But the role of the government is to keep out of the way, which they do not do except in the case of cricket. And that's because cricket generates its own funds. So the team that sort of should put things together is the administration, the players, and the media. And the administration now has to be, it's taken a while, but the administration has to become more professional. The administration has to use a phrase you used earlier, has to sell the sport. And apart from cricket, no other administration is doing that. And there has to be a certain amount of, I think there has to be a certain amount of responsibility on the players for the advancement of their specific sport. You need players who are persons, speakers for their sports. And I don't see a lot of that happening, except again, women's cricket, which is again now moving away from the rest of women's sports as a well-run, professionally run. It's all coming together. You've got the players, you've got the administration, and it's all working out much better than, say, women's athletics or the para athletes. Because it's done much better. It is now been taken over by the BCCI. This wasn't happening earlier. So I'm a bit unsure about this question of whether an administrative setup with merely women in it or merely men in it, can run their respective sports. I think it has to be a mixture. I think it has to be a coming together of various different ideas, personalities, before you can actually sit down and say, okay, let's have a discussion on this. This is the way to go. What I find quite often is that, and this applies equally to the men too, is that sportsmen in India generally do not see it as their responsibility to be spokespersons of their sport, and I think that is affecting things in some way, because exactly as Virat can speak up for the men, I think there has to be and again I come back to Ekta. Ekta has to speak up for the Paralympians, and she has done that. She's doing that, and she has to whip up enough interest among her own group first before it can be translated, before it can be transferred to the higher authorities and to the public in general. And I think a lot of our athletes fall short in this. They do not see it as important that they represent their sport. And let's leave cricket out of this for the moment. And it holds true for our footballers. It holds true for our hockey players. When was the last time a hockey player said anything that gave us an impression that he was an intelligent man who cares for his sport? We don't. Okay, partly it's because the administration doesn't allow it. So then again, we come back to the thing of having the right people in administration, and the media comes in because, I mean, the media can often upset things because they're not looking for good stories. They're not looking for stories where it says so and so's done well, so and so's is a civil servant, has academically brilliant, apart from being a sports person. The media looks for a different set of stories. So it's a whole lot of sort of confusion here, and to expect it all the ducks to fall in a straight line and I think is a bit ambitious. So what we need to look at basically is that once you're in a position where you can make a difference, use that position well. And I do not see our sports persons doing that. I mean, again, as I mentioned, except for a handful. And it needs far more than that. It needs far more focus. It needs far more work. It needs a better organizational setup for these things. And then you have the to quote Isa, I mean, I think the skimpy outfit phase of our television commentary team is now in the past. It's not only in the past, it's passé. I mean, it doesn't even occur to us. But initially, don't forget, that was how it started. The early women commentators were specifically asked to dress in a particular way to attract eyeballs. So I don't know. I mean, it's easy for us to get on our moral high ground now and say that was all wrong, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe that's what attracted eyeballs. And then the serious stuff came along, and people took the television commentary and television coverage of women's sport more seriously. So it's a whole lot of things that are not very precise in these matters, because after all, we're dealing with human beings, and we're dealing with well-entrenched, very powerful patriarchal sort of and cultural sort of ethos, and it's difficult to get rid of that. And when that happens, you mentioned Sania's initial problems, but now nobody talks about Sania or Sindhu or anybody in quite the same way. I think, unfortunate as it is, I think what has happened in the Indian situation is that women sports people have to go through a period of skimpy outfit mentality before they can emerge from that and be taken more seriously for what they are. And I think that is happening now. And I think I feel far more hopeful and far more positive about that happening and continuing to happen than I was, say, 10 years ago or even 5 years ago. And the women who have caused this to happen. And once you ignore the parts of the women's sport that ought to be ignored by all rights, and focus on the sport itself, which is beginning to happen, then I think all these things that we are hoping for will come to pass. Again, it's slow. Again, it's taking its time. Again, it's got a whole lot of hurdles. But I think we are moving forward.
Yeah, Isa, you had raised your hand.
Yeah, sorry. I think we've still got a little way to go with that, because I still know presenters who are asked to wear a certain thing for their shows. But it is getting better. In terms of the players, I think women traditionally have felt this idea that we need to be grateful for what we have and potentially not kind of rock the boat too much. And I still think that is a mentality that is quite prominent. I think it's starting to change where women feel that they can speak out a lot more. But I just think at the moment, the situation in India is that Virat Kohli is a very powerful person, whereas I think the girls just want to kind of be accepting of what they're getting, because they are getting support and they don't want to speak out too much. Now, what helps that, I think, is having a player body. So it's much better being a group working together than being an individual. And so I sit on the board of the Professional Cricketers Association, and one of our key pieces of work is around equity in women's sport and women's cricket. And that's not just equity by way of pay, that's equity and provisions that the girls get, so they're not treated like second-class citizens. You know, are they traveling the same way the men are? Are they getting the same support the men are in terms of welfare? And all these issues can be combined in a way that they are protected. The players are protected, because ultimately they just want to go out there and do the best that they can for their country. So they shouldn't really have to be thinking about all these things, but there should be a place where they can air their views as well, that's not going to disrupt or upset their governing body. So that's where I feel players associations are really important, and it can be used across the board in all sports. When it comes to Paralympics, Olympics, is there a body of players that can combine together to be able to drive change? And I think you're absolutely right in that, Suresh, and that yes, that the players need to come together to make that happen.
Yeah, Isa. So thank you, Isa. So Suresh, what you spoke about is, each of the player is having their responsibility to speak on behalf of the fraternity, which will eventually empower everyone. So with the advent of social media, we all are seeing that each one of us, each of the sports person, they have their individual voice on the community out there. And, gone are those days when there used to be dependency on publications for breaking news. Sports persons, they tweet from their own handle, their Twitter, Instagram, and it becomes a news. Actually, they are creating news right now. So what is happening is that, as we all know, that, okay, with social media, the entire presenting yourself and the soft skills of sports persons also needs to be developed in this entire course. And especially with, let's say, if you talk about, let's take an example of Hima Das for that matter. She comes from Assam and she is not comfortable with very good English, or she speaks in Assamese. And although if you can see her journey, we can sense that she has worked on herself, or maybe people who manage them, they have worked on her. And that becomes really important to secure this endorsement and the sponsorship part as well, because at the end of the day, the brands who put in money, they also want the visibility and fame on which they can ride. That everything comes down to that at the end of the day. So taking a step back, talking about the endorsements and the money and the revenue aspect of athletes, we can't forget, we should be celebrating PV Sindhu. So Suprita, over to you, talking about, in Olympic sports, we have seen after Rio, because of Sindhu and Sakshi, that was the game changer, right? That was the game changer in terms of, we are seeing so many female sports persons coming in the ads of various products in various brands. So you have closely read and then eventually written a book on boxing, and you have seen like I'm sure you have researched well on the Mary Com's journey and how it has happened, the entire boxing fraternity. So Suprita, do you think that, okay, at the end of the day, yes, we need role models. We need someone like Sindhu to break that glass ceiling, because Sindhu is the only female sports person in the list of that top 10, and mostly a men cricketer. What do you have to say on this?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. So I think before Sindhu also, we've had Sania, who's been an absolute trailblazer and continues to be one. And we, when she was doing well, of course, she started with singles and then moved over exclusively to playing doubles. You could see her on a lot of billboards. There wasn't much social media back then. But Sania always, managed to get brands, managed to get the endorsements. In India, I think one of the issues is, firstly, I mean, the focus mostly is on individual athletes rather than team, and the dynamics work very differently. You'll not see an entire cricket team or an entire hockey team, getting an endorsement or standing together for something, with regards to commercials. It's mostly one-on-one, right? So it helps that Sindhu is an individual athlete. What helps is that she's gone where no other Indian athlete has gone. I mean, when I started covering sports, if somebody were to ask me if, an Indian girl could become a badminton singles world champion, I would say you're joking. But we've seen how this journey has come along. We've seen how sort of Saina, showed the way right from the Beijing Olympics and then winning that bronze in London, and then sort of Sindhu, parallelly her career progressing as well. But she always had these big results, right? I think she's got more world championship medals than Saina. She's won more Super Series titles, but I think when she won that Olympic silver, especially because India was having such a disastrous Olympic campaign, and we sort of came back with only 2 medals, unfortunately, that followed by a world championship title, that is something truly special. But you will see, it's a trend that you will see endorsements for these individual athletes also come up in and around the time when there are big tournaments and big competitions. It's not something that you're going to see year round. And in some sense, actually, that applies to media coverage also for women athletes, which is really sad. You will see the badminton players, the boxers, the wrestlers, the archers being talked about a lot right now. You will see them a lot. You'll see a lot happening on their social media handles because we're in the month of the Olympics. Once the Olympics are done, and you have the next Commonwealth and Asian Games and World Championships for different disciplines a little far away, the reportage will go down, as will the endorsements. Of course, the picture will change completely depending on how the Indian contingent performs and how many medals we come back with. But she's been a star, but everybody is not a Sindhu, right? But she's not the only one who's been up there. Someone like a Deepika Kumari, for instance, who just as of last Sunday won 3 gold medals spectacularly on a single day at a World Cup. She's been a former world number 1. Hina Sidhu, the pistol shooter, has been a former world number 1. MC Mary Kom has been a former world number 1. And she's also got her fair share of endorsements, which didn't happen when she was winning those 5 world titles, which almost went unnoticed. It is only after the London Olympics where she won a bronze medal when the narrative completely changed for Mary. So you see how it is during these more prominent competitions, as it were. They're more in the news. The social media handles are busy and the endorsements come in around that time. So it's very, very dependent on results, unfortunately, which is why you see that inconsistency.
Yeah, that's true. And probably the another reason can be with time, we are seeing that this entire industry, like although sports is not recognized as an industry, but it is becoming mature with every passing day. Like now we have companies who are working towards securing endorsements, and we have companies who does PR and social media and all of that. And that is very, very important for, all these athletes for securing the kind of contracts and the deals which they get. I would love to emphasize on the fact that in the last 5-7 years, we have seen the rise of documentaries and movies which are being made on the lives of female sportsperson. And that has really helped. Talking about Deepika Kumari, so there's a brilliant documentary on Netflix called Ladies First or Ladies Special, that's the name. And although again, I am not very sure what percentage of mass have watched that documentary in India, but it's a well-made documentary. And then we have seen the movie Mary Kom, it did well. And then there's this upcoming movie on Mithali's life, and we saw the movie on Saina, and even on Sania Mirza movie is coming up. So all these things, putting up together is the waiting for change collectively. So that's how I would love to portray it. Moving over to women in para sports, and I understand, Ekta, that, and I'm very much aware of the fact that brand endorsements in para sports, and female para sports, it's I would love to call it zero. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ekta.
Exactly. Right. Yeah, I would like to continue from the past two questions asked by you. For a good sports progress, we must be having a good sports policy, especially for the athletics or the games which are not much highlighted in media. So mainly para sports, we completely rely on the government schemes. Either it is in terms of cash incentives or providing jobs. So we completely rely on the government policies, except few private players like Go Sports Foundation or OGQ are into this field to get the funding for the para athletes. But unfortunately, still many states in our country, they are not treating para athletes at par to the able-bodied athletes. Government of India is having the same policy for both the groups, and Haryana is also having, though they tried to change it in February this year. They tried to change it, and it was not a progressive policy. They were trying to put the para athletes a step backward. And we raised our voice. We met the sports minister of Haryana, and we did our best. Unfortunately, the policy remains same, and we are treated at par with the able-bodied athletes. But the scenario is not same for the rest of the states. UP, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, they are not having that encouraging policy. And when a para sports person is not encouraged financially, as there is huge demand of finances to continue the game, so we cannot expect that there will be progress. And no endorsement offers are there. We cannot rely on the private players. They are almost negligible. 0.001% hardly it would be there. So yes, this is one of the barriers that is creating problems for the development of para sports in our country.
I think the time will come soon that brands and companies, they will also understand the importance of stories in para sports. And personally, I really get motivated because I'm personally like in touch with Mansi Joshi, the para badminton player, and we often talk and the kind of challenges and the hurdles which para sports person face in the country. That's insane. I can't even imagine.
A little point I want to add here, like a simple wheelchair or any assistive device we need, that is too expensive. That is in lakhs. So rest of the things are very far. Like it is the most basic thing to continue the game. So it is very expensive. And if there will be some private players, so things will be easy for para sports persons.
Yeah, sure, Ekta. So coming back to the media coverage of women in sport. So Suresh, hypothetically, let's assume that you have got the superpower to diminish the gap between the coverage of men's and women's. What would you do?
Diminish it. Straight. Yeah, that's a precise answer. No, I think one aspect that I wanted to speak of earlier also was that I think there is a need to educate the media, and this is not something that sports bodies take up. Again, coming to Ekta and the para athletes, is that there are a whole lot of television people, newspaper reporters out there who really do not understand what it involves, who do not know what it is about, who do not forget the technicalities about where what the classifications are and things like that, but they just do not understand Paralympics. They don't understand what it entails. I mean, what a blind cricket match entails. I mean, a cricket match for the visually handicapped entails. They just do not understand it. So I think there is room for a sort of constant education. There's room for getting maybe some media people together or putting together a documentary or whatever, just so that people understand it. A lot of the lack of coverage is not because people don't like women's sports or all these other things we talked about. A lot of it is simply because they do not understand women's sports, and I think there's a gap here that needs to be filled.
That's true. Although the pace of the journey is slow, but we have to keep doing what we are doing as individuals and as a part of the sporting community. Suprita, so we are left, we'll be taking 5 minutes more. We'll pick up a couple of audience questions. Suprita, would you like to add anything?
Well, I mean, it's too many things that need to come together. There are too many stakeholders, and I feel everyone has their role. We have to understand that growth of women's sport, coverage of women's sport, cannot happen overnight. It's like, you know, planting a seed today and waking up tomorrow morning and thinking you're going to get fruits or flowers on that tree. Doesn't happen like that, right? But things have to come together from all the stakeholders, whether it is media houses who give enough coverage to women's sports. And a very recent example comes to the mind when the World Test Championship was, 2 days of it was clashing with the one-off test that India and England were playing in Bristol. 2 of the days were sort of clashing. It could have been avoided. It's just that it rained a lot at the men's match. There was no play possible at all. But even the next day when I opened the papers, and there was a full women's match happening at the time, and it was an exciting one at that, all 4 days, even though we didn't see a result. I saw the volume of coverage on that rained out day one of WTC, more than the action on the field in the women's test match, which was going on, and it was a fantastic game. That needs to change. What also needs to change is for people like broadcasters, for instance, because there is so much of interest in women's sport, have more programming around women's sport. When you're cutting to, let's say, between sessions or something like that, or when day's play is over, you don't need to go back to highlights of old matches again and again and again. I mean, we've seen MS Dhoni's last ball 6 really, really many times. We've seen Kabaddi repeats many, many times, you know. And I say this because I specifically remember in the 2018 Women's T20 World Cup, Harman had played this blinder, I think, against New Zealand, and the tournament was happening in the West Indies. So in India, it was very early morning, and I was watching the matches early morning. And so a lot of people wouldn't have been awake to watch that match, to watch that innings. It was spectacular. She missed out on 100. But the moment the match was over, they cut to some other India-England men's series highlights, right? That kind of thing needs to improve. You can have better programming. It doesn't take, I've worked in television, it doesn't take a lot. Isa works in television now. It doesn't take a lot of effort to put together, let's say, a weekly programming, for example, for how your women athletes are doing. Footage is available. You have access to athletes. You have a crew that's doing your post-production elements. It's not too difficult, but we don't have any specific programming for women's sports, even on our key broadcasters, which is something that can be done. So there are lots of things, like I said, the improved media coverage and broadcast is only a part of it, but we only go up from here, hopefully.
Yeah, definitely. We are here to speak this again and again and again till the time we get what we want. So that's completely fine. Thank you, Suprita. So yeah, we will be going towards the end of this conversation. I'm taking up one question from Satrajit Sen. This question is for Isa. That do you feel that leagues like the 100 Kia Super League and the Big Bash have the potential to reach women's cricket to the masses and contribute to the rise in popularity of the women's game? Also, how important do you feel is the necessity for a women's IPL for the game in India?
Hugely necessary. The time is now for the women's IPL. I've been kind of talking about it for about, I don't know, a good 10 years. But yeah, the issue in the past has been getting that depth of players and with the appropriate skill levels. But I just think that they're there now. If you're really concerned about it, add another overseas player to your team. But yeah, I just feel like the women's IPL is ready to happen. And yes, absolutely. All the other leagues, the 100 is going to be huge here in this country, purely because Every game is being covered on television. We've got many more games on free-to-air television as well, so it's going out to the masses. The Women's Big Bash, as I mentioned, goes from strength to strength. And the Kia Super League has been really good as well. In terms of that, increasing that level of competition. So another big thing in the UK is we've just introduced 41 domestic contracts. So there's not as much of a gap when you drop down from England level. And there's actually a place that you can go to play if you are out on the fringes of the England team. So yeah, all of those things are huge for getting cricket out to the masses.
Yeah, actually, the answer to this question would be that we have to move on from the question that whether we need women's IPL or not. Of course, we need it. The point is how soon it can get started. That's what we need to talk about, right,
Yeah,
Isa?
the answer is what are we waiting for?
Yeah. Great. Thank you. I think our time is up. So, Ekta, I would really want you to speak something before we end this conversation.
I just want to add that media can be the biggest agent of change. So I think they should giving para sports persons also their due, their long pending due. And it is just like the biggest agent, and it can bring the awareness to the maximum people. And still there are people in our country who are unaware of the para sports. They are unaware of they are unaware of the policies offered by the government. So the media should start focusing on para athletes also, para sports persons also, and surely it will bring a big change in the coming times.
Definitely, we all will do our best, and we have two authors in the panelists. So this is a note for both of them, Suresh and Suprita. Maybe they can plan a book on the para sports persons of the country.
Yeah, accepting diversity is the biggest thing. And the players should not be only seen for inspiration. They should be treated as players only. Otherwise, they are talking only about like inspiration story about their background, neglecting their achievement, their sports achievements. So treating them as a player is also important.
That's something that was really important. Thank you, Ekta. So yeah, thank you everybody for joining this call and this conversation. I will be handing over to Yogita. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashi. Thank you to the whole panel for this extremely informative, thought-evoking discussion. I think we have plenty to take away from this. So we'll now be taking a quick 5-minute break to set up for the next discussion. So we'll be back right soon. During the break, we have a short video by Priyanka Goswami, our Olympic-bound national record holder in women's 20 kilometers race walking on her sporting journey. So please stay tuned. We'll be right back.
नमस्कार, मैं प्रियंका गोस्वामी, इंटरनेशनल रेस वॉकर। मैंने अभी टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स के लिए क्वालिफाई किया है और मैं ओलंपिक्स के लिए बहुत हार्ड वर्क कर रही हूँ। मेरी स्पोर्ट्स की जर्नी है वो बहुत इजी नहीं थी, बिकॉज हम जब गेम शुरू करते हैं तो काफ़ी चीज़ों का सामना करना पड़ता है, इतना सपोर्ट नहीं होता और हमें स्टेप बाय स्टेप सपोर्ट मिलना शुरू होता है। तो हर एक चीज़ में बहुत सी चीज़ें हैं जो फेस करनी पड़ी थी और मैं सबका फेस करके आगे बढ़ के उससे भी कुछ ना कुछ सीख लेके आगे बढ़ती चली गई। और जैसा कि मेरा लाइफ का जो सबसे बेस्ट कंपटीशन था ये अभी टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स क्वालिफिकेशन जो था वो था, बिकॉज मैंने उसमें नेशनल रिकॉर्ड क्रिएट किया था, तो वो एक हिस्ट्री बन जाती है। तो मेरे लिए वो एक सबसे बड़ा कंपटीशन था कि मैंने ओलंपिक क्वालिफाई किया और उसके साथ साथ नेशनल रिकॉर्ड भी ब्रेक किया, तो मेरी खुशी डबल हो गई थी और मेरी लाइफ का शायद सबसे अच्छा मोमेंट वही था। और प्रॉब्लम्स और भी, मतलब जितने भी प्लेयर्स होते हैं, वुमेंस एथलीट्स खास करके, सबको बहुत सी प्रॉब्लम्स फेस करनी पड़ती है। तो और भी एथलीट्स की स्टोरीज जानने के लिए रजिस्टर कीजिए SLPC सिम्पोजियम पर। धन्यवाद।
Welcome back, everyone. Our next session for the day is a panel discussion on non-athletic careers for women in sport. Our panelists for this discussion are Vrinda Rathi, umpire. She's represented the Mumbai University in cricket from 2008 to 2011. Ms. Rathi has a scoring experience of 10 years. She's qualified as a Mumbai Cricket Association scorer in 2008 and a BCCI scorer in 2010. Further, Ms. Rathi is officiated as domestic cricket matches for over 8 years: ICC Women's World Cup 2013, ICC T20 World Cup Men and Women in 2017, the Indian Premier League from 2015 to 2018, and one ODI match between India and New Zealand in 2017 before moving on to umpiring professionally. She was qualified as a Mumbai CA umpire in 2014 and a BCCI umpire in 2018. Ms. Rathi was inducted into the ICC Development Panel of Umpires in March 2020. We have Neha Agarwal, Head Partnerships and Communications at Olympic Gold Quest. Ms. Agarwal was the only female table tennis player to represent India at the 2008 Beijing Olympics Games. She's a gold medalist at the 2008 Commonwealth Youth Games and has won 3 bronze medals at the Commonwealth Table Tennis Championships. She has previously worked at the United States Olympic Committee, International Table Tennis Federation, Women's Sports Foundation, started by tennis legend Billie Jean King. We have Navneeta Gautam, sports massage therapist for the Royal Challengers Bangalore IPL franchise. She also works with many professional and amateur cricketers, shooters, and wrestlers in India and in Canada. Ms. Gautam works as an athletic therapist with many golfers who currently play on the European, Asian, and Indian Tour. She started a charity called Hoops for India in 2013 for underprivileged children, which provides them with equal opportunity to play for sports. Ms. Gautam has also worked for the Vancouver Whitecaps FC2 team with the same athletic therapist capacity. Her breakthrough role came in 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup, which was held in Vancouver. She also took on an opportunity to work as an athletic therapist for Indian women's basketball team at the FIBA Asia Cup in 2017. We also have Chaitanya Sridhar, Dr. Chaitanya Sridhar, lead sports psychologist. She's completed her PhD in sports psychology from the University of Western Australia and has been working in the industry to help athletes and other performers achieve their top performance for over a decade. During her stint in Australia, she's also worked with various cricketers in the domestic and international level. At the Sports Authority of India, she's worked as a scientific officer in the sports psychology development with the national campus across disciplines. She's now a consultant with various sporting academies, such as the Inspire Institute of Sport, which supports India's medical prospects at an elite level. We next have Ms. Shweta Harnhalli, who was the captain of the Mumbai Under-19 team that clinched the All India Championship for the very first time. She's led the Mumbai senior women's cricket team to championship in the Azam Shah Cup, their first international tour to Tanzania. She was also at the helm of the Mumbai senior women's cricket team in the domestic circuit. Her journey in the field of writing began in January 2013 as a freelance sports writer for the Midday. She's currently associated as a senior sports analyst for Sportskeeda and consultant for Meraki Sport and Entertainment. Our moderator for the event is Mr. Jonathan Vigo, senior sports advisor and a consultant to corporate brands and professional teams alike. He's India's first FIBA player and team agent, and his work has led to projects with the NBA, the BFI, the Mumbai City FC, PSA, Adidas, Pride, HP, Prime Meridian, Apollo Tires Mission 2018, Globosport, and CAA Quan. Now over to you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Yogita. A couple of minutes ago, I received a message from a well-wisher from London's office, and he said, best of luck. I said, I'm really nervous. He said, why? I said, I have 6 women stars on a panel, and I'm a simple man who's trying to extract value in 1 hour. So actually, Yogita, you've done me a favor by actually going through the achievements of these of our panelists today. So if it's okay with our panelists, I'd like to go straight into some questions of, with regards to your career trajectories as opposed to your introductions, because I see that it's already mentioned in the chat. So as this is, I feel like this seminar in general, this year's SLPC and this panel is a very educative one. So I'm going to take us back to school, and because I can't figure out which of you panelists to go to first, I'm going to go in alphabetical order. So which means Neha Agarwal, I'm going to put you on the spot and start with the first question with you. What are some of the challenges that Indian aspirants who are looking for an opportunity in sports management face? I'm sure as somebody who has pursued a sports management degree outside of India and has returned to India to use what you've learned domestically, what are some of the challenges you feel young sports management professionals and aspirants face when they, whether it's talking to their parents, whether it's looking for opportunities, whether it's having conversations with potential employers, or whether it is even finding opportunities? What do you feel are those challenges?
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. I think the first biggest question, which I see a lot of young grads who've just graduated from college and wanting to move to sports ask is that, does sports management degree make sense or not? Right? Should they be, say, if they're interested in sport and they've been following sports, so their basic question is that, should they move towards sports management or say pursue an MBA or BBA or try to work, after their graduation? So they still don't know that an education in sports management is worth it, is needed to find employment in the Indian sports ecosystem or not. And I think it's a very fair challenge because our industry is growing. And while you need to know sport, you need to know the nuances of sport, but I truly believe that you also need other skill set which will help you in excelling in your day-to-day job. Say if you're within communications or within marketing or within law or finance, you need to know the basics of these subjects first than being an avid sport and enthusiast. So that is something which I see a lot of young folks not paying attention to and not realizing, and rather than being very, very enthusiastic about knowing sport and working in the sports industry. And then a lot of them also fear of does the sports industry pay well or not? Should we go abroad and get experience there? And things like that. And I generally try to give them the right picture. If you compare within India and outside of India, say in Europe or the US, definitely the industry doesn't pay equivalent to what it would pay in Europe or the US. But if you're a sports enthusiast, I think no better place to be in the industry, because if you're doing something you love and you're getting paid for it, I think that's a great career opportunity, and brings. I'm sure it'll also bring a lot of happiness to you if you're able to do something which you're passionate about.
I think my first question hit the nail on the head. So I'm actually slightly happy with myself, because you said something that actually resonates a lot with me as well, Neha, which is sports management or working in sport is essentially taking what already exists in the real world and applying to sport, right? So in that context, you mentioned the word skill set, right? So sports law is nothing but law, which is law in the general world that is applied to sport, of course, by layering what regulations, federations, and associations put together. So that takes me to my next question for Navneeta. You have a very unique skill set, which is you are a sports rehabilitation recovery massage therapist. It's something that we've heard of massage therapists, we've heard of rehabilitation therapists, but you specifically do it for sports individual, and you have an enviable track record. I can't even, I don't think we'll have enough time to get through all of it. But this is still, as we actually saw in the previous panel, sports globally and even in India is still heavily dominated by men and male sports. As a female therapist, as a woman therapist in this space, what are some of the challenges you faced, and what are the mental models you apply to overcome these barriers that may exist when, say, for example, engaging a woman therapist?
So
First of all, thank you, Jonathan, Yogita, Nandan, Shannon, Vani, and the whole team behind for this lovely event to take place. So honestly, I get this question asked a lot, and I would say there's not much challenges. The group of guys, especially that I work with, are very kind, respectful, and really, really encouraging. And especially the seniors and the captains and whichever team environment that I'm in, they're very professional and super kind to me. So I've never really had an issue. If I really had to pick, I just had to be more mindful and understanding in terms of when an athlete needs their space, which is closer to the game time in terms of they have their own schedule and ritual, which I gotta respect. And when they're free and just need a helping hand, then I'm there as well. But otherwise, there's not much challenges as long as you're there to perform a duty and help them get to their goals in terms of, they need some work done on their bodies to perform for the match tomorrow. As long as you stick within those guidelines. And I'm fortunate to have really good support staff too that are really encouraging with my work as well and trusting my work.
I'm pretty certain it's very encouraging to hear that your experience has been largely positive, and I'm sure the people who are watching this will take home that there is actually a very large tendency to focus on what's not working in the sports industry. And while there's a long way to go, the previous panel mentioned we are still taking baby steps. There's a long way to go. It's definitely encouraging to celebrate the small wins, right? So for a therapist such as yourself to say that there is a culture of respect and boundaries that has been created in the sports industry in India, and the people that you worked with is definitely encouraging. So I'm going to take that and move from you onwards to Shweta. Shweta, you've been an active player just like some of our panelists here, and you've gone from an active playing career to being a journalist and being a consultant. What has that journey been like? Because now you're getting an opportunity to see the sports world from both angles. You've seen it as an active player from that side, and you're now on this side, which is covering sports and consulting for sport. What are some of the key lessons you've learned on that transition?
Sports, especially cricket, has always been an integral part of my life. Growing up, I have an elder brother, so I developed my love and passion for the game, playing endless hours of gully cricket with him and his friends. I started my journey in cricket with Complan, an initiative with Sandeep Patil, and graduated to playing for Mumbai, leading Mumbai. But for me, the transition from actively playing to coming into journalism has been probably I started in 2013 with the ICC Women's World Cup that was staged in Mumbai with Midday. I was incredibly fortunate to have one of the best mentors in Clayton Mazzano. He guided me through all the initial days of, when I was very new to this field, with a lot of exposure of Ranji Trophy matches, age group cricket, and a lot of IPL. All along, I've been associated with Sportskeeda. I think the transition has, working on one of the biggest things I feel is being associated with the sport as a player has always helped me write in-depth analysis of the game and being connected to the sport. What for me started as a passion of writing and being involved in the sport is now slowly turning out to be my full-fledged career option.
Well, I have a soft corner for journalism, as you probably know from my background. So I'm maybe a little biased towards Shweta for sure. But moving forward, one of the things that I've also had as an experience is working with a professional football team in a live professional league, which was the good fortune I had of working with Mumbai City FC and working with the leagues. So I'm going to move on to Vrinda. Vrinda, we always hear players and match officials, right? When we're talking about operation setups and stuff like that, players and match officials. Now, can you kind of bust the myth of why are match officials so important as players? Because whenever we, as an operations guy, every instruction that came from above was like, you got to take care of players and match officials. So what does it, if you can in a very short, brief way, explain what encapsulates match officials and what are the scope of duties that, say some of the people who are attending this session can aspire to kind of turn into professions.
Yeah, firstly, thank you for having me here. And as you asked that, what is the connection? The thing is, yes, the game is for the players and the players are the most important integral part of the game. Without the players, there's nothing. But for the conduct of the game, of course, you need the officials. The officials are the essence. So if I take cricket, you need umpire. You need that two human beings standing there, officiating the game, giving the decisions. Then you need scorers to record the game, to record everything that is happening, so that later on when you see back, you have the stats ready. You have the video analyst, you have the broadcasters who record the game, who telecast the game. So yes, that is why the officials are very highly mentioned. As you said, after the players, it is the officials, because they are the one who actually help you to conduct the game smoothly. So that is why probably the officials are really placed high.
Great. And now we'll kind of move on to what happens in the back end scene. Like you said, players are on the field, they're in front, and of course a handful of match officials definitely you get to see, whether it's referees and an umpire. However, there's a lot that goes on as preparation in the back end. There's a lot of match officials you do not see, as a matter of fact. But off the field, there's something else that a lot of us don't see, and is actually a conversation that's been raised in the times that we are in over the past 2 years, which is mental health. So I want to move on to Dr. Chaitanya and ask her, what is it that took you towards sports psychology specifically, right? Psychology, as we all know, is a very, very important part of understanding just human existence and where we are, why we do what we do and how we do it. But specifically in sport, where the difference between winning and losing is so tiny, where the difference between joy and sadness is actually so tiny, what are some of the elements? Psychology plays a very important role. So what are some of the things that drew you from doing just general psychology for the general population towards sports psychology specifically?
Thank you, Jonathan. Can you hear me clearly? Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, the question took me because I was just listening to everyone, and interestingly, sports psychology actually chose me. It wasn't the other way around, because I was pursuing my degree in clinical psychology. I actually have a master's, and I had to be coaxed to go for the interview at Sai Center, Bangalore. The first one, the research fellow, but then it shifted. I just really enjoyed the interview. But my love for sport was from way before. I was an athlete and my father was in sport. So, the love for sports then propelled me forward. And that interview, I have to say, was, I think it went on for more than an hour. And I realized that I really like this place. And those 2 years inside, that gave me that basis to everything, it inculcated everything in sports psychology, from teaching to research to performance to working with the support staff, athletes and teams. So that's what got me in. I think your personality also really depends. So the love for sports. And I think the key factor was when you get down, right? I think I might differ a little here. Is you might have a lot of knowledge, but at the end of the day, at least with sports side, it's no one's interested in your theories. Ma'am, just tell me this, kya karu? You need to be like at the spur of the moment, and none of your theories, you don't have time. So it's a lot of presence, like I think someone was saying here, mindfulness. You really have to be mindful as to what's required at this point of time. So I have to say, and there was one more factor there, because when I was a research fellow, we used to have this assembly. So everyone had to have a fall in at 5:45 in Sai. And though I lived in Bangalore, I had to stay on the campus. And I think that's where you really actually observe a lot. And this was one advice I got from Dr. MP Ganesh, who we all know is a former Olympian and coach. That, the more you're on the ground, that's where science and, sport meet. It has to come together, because that's when you're seeing an embodied, when we think of our best performance, right, be it in sport or any aspect of life, your mind and body is not separate. And I think that's the key factor as to where am I? Do I bring myself? And what does this individual and this team require? Also, what do the coaching staff, if you notice someone's actually unconsciously or they're unaware that they're pulling down, even actually informing or recognizing that sometimes a message might be better off coming from a coach. And in panels like this, also getting across the message. So I think In one line, if I have to put it, Jonathan, it was The Road Not Taken, definitely by Robert Frost. Yeah, and I think, but making that choice to come back from Australia was something I made. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you, Doctor. I must say this panel is fantastic because each of you all are pushing me, giving me an absolute transition into my next question. So my next question actually is to Neha. And it two things that specifically Dr. Chaitanya said. One is, "Main kya karu?" And the second one is about coming back to India. So the most common question you hear from those who aspire to have a career in sport is, do I do a sports management degree or do I not do a sports management? It's the first question they ask, right, before they get a job. And partly the reason, actually, I would say a large part of the reason is, as a country and as a culture, we still lay a lot of emphasis on education, and those positives and negatives can be discussed some other time. But Neha, I think I'm going to ask you a two-part question. The first part of it is, what made you decide to specifically do sports management as opposed to any other degree, and you could still use those skill sets, in sport? And the second part of the question is, was there a reason why you chose an international degree versus working in India, or was there a profound reason, or was it just a matter of logistics, saying that was just a better opportunity?
Sure. So to answer your first question, that why I chose sports management and not any other degree, because I had been an athlete all my life. And I knew that when I chose to retire, and then I knew that when I moved to into administration and management, I would need a 360-degree skill set, right? I would not only need the knowledge of how sport is governed. So right now, at that point, all I knew sport is from an athlete's perspective, and which is very, very limited being an athlete, because we're always so focused. You have no idea what's going at the back to make all this thing happen, to conduct a tournament and whatnot, right? So for me to have that perspective, and at the same time, again, being an athlete, all I did was, I was a good student, but to be a good administrator, I had to brush up my skill sets big time. So for that, I knew that I needed a sport management degree to get the dual perspective. And I've always laid a lot of emphasis to the kind of institutions I've gotten into. So for that, I wanted to again go to the best institutions, because being part of an ecosystem where you choose to study, you choose to be associated with, is also very, very important. In terms of your profile, in terms of the people you interact with, in terms of the relationships that you make, and the networking that you get to do. So from DPS Arkipuram, where I did my school, to St. Stephen's College for my graduation, I knew that I wanted to, aim for an Ivy League university. And also, in 2007, there was the Junior World Championship in the US, and it was held in Stanford University. So that's where, we played in the university. So I got to see what sort of, what is the infrastructure like, what a little bit of feeler onto how this works in the US. So I always had that in my mind, that I would want to go to the US and study there. And honestly, that was one of the best, 1.5 years of my life. And it was such a smooth transition from being an athlete into management. The sort of relationships I was able to make, made lifelong friends, and also the kind of exposure I got, from the top 4 leagues based in New York City, to working at the United States Olympic Committee, in the helm of US Olympic sports. I think that the exposure was very, very rich, and something which I will always cherish when when I look back. What was your second question again, Jonathan? If you could please.
So I think you answered the second question, but you can probably add to it, which is, was there a specific reason you chose studying abroad versus studying in India? Or was there a profound reason, or was it just purely an inherent intuition or a gut feeling that this is where I'd like to go?
Yeah. So yeah, like I mentioned already, and Also, I did this in 2015, 2016. So at that time, say 4 or 5 years back, there weren't enough good institutions that I would want to go to. So I think my choice was to move to the US. I want to admit that I was at some point confused that should I go for MBA or should I go for sports management? But like I started by saying that I needed a 360-degree view of an understanding of what sports and management looks like. It was a very, very obvious choice that it's better to go for sports management than for MBA.
Great. Picking up from what we just spoke about with you, which is picking your institution, looking at an education, I just want to move on to Navneeta now. Navneeta, when we think of, when the layman, and when I'm going to take myself out of the equation here because I worked in sport, but let's say a lay person hears a sports therapist or a massage therapist or a recovery and rehab. All they can think of is, a white room with, some very complex medical equipment, and you lying on a bed, and somebody just kind of fixing your muscles, or there's a very simplistic view. But I'm sure it's a far more complex process, right? To get to that process, there is obviously a certain amount of education that one would need. It's not as simple as, hey, if you've got a sore muscle, let me just help you by massaging it. There is a certain amount of education and certification you require. There are a lot of people I've come across during my course of work in sport who want to break in, people who are interested in the physiology of sport. They've been active athletes and they want to get into the physiology of sport. What are some of the certifications you would have to take? And if you can also expand on the fact that are there differences in the certifications that are required to work in India versus working abroad as well, right? So that's a two-part question, which is one, what are the certifications you would require? What's the education you require? And the second part is there a difference between what you require to work in India versus what you require to work abroad?
Oh, awesome question. So when it comes, I'm originally from Vancouver, in Canada, and right there it is recommended that after high school to do a 4-year degree in some sort of science related topic. So whatever bachelor's of science, bachelor of health science, I did my bachelor's of kinesiology, and from there, which is the study of movement. Once I finished that, then there was an option to do a 2-year intensive program for massage therapy school. And with that in mind, you have to do close to 2,000 hours of hands-on practical work. But I chose the other stream. So after my 4-year degree, I went for another 4-year degree, and I did athletic therapy because I wanted to be a mix of everything. And if there are teams, I want them to be like, hey, I have everything out of my pocket, and whichever works for your team, ideally. So I did 4 years kinesiology, then 4 years athletic therapy. And from athletic therapy, during my degree, I did certifications in massage therapy, soft tissue release, and functional range release, and all the other complicated, cool stuff when it comes to any sort of muscle work. And I really, really started enjoying that the most. And so I did a lot of post-degree certifications. And after completing my athletic therapy, you have to write some sort of certification exam for your state or province. So doing that, followed by you have to write one for your nation as well. So for the Canadian exam, Excel as well. And once you are certified, then every year you have to keep up with some sort of CEU credits, which is continuing education units, which tells you that you're up to date with the latest technique, latest information. And from then on, you are still registered. So I'm still registered from back home, from Canada as well. But I work in India. And in India, what I've noticed so far, it's almost 4 years in India now. And it's picking up, the soft tissue work, the manual work is picking up definitely. But in terms of institution-wise, yes, that is the future plan, is to eventually build that really well in India. And so to conclude, it's either doing a 4-year science degree and then doing 2 years of massage therapy, or you can do my track, which I did 4 more years with post certifications at the end, and just writing some exams at the end just to make sure you're up to date with everything. And and then keeping up with the CEU credits.
Thank you, Navneeta. As a matter of fact, I have some I wouldn't say I have some insight because I worked with Mumbai City FC, and I had the fortune of working with the head physiotherapist, Dr. Sandeep Korale. He was a good friend, and this is a man who is who understands the body very deeply. He's at the top of his game. But I would often see him at 7 o'clock at breakfast. Everybody's enjoying breakfast. He's like going through his iPad and learning stuff. And I was like, "You've not stopped studying? I mean, how are you studying still?" And he's like, "Jonathan, you never stop studying. Well, it's a choice you make now." So thanks for that perspective. I'm going to move on to Shweta. Shweta, we've come from Neha, we've gone to Navneeta, where formal education has played a very interesting part in transitioning them from the life of a non-sports management professional now to working actively in sport. You've had a slightly different path. You've done some work, but you largely stepped into your professional position right now through the freelance path. Basis your interaction with, basis your work till now, do you feel that was a path that you would still take? What are the advantages of that? And now that more stuff has opened up in terms of education opportunities, more institutions that are offering sports journalism an option, would you take a different path today?
I personally feel media plays a very important role in forming and changing the mind and opinion of the people. For me, as an athlete, all these years, I was very focused on developing and getting better at my game and improving each day. But right now, because I've been, in the freelance setup for close to 8-9 years now, and I personally feel learning the art from one of the best mentors or one of the best institutes will always help in the overall development of the person. I think I've been studying and doing a master's degree from London School of Journalism, and over the course of the syllabus, I've realized that the syllabus actually provides me with a lot of nitty-gritties on how you go about researching and writing a good copy. In addition to it, I think once you have a formal degree or an education in the field of journalism, you will be better equipped, technically when you come out and, study and pursue your dream. So I think that is one of the biggest advantages. For me personally, I did not have, because I was very busy playing matches, focusing on tours and everything of that kind. But now when I have time and everything, I still go back, study a lot and do a lot of my assignments. So that really helps me.
Thanks for that, Shweta. Moving on to Vrinda, these are two unique experiences, right? You have Neha and Navneeta who had to do quite a bit of formal education to make that transition. And then you have Shweta who says that now she's pursuing that formal education, but wish she had the opportunity to do so earlier. Match officials, because the concept of the topic is so broad, is very different. It's not something you can encapsulate in one, right? Because you have the referees, for example, who they might need qualifications, but they also need to be really physically fit. I remember while one of the matches I was at Mumbai City FC, and we were talking to the referees, and I believe there was a referee who was 42 or 43 years old. He looked like he was 22. Whether it was his ability to be able to run, whether to be fit. So it's not just as simple as what is your formal education. It's also about what are some of the physical requirements you can meet to perform certain match official roles, right? There are some match official roles where you don't need that, like a match commissioner, for instance. So if you can, Vrinda, for the people who are watching, the attendees, would it be able for you to encapsulate what are both educational requirements and some of the physical requirements you require to become a match official, not just in India, but even globally as well?
Yeah, so I'll start with how to become a match official. Probably there are, as you said, there are different kinds of roles. So there's a match referee, there are umpires in the match, there are scorers, and there are video analysts. So when we talk about match referee, so the match referee in cricket and in football is completely different. The football match referee is the one who actually is on the field running. And the match referee in cricket is the one who actually takes care of the game, who runs or conducts the game smoothly. So the match referee, to become a match referee in India, the main criteria is you have to be a state player or you should have played India. So this is the basic requirement to transform into a match referee. And whereas when you see the other three fields I've mentioned as umpires, scorers, and video analyst, in India, you don't really need any prerequisites. You just have to be 18 plus. So for umpiring and scoring, basically, you have to first appear the exams conducted by your state. So every state has their own examination. Every association will have their examinations, which you have to first clear that. And with experience and with time, when there is an opportunity in BCCI or when there's an opening in BCCI, they conduct the exams for BCCI level for the domestic tournaments. So once you're on the state panel, you actually start doing the local matches. You cover the matches played in your own place. Then you gradually transform into the, like as a BCCI official. So to become a BCCI official, the main thing is you need to have patience because the exams are not really regularly. It's a very limited number of requirement there. So that is why the exams would be few and far in between. So the main criteria is, again, just have some patience and you'll go through it. And when the exams come, for scoring, it is just one exam you have to clear and you become a BCCI scorer. But in umpiring, there is actually 2 levels. That is level 1, which is only with the MCC laws. And there is level 2, which again has 2 parts, the theory and the practicals, which the passing is 90 marks. So you need to really get through that part. And once you become that, you start doing the domestic matches in India. And for video analysts, again, as of now, we don't have any state association conducting private exam, like the association exams, but the BCCI directly conducts exams for them. So to become a video analyst, and same, you don't require any formal education or it's not compulsory, or you don't even need to be a player. If you have interest and there's an opening, the association has to recommend your name. And coming back, sorry, I forgot the second part you asked me.
So essentially, now that you become an official, like there are certain qualifications, both in terms of qualification and physical requirements, right? So for instance, a lot of people who are absolutely unaware, and that's one of the reasons we do this SLPC conferences, to make people aware of what actually happens in sport, right? So when somebody looks at a cricket official, they're like, oh, this person just stands around the whole day. But I would actually encourage anybody to stand for 45 minutes in the same place and try not shifting your weight from one foot to the other, and then call me and tell me how easy that was, right? So there are obviously, it is a physically demanding role, right? I'm not talking about the officials who sit inside, but otherwise it's a physically and mentally demanding role. So are there some physical requirements that you may have to go through for, say, becoming a match official in cricket?
Yes. So as you just mentioned that the guys who are sitting may not be that physically fit, but I would differ from this because being stationed at one place for 6 hours, minimum 6 hours, recording ball by ball, everything in detail, you need to be very physically fit so that you're mentally fit and you're focused onto the game. Because at times, after 1.5 hours, you start fidgeting with things that you become restless. It's difficult to sit there and actually record everything without missing a single ball, because everything is what you are doing there behind the desk is very important. So yes, it is important for both, even the 3 guys who are sitting, the match referee, the scorers, and the video analyst. These 3 guys will normally be sitting outside. And for the umpires, I would say the job actually warrants continuous traveling the length and breadth of the country. So long standing hours, again, minimum 6 hours, could sometimes go to 7 hours. Then coming back the next day, doing the same thing again. So with this, you also have the extreme conditions. So I could just give an example. This week, probably I'm doing a match in Kashmir where the temperature would be 8, 9, 10 degrees. The next week, I'm going to Chennai where the temperature is suddenly 45 degrees. So to get accomplished with that, we really need to be physically fit so that your body just takes the process and it is easy to transform into, like, from one place to another place. So being physically fit as an umpire is really important. Then you have to make decisions. As you mentioned, it's not just standing there on your 2 feet. It is, you have to make the decisions. So you need the concentration and the focus to be very high. And
something I learned. Sorry for interrupting.
Sorry, I just since this is a forum for women and like we are trying to promote. So there's one more thing, like as a women athlete or an official, like this is a thing, like it has come before also, but I'll again mention that it's not just the physical thing for a female, I would say, like, because every month we have to go through the menstrual cycles. And it could be challenging at times, and it could sometimes be while you're traveling, or it could sometimes be when you're into a multi-day match. So for this, we really need to be prepared, and we should know our body clock so that we can be prepared and aware about it. So that when it happens, we just don't panic and we just don't feel like running away. So this is really important. And thanks to BCCI for this, that they have really, the setup there and the facilities, hygiene facilities available on those domestic matches are really good. So at least at the grounds, we don't have to worry about the hygiene part of the game, but you just need to be aware of your own self to go through it. So being fit, sometimes it really happens that you don't feel like moving. You just don't feel like you'll be having cramps or you'll be having pains. So to just go through this, you need to be mentally fit, so that when the physical part is down, the mental things just help you push through at least that session or that hour or that journey. So I would say it is a combination of both to be mentally and physically fit for a match official.
Thank you so much for highlighting those 2 points, because the idea is, as a man, I will never understand what a woman goes through, right? But it is our duty as we are, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. The sports industry is male dominated. At the very least, we need to encourage conversation to get an understanding of what are the things that we can put in place to make your lives easier or make your lives simpler. None of you guys, and this is as you're all sports people, none of you are asking for the easy way out. You're just asking for the fair way out, right? Just make sure things are as fair and as neutral as possible. And thank you for highlighting that. It's something that I will take away from this session today as well. Moving on to Dr. Chaitanya, again, like I said, you guys are making it a little too easy, which is Vrinda spoke about the ability of being both mentally and physically fit, right? As somebody who works in a industry or a part of human society, which is psychology, which has multiple specializations, right? Outside multiple specializations. Do you have those specializations specifically within sports as well? Because in India, we've just started talking about mental health. The conversation, so it's a very young conversation. The conversation in sport on mental health is even younger. So have we gotten to that stage in Indian sport where we are talking about mental health through specializations? And what are some of the qualifications or certifications available out there to enable someone to build a career in those specializations?
Vrinda, I think I really have to, I also had a lot of takeaway from the whole panel. And especially, I think what she said, because my research took in organizational, personal, and cricketers, but I just did not have access to umpires. So having said that, like you said, Jonathan, I think I have to mention this one incident where, when I started in SAI, athletes, I remember one particular basketball player especially, she would hide and come, she would hide and come via the physio department to the psychology because her coach did not believe. So, and I remember one of my favorite sports psychologists in US, Dr. Kenneth Raveda, he said, this is how we met, with folded arms. So, you're not getting a red carpet welcome. So we, as a society as well, right, we have a very machoistic, and especially with sport, it's like, I'm okay. Sometimes it's heartbreaking. I know this athlete is not okay, and they'll try to convince you they're okay. And I tell them, if you can't tell me, this is in a closed space. So, and I think for us to become okay with not always being okay, I think that is the first step. And especially if you look at something like, we have this habit of copying so much from the West, and with all due respect, you've got a lot from it. If you look at Australian sport, the key word is vulnerability. And this is still just even trickling down in India. Whereas here, even when it's a mental health issue, coaches will say, Chaitanya, if you can't do this, or doc, you can't do this, I'll handle it. And you're talking to someone who's written something about suicide in his book. So, I wanted to highlight this issue. Having said that, psychology and sports psychology, at least over the past decade, has taken precedence. In terms of specialization, there are quite a few. Like if you look at it myself, you have to have an undergrad and master's. Minimum is master's, and then you have an experience. And I think in India, what is especially needed is accreditation, because people will go do a sports psychology workshop and then they'll say I'm a sports psychologist. So they end up doing a lot of damage to the field, and then you have to undo that damage. So, that was something I really do want to highlight. Having said that, yes, of course, there is, at least to what I know, is around 4 or 5. One is performance, right? We're looking at sport and performance. Second, an area which is taking a lot of precedence is fitness. So, you actually, at least it's sport and exercise science. So if you specialize in that, you can also look at fitness, right? Then you have the clinical and counseling aspect, because just the amount of pressure. I mean, we all know that what Robin Uthappa spoke of, at the highest point of his career, he wanted to jump out. And I was just sitting with my heart almost in my mouth. Thankfully, he had support. So you have those who specialize, I think especially COVID times, we've had a lot of psychologists who work with hospitals dealing with the clinical aspect. And knowing like when, I know this athlete is tipping towards the clinical end of depression or anxiety, and knowing that, okay, I transfer them on. I don't let go. I'm going to handle this. Then you have the academic and research. And then, of course, also where it comes into lead psychology or high performance, where you consult with academies. And, you work as, so there you're bringing, like, I think what Neha was saying, the 360-degree approach, because it's a top down, it's not just the bottom down. So I would say, yes, there are multiple options available. And also, mostly what is important is, what am I bringing here? Brinda was saying, it's mentally taxing. I always say, you're sitting in a pressure cooker. So, a lot of people see only the glitz and glamour, and especially with psychology, when your team goes down, when your athlete is down, someone has, an injury, career-ending injury, or injures just before a major tournament. You have to hold space that time. And the point is, so, are you okay with this? It's like, so I always tell people, don't get into sports psychology because you like XYZ player, but, there are various avenues to do that. But the point is, what's your philosophy? What's your personality? And then test the waters, really test it. The best experience, I think, like what Neha was saying, was to get an internship. When I get a lot of offers, people asking me, I always say, go to an academy and see the 360, see what's really happening, and see what do you bring and what does the field bring to you. So I think that becomes very vital.
Thank you for that.
I just want to make a comment here that being an athlete and now working with athletes, I have to say that there are very, very few good sports psychologists in our country, and very few female sports psychologists that are doing very well. So thank you for doing, Dr. Chaitanya, what you're doing, and hope you do well and, help more and more athletes of our country.
Thank you, Neha.
Thank you for that, Neha. As a matter of fact, I know for a fact that we've come a while away for sports psychology, because I remember very, very, I think probably about 6 or 7 years ago, I'd watched, it was a sit down of conversation on a lawn with a very famous, a top male boxer from our country, and a couple of former boxers as well. And they were sitting and they were talking about mental health. And this boxer who was just past his prime, he had actually started to kind of retire and take. He's like, when I was at my peak, I had troubles that I was really looking for help with, and a lot of people just told me, well, just man up. It's all fine. You can move ahead. I want to pick up from something that Dr. Chaitanya said and come back to you, Neha, which is, it's related. It's similar. It's connected, but it's not related. Which is, we often, as the Indian sports industry, we tend to look at the West as a perfect set example, right? I myself, and I will admit that I was guilty at one point of time when I used to ask this question: if somebody has worked abroad or has experienced the Western, culture of sport, what is it that India can learn? Whereas the truth is that it's a mutual learning, right? The West can learn something from us, and we can learn something from the West. I'm going to come very specifically to a question that a lot of our attendees ask, which is, when I look for jobs, right, whether I study abroad or whether I study in India, what should I be aiming for when I look for a job? So should I be aiming to look for a job in the West, where in general the sporting culture is much more evolved? Or should I be looking for something in India where, as you had mentioned, while the pay may not be comparable, you're actually part of building blocks and building a base for a very, very robust sports industry in India. So when a young person who has gone through the education, we just discussed education and certifications and paths of getting into sports, but now a young person is looking to take his or her first step into sport, what does a young woman think of when it looking for jobs opportunities in sports management specifically, because that's the area that you cover?
Sure. I think it really depends on firstly what stage of your life and career you're at. So if you're a young graduate from an Indian university, I would say work in the sports industry first before going for a master's or say an MBA or whatever. Why that is important? Because that will help you understand what are your areas of interest, and secondly, what are your strengths and weaknesses. Say a young graduate would not really know that are they interested in sports journalism or sports marketing or law or partnerships. What is it that within sports specifically you want to do? It's very hard to understand, right? So get the on-ground experience, do internships, even if they don't pay well, if you have time in your life to, go through that, do it, get the grind in, learn from that experience. And then, then you could possibly think of going for a sports management degree or, continuing with your job or not. And why I say that, because it depends, again, you want to be in India or abroad. To be able to secure a job outside of India without a formal education from a foreign university, it's very hard. Say if you're having a master's degree in sports management from the US, Canada, or anywhere in Europe, you would still have potential to get employment within those particular countries. However, if you have your education in India and want to look for jobs abroad, it's very hard. Secondly, a lot of visa issues, and now with the pandemic kicking in, it's just very hard for companies to give employment to people coming from engineering and other backgrounds. So sport is far, far away. When I was in the US, that was one of the biggest questions. Being an Olympian and having an Ivy League degree, still, the question of visa was the biggest question for every employer, right? Would they want to invest so much in you, or rather invest in their local who would at least stay in their country? So that is one thing which is very, very uncertain. So if you have an education from a university from outside of India, and if you're a true Indian sport lover, I would say get the education, go for a couple of internships. If you're able to get a job, very well, but I think come back and then look for a job in India would be very, very good. But if you're if you're studying in India, just nothing more than hands-on experience on the ground. So get that, and then think about if you want to do a master's course or if you want to do MBA. I would also want to add here is that, once sport, right, from various perspectives, I think very, very important is to have the skill set, which I mentioned at the first in my opening comment, because a lot of young people think that they need to understand sport, which is true, but they overlook the fact that they need to be skilled as well. And I think it's the other way around. You need to be very, very skilled to do, the specific job that you need to say. You need to be skilled in digital, in social, in marketing, if you're into that space in sports, rather than really knowing who's, more about Olympic sports. That's something you will learn if you're so passionate about, and you would have known a bit about, Indian and world sports overall.
Thank you for that, Neha. Same question to you, Navneeta. I think, but if we can be a little more specific, because sports physiotherapy and sports rehabilitation is such a vast field. Let's say there's a young aspiring physiotherapist in our panel. What would you advise her would be the first job or the first role she should look for that can help her climb and step up? Because physiotherapy as a field, because of its connection with medicine, is a very hierarchical field. You have to actually take one step at a time as opposed to jumping multiple steps ahead. So what would be the first direction or role or position a young aspiring physiotherapist would have to look for?
Gotcha. So in India, you can, right after high school, a bachelor's of physio would be ideal. And right after you've completed that, then do not go straight into your master's. Take the time. I agree with Neha in terms of take the time, go hands-on experience. Practicality is huge. Get as much teams as you can, reach out. A majority of the teams that I've worked with, I just emailed or called them just to get that access. And I think a lot of, and I worked for free for a lot of years. That I think that has taught me a lot and to what I am today. And another way around, if one really wants to pursue his or her master's, then I feel like one should always go out of India once at least, but do come back. Do come back because India has a lot to offer. And I feel like the athletes here will cherish it even more if you do come back. And that'd be my only recommendation is after your bachelor's, whether you do want to do your massage therapy after some sort of 4-year degree, take some hands-on experience, learn what you actually really, really want to do. If you want to work more clinical, if you want to work with more on sports, what are the demands of the sports in terms of how many tours, how many, where do you want to go, high performance or just local? And that'll really guide you in terms of, where to go from there.
So, once again, I'm going to take the lazy route here and go to Shweta now. So same question, Shweta. You have journalism is actually a very tough field. I fortunately, unfortunately, I had personal experience in that space. So what does a young aspiring journalist who, let's say, for example, she has had the opportunity to go through journalism school, something that you said that you didn't have an option. So she's just stepped out of journalism school. It's the last year of journalism school. How does she look forward into stepping into the world of journalism or sports journalism?
Yeah, I think just continuing to what we were discussing right now, I think what works the best is having a lot of on-ground experience, a lot of internships. So for what worked the best for me is covering everything about cricket, right from your age group cricket to local tournaments. Essentially, it's very important that we understand and identify what our core strengths and what is our core competency is, and then try and improve and get, try and be the best version of yourself. As a professional, once you understand this is your strong subject and you have a command over your subject, it becomes a lot easier. For me as a freelancer, it becomes a lot easier when I pitch ideas to various publications, knowing I have complete understanding of the subject. Determining what to write for you. And, for me, what works the best is even when I was not covering any games or not writing for any publication, if there was any match that was happening on the television, I would sit and write like an analyst because I've led Bombay. So as a captain, what I would do, okay, this is something that I would have done. Why has such a thing happened? So all these understandings and analyzing and writing a lot of sample articles really worked well for me. But I think the first step for anybody and everybody would be get your on-ground experience and then understand what you want to do, in which field you want to go to.
Thank you for that, Shweta. Vrinda, I'm going to come next to you, but more than I want to actually ask you a question that's come from the audience, because I feel while the question of career is important, I feel this is an interesting question. If that's okay with you, I'd like to ask you that question.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. So this question, and I hope I'm pronouncing the name right. This question comes from Gautam Gavankar, right? And I'm going to read his question verbatim, which is: in a gender neutral portfolio, like a match official, right? A match official is a gender neutral portfolio. How comfortable or uncomfortable is it to be highlighted as a woman official, right? As opposed to just saying this is an official, how comfortable or uncomfortable are you being highlighted as a woman official? And is the attention distracting at all?
So yes, I would say, actually there are two parts from my personal experience. I'll say how I feel about it. So when I started, or when I transited from my playing career to the official field, as Neha really mentioned, that one needs to be aware of their own skill set. So my transition only happened because I knew the limitation of my playing career, the skill set I had. So I transferred into I just got into the officiating field. So at the beginning, yes, it was a bit, I would not say annoying, but it was not very comfortable when people used to just stare at you ki ladki aayi hai. I'm sitting on the desk for scoring, and छोटे-छोटे बच्चे from the school team, they'll just come out, ladki hai bahar. So I was like, okay. So initially, yes, that used to make me a little uncomfortable. Probably it was new to them also because they have never seen a woman sitting there or officiating there as an umpire. So yes, initially they had that doubts, or maybe what could this girl do it, or is she capable of doing it? But later on, as the years went and as we started doing it regularly and more females came in, there were more female umpires and of scorers in Mumbai. So this slightly started changing. Even the males started, even in the club matches, initially the way guys used to talk to us is like, ladki hai. I have also had the comment of scorer ko khada kar diya hai, MC ke paas umpires nahi hai lagta hai. So I have heard those comments, which sometimes I really did not enjoy. You could term me as an umpire rather than ladki ko khada kiya hai ya scorer ko laake khada kar diya hai karke. But surely this is changing. It will take time, but it is changing. And I'll give credits to MCA and the BCCI, where the two associations where I am really involved in, at least in the official part, I'd say it is really gender neutral thing. We really don't feel that, at least from the people around us. Yes, from the teams, from the players' point of view, but at the professional level, they don't really think this is it's a girl or a boy standing there. It's an umpire. It's a scorer. So now things are changing, unlike before, because probably they are aware, probably there are more females out there, probably the ICC and the BCCI are promoting women. So this is getting the change to happen. So I would say now it is slightly better than when I started, the early days when I started.
Thank you so much for that, Brinda. I mean, it's both astonishing to hear the things that get said on playgrounds across India, but at the same time, even more astonishing and inspiring is to see how stars like yourself and everybody else on this panel just get. Dr. Sridhar, I'm going to come to you with an audience question, if that's okay with you. Is that fine with you?
Yes, yes.
Great. So the question comes from Pranav Subramanian. I hope I pronounced that right. So based on your interactions with cricketers and other sports people in Australia and the systematic support that is available for them, what do you feel that Indian sports federations can incorporate within our system to create more opportunities for people to enter sports psychology?
Okay, so I think that's a very interesting question. And I think something that is what we've been hearing in the panel and also what's happening at the collective is this recognition for mental health. And I have to mention this one, something that Mr. Prakash Padukone told me. This was when I was doing my PhD, and he said, I didn't have my PhD still. So he said, at that time, we didn't have, sports science, sports psychology, but we still did well. Now there's so much support, but what's happening, right? And this is a question what I must have heard 10 years back. And I really, chew on it, is I think what we're talking now and just what the discussion was going was acknowledging that there is the mental aspect to the physical, and also how are we supporting the athletes, right? So I'll give you this one example which came across in my own PhD. This cricketer, he said, we perform, there's so much of image management that we do that finally when we actually are at home and something's happening, we can't respond. So now this comes to the question of how much are we recognizing the need for mental health, the need for support? Mental health is one aspect, it's broader, but this need for connection, right? I want to bring in this one definition which has very, very much impacted me, which is what is safety? And Dr. Poe just gives this. He said it's not just the absence of threat, but it's the presence of connection. So each one over here, I'm sure, is influencing people, right? I'm sure whether it's, Neha, whether it's anyone here, when you're working, whether it's Navneeta, we worked together previously, we're all influencing. The question becomes, they think it's magic. I'm very sorry to say, I think in Indian sports, it's still seen as it's a quick fix. And I think I myself, when I started my career, I used to think psychology is the cherry on the cake. And then you realize that no, psychology is, groundwork. So I think the need to recognize that there's so much of conscious, it's not like the example you were giving, Jonathan, this man up. And that's what you hear, people are breaking down and they say, get over it. People don't know the difference between anxiety, which is tipping to the clinical, and they don't know that they're actually not even in the body. Sometimes, Geet Sethi gives this beautiful example, which I know we don't have the time to get into, where a snooker player, from a winning, he loses it. This is, I think, Watana. So he asks him what happened. From a 9-0, he loses the tournament. So he says, my mind ran away. And he says, why didn't you bring it back? So he says, I thought I let it for 1 second. So, the question is, people think, oh, just be strong, do this. It's become very cognitive. It's very top down. And, I think all of us have been at some level of sport over here. We know that it's not just talk. What do you mirror? So the question becomes, see, the seniors, they worked it around. But if we can recognize this need for connection, this need for support, and get in this system, not as a just, sometimes I feel it's like the thadka. You have a sports psychologist, that's all. It's just a namesake, but the point is, it's more than that. Will you acknowledge, will you, like I've worked with some teams where they really included you, and that's where you can see the difference, where you have like from the top down, the leadership group, if they're not for it, that's it. So I actually refuse to work with teams or leagues or anything for that matter, where, they just want you just for the sake of it, or they want you to come and fix something in the end. So I really feel, in a nutshell, to put it, I think the need to recognize that it's an integral aspect of sport. So have them. And when the whole management is open, that will trickle down, especially the coach and head coach, because then the players are going to open up. So I think it's still very, very niche. It's a question which requires a very lengthy answer, but I really tried to, bring it in a nutshell.
No, I don't envy your job, Dr. Sridhar, because just like psychology, just like the field you are in, that's a very complex question, right? And like you said, and we've had panelists here who have, unfortunately, because it's sport and because it's so reactionary and everything is so quick and everything is a 0.01 second away, all of you panelists have been put in positions where you have to fix something right now. And unfortunately, it's not about the problem that occurred at this moment. It's because of the rot that has happened over the course of many years, or I would say. The next question, we're going to take a slightly different. Like the next question is to Neha Agarwal. This is from Ria Awate. Awate. I hope I pronounced your name right, Ria. She's asked the question in Hindi, but if I speak in Hindi, then probably the Zoom app will shut down. So I'm going to translate it in English, if that's okay with you, Neha. Which is, her question is, for graduation in sports management, is there a particular age you have to start preparing from, right? Because like I mentioned, in our culture, you have usually it's engineering or becoming a doctor, which were primarily the two big, or even becoming an accountant, which were primarily the 3 or 4 big careers. And you almost start preparing much earlier. You almost start preparing, some people as early as the 10th grade, for instance. Is there, now that sports management and the education around it has evolved, is there that kind of preparation that is required for a graduation in sports management, or isn't there?
I think the basic preparation that you need to do is until you've got your got into the college, is that you need to know sport very well. Because if you're not passionate about sport, if you don't know the teams, if you don't understand say what Olympic sport is, if you don't know who's India's how many medals did India win at the 2012 or 2016 Olympics, right? You would not it wouldn't make sense for you. So first thing is to understand that you're passionate about sport. Until now, if you were to ask me this question, say 5 years back, ki I'm passionate about sport, do I go for a sport management degree? Should I make a career in sport? I would have my doubts. But now, as we are evolving, I feel like there's so much scope of work that's there within the sports industry, hence the need to do a degree in sports management. Thus, I don't believe any formal education or a preparation, say for an engineering, is needed as such. You need to understand sport very well. But what I mentioned earlier is that if you've had prior experience, even if you just graduate, you get your bachelor's, right, and then you spend 1 or 2 or 3 years on the field, right, that experience is what will enhance your degree, your master's degree, and further then help you in getting a better job within the sports industry, because nobody wants to take raw folks, and because it'll again be very hard to coach them within sport. It's not what say you're sitting in a call center and there is set processes, you need to just execute it. That's not how the sports industry works. You need to do a lot more things than just doing your particular core job, because the industry is so niche, we are evolving. That means we have the opportunity to do much more than what our particular job looks like. So I really suggest, if someone wants to get into sports management, hustle, right, do your networking, talk to people, understand what the industry looks like, gain your knowledge. There are a couple of good schools now in India who are offering management degrees, but more than that, I think if you can secure some or the other assignment or a project or an internship with any of these companies, that would be the most valuable for you to take to make your decision on your next career path that you would potentially want to take.
Thank you, Neha. Next question is once again from Pranav Subramanian, and I think this question he hasn't specified who the question is for, but I'll take it. I'll get both Navneeta and Vrinda to address this question, although Vrinda has actually addressed it in some way. But I'll start with Navneeta. I'm going to read the question out. The question is, umpires have to travel across countries and extreme temperature changes. Irrespective of the temperature or conditions, the umpire's performance has to be perfect. How important do you think conditioning and physiotherapy is for umpires based on your experience?
So it is very, very important. Like, we have to be able to acclimatize quickly, because sometimes we're going from one place to another within 1 or 2 days. Luckily, for the last couple of events that's been happening for me, it's pretty much in one spot, like as in because of a biobubble restriction. So there wasn't a lot of travel, but I agree in terms of conditioning, it needs to be very optimal for us as well. Hydration needs to be very important for us, and we have to be fit to make sure the other guys and the other teammates that we work with are also good, right? If for example, as a therapist, if I'm not fit at all, I won't be able to take care like the 15 to 20 people that are on the team. So it's essential that we are fit mentally and being really strong as well, and to help out the others also that are in.
Great, thank you. Vrinda, you want to take the same question? We obviously addressed it in some slight way a little earlier, but maybe if you could share what are some of the things that you do as an umpire, because players can always say, I can take it off and I can sit on the bench, so on and so forth. Unfortunately, not often umpires have that opportunity. So how do you get through this one, and what are things you do to acclimatize yourself through such extreme temperature changes?
So yes, I would say it's not just that particular moment when we have to start doing something. This really starts back when there's an off season, when you start training, so getting physically fit. And it is also combined with the food habits, your daily routines. Because when you keep traveling continuously, of course, the food changes. You won't get the same kind of water or the food which you are used to. So I also believe that these also play a vital role in getting used to the things, or you should know that what you should avoid before the match, or what is not good for you for the match. So these are small things which we really need to understand of our own, because everybody has their own different way of treating their body. So it is very important. Like, yes, physically fit we have to be, otherwise these things won't be taken care of. but with that, we need to have a set routine. We need to have good food, eating habits, and probably staying hydrated, and to, I would say, I'm sorry, I'm not getting the word, to come back physically fit. It actually helps you relax, and it makes you ready for the next day probably. So you can, like, it gives you that time. If you're physically fit, I'll stand for 7 hours today, it's a 4-day game, I need to go, I need to relax and get going the next day. So this actually helps, having a set routine, I would say.
That's critical. I think, I just like athletes who are at the top of the game, I realize umpires, referees, match officials have this, things that they do from time to time. It's like taking one step at a time every single day, so that you get into a flow state, as a matter of fact. Shweta, I'm going to ask you, and we'll wrap up after the question I have for you. And this is a question from me, so because I'm an audience as well, just as here. The reality is, being a sports journalist in India is as challenging as, if not more challenging than any other sports career, right? In India, with the proliferation of technology and multiple available platforms, if a young aspiring journalist wants to, say, build a portfolio of work, because Neha mentioned that, even Navneeta mentioned that, which is, you need to have a certain skill set, or maybe even a portfolio of offerings you can make to your future employer. As a journalist, what are some of the things you can advise young aspiring journalists to do on the multiple platforms available to them, other than just the journalism part of it, right? Is there some aspects that they can kind of enhance their portfolio by taking advantage of the current platforms we have?
So I think, just like Neha and everybody mentioned, once you step out into the field of journalism or sport, one of the most important things for everybody is you need to have passion and determination and a lot of patience. Your initial days are never going to be easy. You'll have a lot of on-ground training and everything. I think what works best is you always look out for opportunities and strive to be better at least each day. In a freelance setup, or rather any setup at this stage when the competition is so high, what is important is you are always a step ahead of what the current requirement is in that particular field. Also, I think one of the essential things is having an understanding of a subject and command over it. Before you kind of pitch an idea to, say, various publications, or you have your own research set in place, you gain a lot of knowledge, have a lot of sample articles, practice everything. And then once you pitch an article on a particular subject, your articles and stories have a lot of value to it. I think essentially, before even stepping into this field, what is very important is you have a lot of research that is done. You understand what your core competency or what your strong points are, what are your strengths, and how do you want to work on it.
Great. Thank you, Shweta. Thank you once again, Neha, Navneeta, Shweta, Dr. Chaitanya, Vrinda, for being part of this panel. I'm still nervous, as a matter of fact. I'm sweating loads underneath, because I told the gentleman who messaged me a little earlier, it's to be even working in sports management. It's great that we have women athlete stars, but we working in sports management in India as well. It requires a certain star level effort, and I really appreciate all of you for doing what you do, despite some of the thanklessness that gets thrown your way, unfortunately. The one takeaway I would encourage our participants to take from this panel, if you see the portfolio, or you see the profile of each of these panelists that have been with us today, you realize that they bring a certain skill set and value to the table. They have something that, and their employer or their whoever's contracting them for that matter, that is a skill set that they can use. They can bring value to someone, and that is the takeaway from this entire panel, which is, your passion is great, but your passion only works. Your passion is primarily there for the days you feel low, you don't feel like working. But the rest of the days, what takes you forward is your skill set, as Neha, Navneeta, Dr. Chaitanya, Sridhar, Vindra, and Shweta have mentioned. Thank you so much for allowing me to be your moderator and asking you questions. I hope all of you feel that I've extracted as much value as we could in 60 minutes. And thank you to SLPC for this opportunity, for bringing all of us together. Over to you, Yogita.
Jonathan, I just want to add, you did a really good job. So thank you.
I'm honored that you feel that way, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, and the whole panel. I think that entire discussion was extremely informative and have given all our viewers considering a career in sports plenty to take away. Thank you so much. We'll now be commencing to our next session for the day. We'll be taking a short 2-minute break before that. So during the break, we bring to you a snippet from the interview between Snehal Pradhan and Shubhangi Kulkarni. The full video of the interview will be up on our SLPC YouTube channel very soon. Thank you.
At what point did you actually transition from student life to the business life? I assume that happened side by side while playing cricket. And then at what point did administrative roles come into your career?
As soon as, in fact, when I was playing cricket and I was finishing my studies, that's when I was always interested in business. So while I was playing and I was studying, there was this match in Jalandhar, and I saw the equipment being manufactured in Jalandhar. And that's when it struck me that, I can make a business out of my passion, So I visited the factories and I saw the kind of equipment that was made there. And that's when I realized that, marketing this quality of equipment, we make world-class equipment in India. So I decided to start a marketing firm to market the cricket equipment, which was world-class. So this was around the end of my my college, and this was during my peak years of cricket.
So side by side, you're a businesswoman who's marketing cricket equipment. Side by side, you're a cricketer who's playing for India. Right now, many people know you as an administrator and someone who runs a very successful sports shop in Pune. How did the sports shop, how did the marketing thing move from a marketing to an actual sports shop? And how did your playing career move as from a player to an administrator?
The marketing, as soon as I decided to market cricket equipment, I met my business partners and we set up this store at Deccan Gymkhana in Pune. And while doing that, I was also playing. So in the morning, I would practice. The whole day, I would be at the store. My business partner would be there in the evening, but in the evening, I would go for practice. And this is how, the day was scheduled. When I went out for my matches, my business partner would be there at the store. While I was playing and, when I was playing international cricket, there wasn't that much of time for administration. But when I finished in 1991, every international match that was organized in Pune, I have been part of for administration. As far as administration was concerned, I was definitely involved in that. And actually, even when I was playing, I knew there was a certain type of preparation which we should have been doing as a team. And I always felt that we should be doing, practicing in a certain manner or providing certain things to the players. And I always felt at some stage I would get into administration and do what I felt was necessary for making the team better. So I was looking at an opportunity to get into administration at some stage so that I could implement whatever my thoughts were for the future of women's cricket.
Welcome back, everyone. We are very excited for our next session of the day. We have a panel discussion on funding for women's sport. We regret to inform our viewers that Mr. Dheeraj Malhotra and Mr. Bhavesh Seth won't be able to join us today due to some unforeseen last-minute emergencies. But we are extremely excited to announce our panelists for today. We have Ms. Neelam Bhonsle, currently working as the head of sports at Tata Trust. She has 22 years of hands-on experience in business analysis, project execution, and people management. Having pursued a career in IT for 14 years, she decided to follow her passion for sports development and took up her first job designing a curriculum in physical education and in training and development of human resources and leading operations in that field. Having been a national level gymnast and part-time coach for about 20 years, she had the requisite experience in developing elite gymnasts. And equipped with this practical experience, she's been able to design and lead the sports program at Tata Trust for the past 3 years. Next, we have Ms. Namita Chandel, canoeing and kayaking athlete who has won 4 gold medals at the National Canoe Sprint Senior Championships in 2016. She's supported by the Go Sports Foundation through the Rahul Dravid Athlete Mentorship Program. She got attracted to the sport at the MP State Water Sports Academy and became the first Indian woman to represent India at the World Championships in canoeing. Next, we have Mr. Anirban Ghosh, co-founder of the Khel Khelmein Foundation, a non-profit organization currently operating in the sports for development space and aims to bring competitive sport to children studying at low-income city schools, rural schools, and communities in India. And our moderator for the event is Ms. Deepthi Bopaya, the executive director at the Go Sports Foundation. A sportswoman herself, Ms. Bopaya has represented the Karnataka state in basketball and tennis. She believes in and is working towards building a sustainable, athlete-centric sporting ecosystem which nurtures future sportspersons. Now over to you, Deepthi.
Thank you so much, Yogita, for the introductions. And it's so wonderful, that we're getting to sum up this 2-day session, talking to each one of you. I was just listening to the previous panel, and there were so many aspects of what they were talking about, which would actually flow into our conversation that we're going to have. But what is really, really interesting and to see is that we've actually come so far when you talk about, the whole women in sports space and just sport in general in India. And when I was actually doing a little bit of research in terms of, what are all the various schemes and initiatives, I came across so many more which I had not even heard about. And what's really interesting is that there's been consistent amount of efforts that have already been put in through various stakeholders, maybe not strategically, but just to ensure that there are more kids participating. I think a lot of that has really happened because of that. And yes, the numbers are lower when we talk about women sports, but I think what we're really going to try and do over the next 40-45 minutes and then move into Q&A is really to first try and understand each of your journeys and how did you all go about, putting all these systems in place and your personal experiences, as well as, sharing ideas with our audience on what is it that each one of us in our own capacities and journeys can do to think about and keep our minds open about, these initiatives and how do we try and bring in more funding for women. Right. So in terms of the order, I'm glad we have a smaller panel now. I was wondering initially how are we going to really talk to each one of you, but I will start with Namita. I think, given that we're all talking about our athletes and we have our athletes in the midst, I'm going to start with Namita. Namita, first of all, I want you to tell everyone in the audience about your sport. It is such a unique sport. And how did you get into it? And why did you choose this sport?
Hello, ma'am. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. आप लोगों ने मुझे invite किया. And मैं कैचिंग कनाइंग की एथलीट हूँ और कैचिंग कनाइंग बहुत ही यूनिक गेम है और बहुत कम लोग इसके बारे में जानते हैं. तो मैं मेरी स्पोर्ट्स जर्नी है जो वो 2011-10 से स्टार्ट हुई. जब भी मैंने जब मैंने कैचिंग कनाइंग स्टार्ट किया तो मैं कैचिंग कनाइंग को मैं भी नहीं जानती थी कि वो क्या होता है, कैसे होता है. और तब मैं बहुत छोटी थी, बच्ची थी, तो स्पोर्ट्स का कोई नॉलेज नहीं था. हम बहुत छोटे से गांव से हैं जहाँ पे ट्रेन भी नहीं चलती है और डायरेक्ट बस भी नहीं जाती है. तो यदि मुझे अपने घर जाना होता है भोपाल से तो मुझे 2-3 बार अपनी बस चेंज करनी पड़ती है, या ट्रेन से जाती हूँ तो ट्रेन से फिर बस. तो सफर ऐसा है कि गांव बहुत छोटा है, मैं बहुत छोटी जगह से बाहर आई हूँ. और जब मैं बाहर आई थी तो मुझे सीरियसली नहीं पता था कि मैं क्यों बाहर आई हूँ और किस लिए बाहर आई हूँ. और जैसे एक छोटे से न्यूज़पेपर की एक कटिंग पढ़ी मम्मा और मैंने, एंड देन मम्मा ने मुझसे पूछा कि हम भोपाल जाएंगे क्या, हम इस नंबर पे कॉल करेंगे, हम बात करेंगे। तो मैंने मम्मा को बोला कि हाँ, एक्चुअली दोनों चीज सिमिलर थी, तो ऊपर नेवी एंड नीचे वाटर स्पोर्ट्स का।
एक्को आ रही है, सॉरी, आपके कोई और डिवाइस आपके पास है, आपका फोन या कुछ और, वो एक्को आ रही है। हाँ,
ओके मैम, अभी ठीक है। तो उस दोनों न्यूज़पेपर का, जब न्यूज़पेपर की दोनों हेडिंग जो थी, हमने उसको मिक्स कर लिया, क्योंकि मुझे बहुत शौक था पुलिस बनने का, नेवी आर्मी में जाने का। अभी बच्चे थे तो कोई एम नहीं होता है, कोई गोल नहीं होता है, बस जो मन में आ जाता है वही सेट हो जाता है कि हाँ करना है। उसके बाद उसमें एक जो कोच का नंबर था, देवेंद्र गुप्ता सर का, हमने उन्हें कॉल किया है कैसे हम इस चीज को कर सकते हैं, हम भोपाल आ सकते हैं। तो उन्होंने बोला कि हाँ, आप भोपाल आ जाइए, हमारा ट्रायल होता है, आपको स्विमिंग आनी कंपलसरी है। तो मुझे बस इतना ही पता था कि मैं भोपाल जा रही हूँ, पक्का किसी आर्मी नेवी का ये कुछ है, और वो कुछ समझ में भी नहीं आ रहा था। उसमें नौकायान टाइप कुछ लिखा हुआ था, कैकिंग के नहीं क्या होता है वो तो पता नहीं था। हमने सिर्फ नौकायान पढ़ा, स्विमिंग कंपलसरी है, तो हमारे गाँव में नदी है, हम पापा के साथ स्विमिंग करने जाके वहां हमने स्विमिंग सीखी। एंड जब हम भोपाल ट्रायल देने आए तो हमें तब भी नहीं पता था कि मम्मी ने डैडी को मुश्किल से राजी किया, क्योंकि पापा जी उस चीज के लिए एग्री नहीं कर रहे थे कि हम अपनी बेटी को कैसे वहाँ लेके जाएंगे, कुछ फ्रॉड हुआ। तो फाइनली पापा मान गए और हम भोपाल आए। फिर हम भोपाल जब आए तो हमने कोच को फिर कॉल किया, उन्होंने हमें बोला कि टीटी नगर स्टेडियम है, आप वहां आ जाइए, हमारी बस यहाँ से तालाब जाएगी और हम वहाँ पे सारे ट्रायल्स वगैरह जो भी हमें लेने हैं वहाँ ले लेंगे। तो मुझे सिर्फ इतना पता था कि मुझे जाके स्विमिंग करनी है और कुछ भी नहीं करना है। जब उन्होंने बोला कि मैंने ट्रायल्स लेने हैं, मैंने पूछा था किस चीज के ट्रायल्स लेने हैं। मेरे पास बहुत सारे सर्टिफिकेट थे, स्कूल में खेले हुए रनिंग के, वॉलीबॉल, खो खो, कबड्डी, मैंने उन्हें सारे दिखा दिए, मम्मा ने सारे दिखा दिए। तो उन्होंने बोला बेटा ये सब हमारे किसी काम के नहीं है, आपको स्विमिंग कंपलसरी है और जो टेस्ट हम लेंगे वो जरूरी है। तो उन्होंने जितने भी ट्रायल्स में सारे।
एक मिनट, I just want to tell our viewers that the place that she was going to was the MP Sports Academy, where they do talent scouting in a very, very structured manner. They go into the remotest parts through their newspaper ads, and then they find these talented children and bring them into sport and take care of everything and give them scholarships. So Namita's narrating that part to us just to set the context of where she's going.
उसके बाद सर ने जो भी उनके प्रोटोकॉल्स हैं वो हमने फॉलो किए। उन्होंने जो भी रनिंग थी, जो भी उनके चिनअप पुशअप सब लगवाया। मुझसे कुछ भी नहीं हुआ, मुझसे सिर्फ रनिंग अच्छे से हुई, क्योंकि हम वो स्कूल में और खेलते रहते थे तो रनिंग अच्छी थी। और चिनअप पुशअप तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं हुए। पर उन्होंने बोला कि हाँ, अगर उनको सिर्फ ये था देखने के लिए कि हाइट अच्छी है और करने का जज्बा है तो शायद ये अच्छा कर लेगी। तो उस बेस से उन्होंने बोला कि ठीक है, आप अभी घर चले जाओ। हमने पूरा मॉर्निंग में पूरा ट्रायल फिनिश किया एंड उन्होंने कोच ने बोला, गुप्ता सर ने, कि आप घर चले जाओ, मैं आपको, अगर आपका सिलेक्शन हो जाएगा तो मैं आपको कॉल कर दूंगा, आप आ जाना। तो हम घर चले गए, वापस घर चले गए। फिर जब एक हफ्ते बाद सर का कॉल आया कि बेटा आपका सिलेक्शन हो गया है, उन्होंने मम्मा से बात करी, मम्मा को उन्होंने बताया। तो भी एक डाउट था मन में कि कैसे एकदम सब कुछ फ्री है, वहां रहना भी फ्री है, खाना भी फ्री है, कुछ भी नहीं लगेगा, आपको बस आके वहां पे रहना है। तो गांव में कभी स्पोर्ट्स को इतना सीरियसली नहीं लिया जाता। तो मैं भी यकीन नहीं कर पा रही थी कि भोपाल जाना है और वहां रहना है और वहां रहने के भी पैसे नहीं देना है, खाने के भी पैसे नहीं देना है। तो
ये क्या स्कीम है?
हाँ, ये क्या है कि कुछ गड़बड़ तो नहीं है कि बच्चों को बुला के कहीं, वो सब उल्टा सीधा दिमाग में बहुत कुछ आया। फिर मम्मी ने बोला कि हाँ ठीक है, हम जाकर देखेंगे। फिर हम जब, क्योंकि स्टेडियम में जब हमने ट्रायल लिया था वो बहुत बड़ा प्लेस है, टीटी नगर स्टेडियम, जो मध्य प्रदेश गवर्नमेंट का है। मैंने डिसाइड किया कि हाँ अभी जाएंगे। उनके कॉल आने के बाद एक लेटर उन्होंने भेजा, ज्वाइनिंग लेटर, उसको लेके हम भोपाल आए। मैंने मम्मी को बोला, आप मुझे छोड़ के नहीं जाओगे, आप यहाँ पे 3-4 दिन यहाँ रहोगे, मुझे अच्छा लगेगा तो मैं यहाँ रहूंगी, नहीं तो मैं वापस चलूंगी। क्योंकि मुझे तब भी नहीं पता था कि मैं भोपाल क्यों आई हूँ। मैं भोपाल आ गई थी पर मुझे नहीं पता था कि मैं भोपाल में क्यों हूँ। फिर हमने लेक जाना स्टार्ट किया, थोड़ा फिजिकल स्टार्ट किया। तभी जो मेरे कोच थे उन्होंने मुझे बोटें दिखानी स्टार्ट करी, कयाकिंग और कैनोइंग क्या होता है। तो इंट्रोड्यूस कराया उन्होंने मुझे कयाकिंग कैनोइंग से। जब उन्होंने कयाकिंग कैनोइंग से इंट्रोड्यूस कराया तो उन्होंने मुझे ये नहीं बोला कि कयाकिंग और कैनोइंग जो है वो दोनों वुमेन के लिए नहीं होता है। पहले कैनोइंग वुमेन के लिए नहीं था, 2011 में कैनोइंग इंडिया में इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ है, इससे पहले नहीं था। तो उन्होंने मुझे इंट्रोड्यूस कराया, ये कयाकिंग है, ये कैनोइंग है। उन्होंने मुझे 1 वीक तक सिर्फ कयाकिंग कैनोइंग समझाने की कोशिश करी और मैं 6 मंथ तक कयाकिंग कैनोइंग का नाम भी नहीं ले पाई। और जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया उन्होंने मुझे 1 हफ्ते बाद पूछा कि आप दोनों में से कौन सी वाली बोट चलाना चाहते हो, तो आई लव कैनोइंग। और मैंने तभी भी उनसे यही बोला कि सर मैं ये सिंगल हैंडेड जहाँ से एक साइड से पैडल चलाते हैं मुझे ये वाली बोट चलानी है। तो उन्होंने बोला कि बेटा आप ये नहीं कर सकते हो क्योंकि ये वुमेन्स के लिए नहीं होता है, इसमें मेंस का ही कॉम्पिटिशन होता है। मैं बहुत दुखी हो गई और जब उन्होंने मुझे कयाक की बोट में बिठाया, मैं बहुत दुखी होकर कयाक की बोट में बैठी और मैं उसमें बैलेंस करने के लिए बहुत ट्राई किया मैंने, मेरा बैलेंस नहीं हो पाता था क्योंकि मुझे उसमें बिल्कुल भी इंटरेस्ट नहीं था। एंड जब हमारा स्टेट चैंपियनशिप हुआ तो उसमें मैंने पहली बार K4 में बैठ के कयाक में बैठ के मेडल लिया, तो मैं बहुत हैप्पी हो गई। और उसी टाइम पे फिर कैनोइंग वुमेन इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ कि आप लाइनअप किया, एमपी टीम पूरी लाइनअप थी एंड कोच ने पूछा कि लड़कियों में कोई अगर कैनो करना चाहता है तो प्लीज अपना हैंड राइज करो। मैंने सबसे पहले ऐसे करके कुछ भी नहीं देखा, उन्होंने बस कैनो बोला, मैंने हाथ ऊपर किया, मैंने बोला नहीं मैं कैनोइंग मैं करूंगी। वो मुझसे बहुत सीरियसली पूछने लगे कि 15 डेज में बैलेंस करके बोट चलाना है और कंपटीशन करना है। तो मुझे तो बस कैनो
ये आप कौन से हाउ ओल्ड वर यू उस टाइम पे जब आप गए थे एकेडमी?
2000 मैं एकेडमी में जब आई थी मैं 14-15 ईयर ओल्ड थी।
ठीक है। So I'm going to come back to you, Namita. I'll come back to you क्योंकि ये आपका सेटिंग जो आपने दिया स्पोर्ट के बारे में और कैसे आपने शुरू किया was very very I've heard it so many times, but जब भी आप बात करते हैं आपका energy and I can literally see all the situations and everything that you've gone through. So thank you for taking us through that. I'm going to come to Neelam. Neelam, you know, you've been in sport now and you know you're leading this incredible organization and the initiatives that you all have been doing are phenomenal. The Tata Group in itself for years and with the whole Olympic history that we have thanks to the Tatas you know for India has obviously you know been phenomenal in that sense. But I want to really understand how your journey started, especially when you were a gymnast. How were things then and how are things now, and where do you feel like you know what are the 2 areas you feel we've really moved ahead, both in terms of funding and just life for women in sport?
Thanks, Deepti, and it's really great to be here. Namita, बहुत अच्छा लगा आपका आपके बारे में जर्नी सुन के. I mean, it's again, as I said, very interesting. I wouldn't say as मेरी journey इतनी interesting नहीं थी, but well, I was lucky enough to you know have a gymnastics center right in my school. So got introduced to gymnastics in my school, and you know I don't know, I just fell in love with it probably because I just didn't want to stop. I wanted to continue. Again, luckily near to my place there was another institute which my coach you know said maybe now after 1 year of school coaching we need to get to a better place. And better place का भी वो definition of comparison होता है ना, तभी तो कुछ comparison था ही नहीं. So for better was in my school we used to practice, we had like 3 mattresses. Normal mattress जो हम गद्दी है ना वो घर पे जो सोते हैं वही वाली गद्दी थी. एक बीम होता था जो ऐसा घर पे फर्नीचर बनाते हैं वैसे बनाया था, बहुत दर्द होता था जब गिरते थे तब. So that is how we had. And then the better place had okay वो लकड़े का ही बीम था, बैलेंसिंग बीम था, थोड़े ज्यादा मैट्रेसेस थे वहां पे, बाकी सब इक्विपमेंट थे, इंडियन इक्विपमेंट थे. बट so that was better for us and we kind of enjoyed that. But तभी भी just to give a comparison of now and then, if you know gymnastics, floor exercise अगर आपने देखा है, so that's a floor you know where they have a foam mattress, beneath that there's a flex wood flooring, and then beneath that there's springs. Okay, so that's the floor. हम जब फ्लोर करते थे प्रैक्टिस हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट में, इट वाज अ मड ग्राउंड पे वो कॉयर के मैट्रेस जो होते हैं ना, जो हम नॉर्मली अभी वेडिंग्स पे नीचे लगा के चलते हैं उसके ऊपर, सो उस मैट्रेसेस पे हम जिम्नास्टिक्स करते थे. एंड तभी इट वाज लाइक ओके, यही होता है probably because we have never seen that big floor and all of that. So infrastructure is something which definitely has improved now and then. That's and we're glad. I mean, without that, I think whatever progress we have made with Deepa getting there and Pranati now getting a chance to get into the Olympics wouldn't have happened, because that was the one major thing which we were lacking. Opportunities definitely, as even Namita was suggesting, there are more schemes out there. There are more opportunities. There are people are going out to trying to get talent into the excellence academies, which was not as much there. I mean, I remember in my years, there was this National Talent Scout. There was a scheme which was, used to go, and myself and my brother both had got the scholarship for the first couple of years after winning a medal in the district and state. But that was it. I mean, so used to get some scholarship, कुछ 200 रुपए ऐसा कुछ तो मिलते थे, which was, I mean, हमें तो मिलते नहीं थे, वो डैड के पास जाते थे, but still, it was something. And but so those I would say opportunities definitely have increased, where people can come and start getting the infrastructure, right kind of training to be able to, in that right number of years, because getting that opportunity at the right age also is very important. So again, age specific hota hai. Gymnastics ke liye we have to start really young, but wo milne lage hai. Competitions ka mahol was another big difference then and now. Majority of my competitions, I remember, we used to stay in schools. Normally, छुट्टियों में, मतलब स्कूल के छुट्टियों में competitions रहते थे, so that schools खाली होते हैं और हम रहने के लिए schools में रहते थे, and competitions could be anywhere. I mean, majority of the times we have participated, done our competitions in the open, though gymnastics is an indoor sport. Towards the end of my practicing career, I would say when I was like 16, 17, तभी ऐसा indoor gymnastics hall में actually, participate करने को मिला. So till then it has always been outdoor. So there was tough times, but well, as I said, comparative कुछ भी नहीं था. So we enjoyed it all, and I'm really glad for whatever. I think जो भी हम अभी है, it is because of what we went through. Absolutely. In those early developing years. Yeah, so that's
thank you so much for taking us through that. And in both your cases, I think having supportive parents to you into the sport. Namita's dad was not agreeing initially, but her mom was so sure about, I want my daughter to go there, and it kind of really. Yeah. I'm glad that happened, and see how you both have done. Anirban, coming to you, I think the context of information that you're going to share with us is very, very, very important to us, especially when we talk about a time like this, when we're looking at the whole sustainability development goals. We're talking about the whole impact aspects. We're talking about why is it important, right? Why is it important to even talk about men and women, or is it just creating a sports culture? With your work, with your foundation, can you take us through the approach of how you all are going about doing this, and what is the larger vision of it all coming together?
Sure. Hello, everyone. So the larger vision, I think you already mentioned, India is not a sporting country, and I mean, it might hurt a lot of us, but we are, I mean, light years behind it, and we need to acknowledge that first, tangibly. I mean, that's a big thing when we talk about sports. Sports is something which is very objective. There is a very, very, less room for subjectivity. Everything which is decided on sports is very objective and number attached to it. So when you talk about sports culture, there are majorly 3-4 aspects which I kind of realized and still trying to understand. A is the consciousness of being active is innately related to sports. I mean, just running, or there's a lot of gym culture in India, but it's a small part of the whole thing which we're trying to achieve. So being active throughout the life stage is a big part in promoting or developing sports culture. And it can only start and can only happen when we start very young, and when we see such examples around us. I mean, what kind of driven me to again leave a corporate career and kind of somehow come back to this is because at the age of 7, my uncle has handed over me a yellow football shoes or chalo. So I mean, all those things are ingrained in a person. So the first thing is lifelong participation. Second thing is, I mean, we look at India. I mean, it's ironical that we see sports as a competitive platform. Majorly, annual sports competition होगा तो चलो खेलते हैं and preparation करते हैं. I mean, everything is very competition centric, and we didn't have. I mean, as per my statistics, or if I'm not wrong, the 28 Olympic medals till date across 32 Olympics, so which is on an average less than 1. So that's, I mean, we talk about competitions every time since decades, and that is how very standard competitions. So I think competition will come, and it is very, very critical. But I mean, designing competitions across the stages of a child from age 4 or till age 18, it has to be very competitive. But how are we gonna build that competitiveness rather than that medal centricity? Are two very different things. So that, and I mean, I'll say the last point in this note that sustainability, we have to think, in my opinion, I mean, our context which we work in, infrastructure is, I mean, if we have thought about infrastructure, we wouldn't have even started. I mean, I started out of a classroom without desk and benches. I mean, I thought, okay, chalo, अच्छा है, कुछ तो जगह मिल गया है, bottle से बच्चे खेलेंगे. And till date, we don't have like a proper ground, so-called. We practiced out of public parks, we still do so. And often, I mean, till the time we are thrown out. And somehow we managed to kind of clean a dump yard and create a small mud ground. But I mean, infrastructure, in my opinion, is a little overhyped, especially at the grassroots. What we should look at is a lot of scientific temperament and understanding how to work with on those grassroots ages, be it boys or girls. And I mean, there's a lot of neurological factors, cognitive factors. I mean, there's, I mean, myelination, which kind of affects cognitive abilities till the age of 13, something like that. A lot of sports science needs to come in at the base, at the basements when we start off. And these are not like rocket science. I mean, we just need to kind of contextualize it rather than going for like in a big ground, big competitions and big medals, events, and then, okay, nothing. कल से फिर स्कूल चलते हैं and tuition जाते हैं and that's it.
No, I think a very, very important point that you mentioned is really the whole lifelong participation, right? Because, and there are various aspects. And if you look at our sporting ecosystem as well, it's nice to see today that there are different stakeholders addressing and catering to the sports for development side, sports for excellence side. And it's all trying to come together now, right? And we're able to see a lot of the progress happening. For example, even if you take gymnastics, when Deepa went and finished 4th at the Olympics and made it to the Olympic final, every other kid was talking about gymnastics, and you know, you need those role models. And I think that's where the work that we do at Go Sports, is our attempt is to try and create these role models. And just from the program now, if you see with Namita in canoeing, we have our first fencer, Bhavani Devi, who's going into the Olympics. You have the first female sailor, who's also made it, Netra. So it's great to see that the development, sports for development side and the excellence side, somewhere there's a pathway at least. I don't say it's merged in beautifully. There's some work to do. But yes, you're at least able to see the patterns coming along to some extent, where a young, talented child today actually knows to some extent that I can follow this trajectory. And today we're also thinking, in the previous panel, they also spoke about careers in sport, right? Not just as an athlete, but you can talk about administration, and there's so much more that is opened up. So my, what I want to ask, Namita, जब आप गए थे वहाँ पे, तो आपको फंडिंग का प्रॉब्लम नहीं था वहाँ पे, बिकॉज एटलीस्ट आपका बेसिक expenses, रहना, खाना, पीना, training, which is very, very important for an athlete, all of that was being taken care of. लेकिन जब आपने travel करना शुरू किया, तो आपका क्या experience था and how did that go? आपका funding आपने कैसे manage किया उस time?
एक्चुअली जब एमपी एकेडमी में ज्वाइन किया तो कोई फंड का प्रॉब्लम इसलिए नहीं था, क्योंकि एमपी एकेडमी अपने बोर्डिंग के एथलीट को सारी चीजें फ्री प्रोवाइड कराती है, इक्विपमेंट से लेके हर चीज, तो तब प्रॉब्लम नहीं था. देन मैंने जब एकेडमी से लीव किया तो मुझे बहुत प्रॉब्लम स्टार्ट हुई, क्योंकि पहले मैंने कभी घर पे इतना पैसों के लिए या किसी भी चीज के लिए घर पे बोलने की जरूरत नहीं थी, क्योंकि मेरे पास सब कुछ था. मेरे पास इक्विपमेंट था, मेरा अपना पेडल था, सब कुछ था. एंड 2016-17 में मैंने हॉस्टल छोड़ दिया. देयर हैव सम प्रॉब्लम्स, उसके कारण मैंने छोड़ दिया. मुझे लगा कि अगर मैं छोड़ दूंगी तो मैं और ज्यादा बेहतर कर पाऊंगी. उसके बाद जब मैंने 1 साल बाहर रह के प्रैक्टिस अपनी स्टार्ट करी, वो मुझे बहुत ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट हुई. मैं घर से कितने भी पैसे मंगाती थी वो सारे खत्म हो जाते थे, क्योंकि मुझे डाइट में, प्रैक्टिस जाने के लिए, आने के लिए, और इक्विपमेंट में, फिर ट्रेनिंग फीस देना, तो वो सब बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो गया था. एंड खुद का ख्याल नहीं रख पाती थी. क्यों? क्योंकि मुझे खुद ही खाना बनाना होता था, खुद खाना होता था, प्रैक्टिस भी करना होता था, उसको मैनेज करना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है. तो रेस्ट में भी बहुत ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम होती थी कि मैं रेस्ट नहीं कर पाती थी. फिर जब मैं बीमार हो गई, मैं बहुत हार्ड वर्क करती थी, बिकॉज मेरे दिमाग में सिर्फ और सिर्फ एशियन गेम्स था जो मेरे लिए एक टारगेट था. मैंने ओलंपिक भी नहीं सोचा कि मुझे जाना है, नहीं जाना है. मेरे लिए जो मेरा मेन टारगेट था वो था एशियन गेम्स 2018, और मैं उसके लिए सुबह 4 बजे उठ जाती थी. मुझे अपनी कोच के पास ट्रेनिंग करने जाने से पहले अपना वर्कआउट करना होता था, कि मैं जब उनके पास पहुंचूं कि पहले मैं अपना स्ट्रेंथ वर्क पहले कंप्लीट कर लूं. तो मैं घर पे, जहाँ हम रेंट में रहते थे, तो हम ऊपर, सबसे ऊपर फ्लोर में रहते थे, वहाँ बहुत गर्मी होती थी, तो हम 4 बजे उठ जाते थे. 4 बजे उठ के अब तैयार होके एकदम 2 घंटे का मैं अपना सेशन करती थी. पर मैं उस चीज को मैनेज नहीं कर पाई. एक्चुअली तो एक एथलीट को होना चाहिए कि उसका प्रॉपर डाइट, प्रॉपर रेस्ट, उसको कब क्या खाना है, कैसे डाइट लेना है, तो वो उतना कुछ भी नॉलेज उतना था नहीं. बस जो बना लिया वो खा लिया. ट्रेनिंग करके आए, थक गए तो अभी थक गए, तो खाना नहीं है तो सो गए. वो सारी चीजें मैं मैनेज नहीं कर पाई और मैं बहुत ज्यादा बीमार हो गई, और उसके कारण मैं एशियन गेम 2018 में मिस करके गई, क्योंकि जस्ट बिकॉज कि मेरे पास उतना फंड नहीं था कि मैं अपनी केयर कर पाती. जब मैं बीमार हो गई, मेरा एशियन गेम छूट गया, मैं बहुत दुखी हो गई थी, क्योंकि मैंने उसके लिए बहुत मेहनत करी थी. और सॉरी, वो मेरा एक ड्रीम था कि मैंने एशियन गेम्स में मेडल लेना है, और मुझे पहली इंडियन वुमेन बनना है जो एशियन गेम्स में मेडल मारेगी.
ऑफ कोर्स आप अभी भी ट्रैक में हो नमिता, एंड आप इतना हार्ड वर्क कर रहे हो. एंड आई नो आपका टोक्यो, ये पैंडेमिक की वजह से ट्रैवल रिस्ट्रिक्शंस और कंस्ट्रेंट्स इतने थे दैट बट
आई एम रियली वेरी लकी कि मैं बहुत बहुत लकी हूँ. मैं बीमार हो गई, मैं हॉस्पिटल से डिस्चार्ज होकर घर आ गई. कोचेस ने बोला कि कोचेस ने जो मेरे मेडिकल रिपोर्ट थे वो डॉक्टर के साथ शेयर किए, तो उनको डॉक्टर ने कोचेस को मना कर दिया कि यदि आप हार्ड वर्क कराएंगे या ट्रेनिंग कराएंगे मैं बीमार होने के बाद भी मैं वापस इंडिया कैंप में आई, कैंप में आके मैंने ट्रायल्स भी दिए एंड आई एम सेलेक्टेड फॉर एशियन गेम्स, बट जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ माई मेडिकल, जो भी मेरा मेडिकल का ट्रीटमेंट था और जो भी मेरी कंडीशन थी, उसको लेकर कोचेस ने एक डिसीजन लिया कि हम ज्यादा हार्ड वर्क नहीं करा सकते हैं और हम नहीं लेके जाएंगे। उसके बाद मैं एकदम अपनी सारी चीजें छोड़ के बस मैंने बोला सर मुझे घर जाना है, अभी जाने दीजिए बस। तो मैंने मुझे कुछ नहीं चाहिए, मुझे घर जाना है, क्योंकि मुझे बहुत बुरा लगता था जब बाकी सारे बच्चे ट्रेनिंग करते थे और सर मुझे लेके बहुत ज्यादा सीरियस हो गए थे। वो मुझे पैदल भी नहीं चलने देते थे कि तू थोड़ा पैदल चलेगी, तू कहीं चक्कर खा के गिर जाएगी। तो अभी ऐसे बहुत एशियन गेम्स आएंगे, मुझे अपने बच्चों से ज्यादा और कुछ नहीं चाहिए। एंड मम्मी पापा ने भी एकदम गिव अप कर दिया था कि हम नहीं एक्सेप्ट कर पाएंगे, अभी तुम्हारे पास अवार्ड है, तुमने एमपी स्टेट का जो अवार्ड होता है, तुम्हारा एक ड्रीम था वो लेना है, वो ले लिया। एंड सारी चीजें खत्म जैसे। फिर मैं घर गई, 2 महीना घर रहने के बाद जब मैं वापस आई तो वो स्पोर्ट्स का एक पता नहीं कहाँ से जादू आया और एक वो फॉर्म, बस मुझे ये बोला गया कि वहाँ पे एमपी एकेडमी में बहुत सारे बच्चों के फॉर्म भरे जा रहे थे। तो मुझे मेरे जो कोच जिन्होंने मुझे वाटर स्पोर्ट्स कैचिंग से इंट्रोड्यूस कराया था, उन्होंने मुझे कॉल किया, बोला बेटा सबने भर दिया, तुम कब भरोगी, मैंने फॉर्म कब भरोगे। मैंने कहा सर कौन सा फॉर्म भरना है। तो उन्होंने बोला एक फाउंडेशन है एंड कोई भी गो स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में उतना नहीं जानता था, तो उन्होंने सिर्फ इतना बोला एक गो स्पोर्ट्स फाउंडेशन है, उसमें तुम अपने अचीवमेंट वगैरह सर्टिफिकेट लेके जाओ और लगा दो। और सर्टिफिकेट लगाने के बाद उसमें पता नहीं क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा, तुम तो जाओ, तुम उसको फॉर्म को फिल करवा दो और भर दो, आईटी ऑफिस में जाना, वो आपका सारा काम कर देंगे। देन मैं वैसे ही अननोन थी, जैसे मैं कैकिंग के नहीं के लिए अननोन थी, वैसे ही मैं गो स्पोर्ट्स के लिए भी अननोन थी। मैं गई, मैं बहुत दुखी बनते गई क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि क्या ही होगा, मुझसे कुछ नहीं होगा, क्योंकि सबको लगता है कि मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकती क्योंकि मैं बीमार हूँ। पर मुझे कहीं ना कहीं लगता था कि मेरा विल पावर इतना स्ट्रांग है कि मैं कर लूंगी। तो शायद भगवान जी को भी ऐसा लगा कि हाँ मैं कर सकती हूँ, तो गो स्पोर्ट्स उन्होंने मेरे पास भेजा। मैंने गो स्पोर्ट्स का फॉर्म फिल कर दिया एंड मैंने एक दिन मॉर्निंग में 10 o'clock में गो स्पोर्ट्स से मुझे फोन आया। उन्होंने इंग्लिश में मुझे बहुत कुछ बोला, मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आया। मैंने उनको बोला प्लीज आप मुझसे हिंदी में बात कीजिए। तो उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि वो मुझे 5 मिनट बाद कॉल करेंगे। तो मैंने उनको बोला ठीक है आप 5 मिनट बाद कॉल कीजिए। उन्होंने 5 मिनट बाद वापस कॉल किया। तो कुंदन सामने से थे जो मेरे एथलीट मैनेजर थे पहले, उन्होंने मुझसे बात करी, उन्होंने मुझे गो स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में बताया। तो उन्होंने स्कॉलरशिप बोला, तो मैं बहुत खुश हो गई कि चलो फाइनली मुझे स्पोर्ट्स में स्कॉलरशिप मिलेगी, तो वो मुझे बहुत हेल्प करेगी। मैंने बात करी, उन्होंने बोला कि आपने इंटरव्यू देने के लिए मुंबई आना है। तो मैं बहुत खुश हो गई। मैंने घर पे फोन करके बोला मम्मी मैं मुंबई आ रही हूँ। मम्मी ने बोला कि तुम कैसे जाओगी। मैंने बोला सब वो करके देंगे, वो फ्लाइट टिकट भी करके देंगे, मुझे बस जाना है और जाके वापस आना है, सारी चीजें वो करके देंगे। तो वो सिर्फ मैं उसी कंडीशन में थी जब मैंने कैचिंग करने स्टार्ट किया था। अभी जो सिचुएशन थी, सेम सिचुएशन मेरे लिए गो स्पोर्ट्स के सामने भी थी कि अभी गो स्पोर्ट्स क्या है मुझे नहीं पता, कैसे हेल्प करते हैं, कैसे सपोर्ट करते हैं, मुझे कुछ नहीं पता। बस एक स्कॉलरशिप है जो मुझे अगर मिलती है तो मैं अपने स्पोर्ट्स को और अच्छा कर सकती हूँ।
So Namita, I'm going to thank you for taking us through that journey. So just to share, I think, and this is important over here, when we started the Rahul Dravid Athlete Mentorship Program, in fact, Rahul Dravid challenged us and said that can you go and pick up alternate sports? Can you pick up sports where girls are playing? And that was the year, previous years we actually started working with Deepa, we started Bhavani Devi, in 2015 when we started these things, and then we had never worked in canoeing. So even with Namita, we have also learned a new sport, a new area, and seeing her, there are a lot of youngsters from her village, from her communities who have all, they're open to looking at sport as a career. So thank you so much, Namita. And coming to you, Neelam, in terms of the projects and initiatives that you are, handling at Tata Sport, what is the what is the strategy behind your initiatives when you look at taking women and talking about how you will get more women involved? And is there a separate funding mechanism that you'll look at? Because very recently, you all have also started looking at collaborations with different foundations, different organizations, and it's not really the group putting in all the money, and investing into everything. So there is a shift in the whole strategy. So if you can take us through that in terms of how different stakeholders could understand the model that you all are looking at.
Yeah, just to explain how do we go about designing a program and how do we pick up a sport? For us, it's not about defining or deciding at a group level that this is the sport I would want to support. It's more of looking at the regions where we already are existing and looking in the community, what are the sports being played there culturally by the region, and seeing if there's a scope to improve the opportunities of the children who have been pursuing, or children, or I would say communities pursuing the sport, to excel or provide a pathway for them for excellence. That's how we started our hockey programs in Jharkhand as well as Odisha, where as we know, it's hockey has been very traditionally and culturally played there. Everybody plays it. And we have got many stalwarts from the region during our Olympic glory days. Unfortunately, when we switched to the turf, right, the hockey switched from mud play to turf, that's when we really lost out the players from there. You take that, even if you look at our Mizoram program, which is the badminton initiative in Mizoram, there also, again, badminton is played as a recreational sport. It's very culturally driven. They have an infrastructure already existing for grassroots operations. What they needed was, the technical expertise to get to the next level. And that's when we thought, okay, let's help them there, because and these are the regions where we already had programs running, existing programs going in. Now we're looking at athletics in Uttarakhand. Again, we have, and many of these places, we already have our education programs or our livelihood programs running. We are working with the communities or the educations and the schools. And we have a connect there. We see children. And then we say, okay, now that we're taking care of education, let's look at holistic development and also add on the layer of sports there, so that they can not just, develop physically, not just academically. And from there, do the talent identification and provide those children who can really do well as a pathway to excellence. So that's the kind of, a thought process that we've been having when we decide on doing a program in a state.
And how does the inclusion of women, I mean, you've obviously been saying communities, but how is it from the girls part of it? And, is there... Go ahead.
Though I wouldn't say that we have a very specific or programs targeted towards women or girls, but in all our programs, I would say there's an equal participation of girls. Jharkhand, again, when we are taking up the after-school programs, grassroots programs, which are after-school programs, there we have boys and a girls team. We ensured that we started, or we encouraged the the parents and the school personnel to get the girls in and let them start playing. With our Odisha excellence, because of that, we were in fact able to identify talent, and the excellence hockey excellence center in Odisha. We started with the girls setup first, because we realized that it's important that there's a huge talent there. So if we and it's necessary to provide an opportunity within the state to give comfort to the parents and the communities that their children, are there near them. Otherwise, it's normally difficult, because when we look at tribal areas where the girls are coming from, for them to go to a different state where their language is an issue, where they don't know too many things, where travel becomes too far for them to come. So those factors, I think, have really helped in increasing the participation of girls in the programs, where and having a connect with the community really helped, because they knew us before, so it was easier for us. We were working with them in schools, we were working with them in the villages for increasing their livelihood. So there was already a trust factor, because of which we were able to get more girls into the teams. I distinctly remember, when I joined the program about in 2018, I went to the first grassroots league competition, and I met the girls. So we had the grassroots leagues, and I was there for the finals. The girls in the finals, I mean, they were not, when you meet them, you greet them, you line up, and you shake hands, not able to make eye contact, not very confident. And just 2 years later, that difference was humongous, where, I could see the smile. They were wishing me whenever I was moving around. The confidence that you could see the transition in the girls was tremendous. So I think that's where it boosted our confidence too, of ensuring that we should continue with these programs everywhere. One of them, the very specific centric program, is the Manipur polo, which is which we have the girls.
Very interesting.
Girls team. Yeah, it is very different kind of. It's more of I would say it's a heritage that we wanted to conserve or preserve more than a sports program. There, that's how we started with it. And again, we didn't know too much about it. It's just that the local communities, we knew we wanted to do something, and we just started with a small team. Not that we really said that let's do only for girls. The thought was to see if we could expand it to the others too, but to preserve the ponies there and to preserve that sport there. Unfortunately, again, sustainability, as even Anirban had mentioned, becomes a very difficult task for us, because these programs, the polo, of course, has very specific requirements, and the funding requirement is also very huge. There's an animals involved and all of that. So it's a very different ball game. And we realize that actually to sustain, we need more help, more support from outside. So that's where we are there. But yeah, all of these, are from the fact that let's look at what is there in those where we are working and preserve them and get them to the next level. That's the thought process in all our programs that we do.
That's really interesting, because that way you're making sure the buy-in is from the community rather than introducing a new concept or a sport and saying we'll change things for you. So yeah, very interesting.
And that's one small added advantage. Sorry, just one last thing. One small added advantage I get because of the community buy-in is the coaches, right, for the grassroots. That's again a career opportunity. So there are many players there who have played that particular sport. So it's easy for us. We actually pick up those players, train them, and use them for the grassroots. So again, for the communities, they become a role model. Oh, I can play and earn, in the same community. So I have more and more, that also increases participation. So that's
fantastic. That's fantastic. I mean, it's good that the loop is getting closed, right? Otherwise, they play and then what happens after their playing career? So that's a great way of looking at it. Anirban, can you tell us a little bit about how is the work that you're doing impacted women pursuing sport in your initiatives?
Sure. We started doing events, and we had gone through like scaled programs across schools, and I'll say we are now at in a model of working only with the community. Very specific communities, and we have been with them since last 5 years. Almost since inception, and kind of anchored there. And so, couple of core ethos, I'll say, and why I'm mentioning it before going into how it affected or how it kind of impacted the girls' participation, is that right from the very first event we organized back in 2013, we made it very clear that there has to be equal participation, kind of mandated. अगर आप एक boys team लाओगे तो एक girls team लाना पड़ेगा. So we just knew that the biases in the society will reflect at different levels, and we kind of try to minimize that. And where we stand today, we our numbers are like 130 players, young athletes. Out of them, around 84 are girls.
Wow. That's
so
a great
and our so impact wise, we have a 9-year long program design, which we are kind of envisioning to implement, and we're kind of stepping into the 5th year of it. But yeah, COVID and things have professions have kind of slowed it a bit. But yeah, so we already have 5 girls representing Delhi in the sub-junior nationals football championships. So a Delhi squad of 20 has 5 children from that community, and they have been with us since we started our after-school program. So as you were mentioning role models, that's how things change, and that's what a part of the strategy is creating very I'll say role models at a very, very micro level, and creating, or I'll say giving them also the responsibility to create some amount of change. And always what we ask कि आपके गली में से आपके बाद कितने लोग खेलने आए? So it has to start at the very, very grassroots and very basic, and we are into, so that's one thing. Second, when we work with children, it's neither one thing very clearly kind of, I'll say I have a difference of opinion, is the word talent. And there are literatures around supporting and against the talent. So we don't kind of believe in the word talent, especially when we work with children, and kind of talent scouting. So we never scout in any children per se. Ao khelo, and let's see who kind of stays through or grows.
Enjoy the sport first. Love the
I'll say, there's a lot of intensity. Yes, enjoying. Yes, absolutely. Sports is enjoyable.
Yeah.
That comes naturally. But it's not about that you have to turn up for something and you will be eliminated. That means you're not good at it. That shouldn't be the case. Yes, you will have competition. You will have your time when you are not in the playing team and all that, but you will never be kind of put away from the playing field in any form, whatever the program, I'll say. So what does help is continuation. We have seen dropouts. We have seen dropouts in the community when we're working with majority girls, and when the adolescence phase comes, and especially the community work with, one of them is like after Dharavi is the biggest, I'll say, urban slum in Delhi, so Sangam Vihar. So there a lot of, as usual, obvious, I'll say, existing taboos of nahi ladkiyan bahar nahi jayenge and all that. Right now, we have parents coming or walking at least 2-3 kilometers and picking the girls after they won tournaments at midnight. And yeah, they kind of allowed us. Couple of parents traveled with us to Bangalore, to Goa, to Mumbai, Ahmedabad, and for different tournaments. And so they, somehow has also, they have a very clear kind of focus. I will say not maybe 100% parents, but yes. So we work with the parents a bit in terms of kind of facilitating what sports means for their child in long run, and things around that. Parents have started saving and investing a bit by bit. चलो मेरा बहन खेलती है तो मुझे आज एक्स्ट्रा बोनस कहीं से मिला है, 200 रुपया एक्स्ट्रा मिला है आज, तो मैं ये उसके लिए चिकन के लिए दे देता हूँ उसको चिकन का. I just think very basic stories, and but this is the mind shift. It takes, it will take decades, but once we have those micro spots in one community, and that's the focus of then trying to connect them through those children or the budding athletes in future, because they are the ones who can do it the best, because they have experienced it first. And hopefully, as of now, we really don't see much, I'll say almost less than, I'll say 30% dropout. Whatever dropout happens in first 3-4 months, 5 months. But after that, it's a long program. In 4-5 years, only 1 player out of 10 dropout.
Oh, wow. Because
Yeah.
it's part of their lives now. So they are.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I mean, coke at all, eat, sleep, drink, cricket. So I mean, that's how it is right now. And in terms of parents fighting the taboo, I mean, they are very clear. You can wear shorts, you travel, and whatever money they win, they kind of get it together and put in to kind of say strengthen their either diet regimes or their travel budgets. So I mean, I'm talking both the aspects because as women, I'll say as women athletes also, often the narrative in the larger sporting media is a lot about only sports for development and life skills. I mean, I have slight a difference because life skills is gender neutral. It will happen to a boy as well. I mean, he'll also develop decision making and collaborative skills. Absolutely. So why we talk about only about when it comes to women's sports, I also talk about performances, talk about sports science and everything. And I mean, those are the changes that we have seen. And last thing, I mean, sorry to kind of stretch it. Last thing, the average age of the oldest batch or oldest group of football players we have right now, is 14.5, and they have played in the senior division league in Delhi, and they are very comfortable playing. They're kind of age agnostic within the same gender, and they are gender agnostic in the same age.
Wow. Okay. That's a nice way of how you sum that up. I'm going to take a couple of questions that we have got. This question has come from Vijay Krishnamurthy for Neelam. Along with the infrastructure, what are your thoughts on investing towards producing a large supply of female coaches at the grassroots? And how can that be made systemic, especially in the tier 2 and tier 3 towns where there's greater talent?
Yeah, thanks a lot for the very, very good question, because that's also an integral part of all our programs that we are doing. As I was mentioning just before I close down, that for our grassroots programs, we try to engage the former players from the region itself. And there we are encouraging the girls as well as, boys as well as girls to be a part and come forward as women coaches, because it's so very important to have those set with us, and they become the role models for the girls. So if we are able to get those coaches, female coaches standing there, it just has it increases our participation of girls there. So systematically, in all our programs, sports education runs hand in hand. Just as we focus on the coaching of the players, we are also focusing on building the capacities of all our coaches, right from the grassroots to our excellence programs. Firstly is trying to partner with associations and with good technical partners who can provide us the training then and there, trying to do that in the language which they can understand, because what happens is international certifications typically happen only in English, workshops happen only in English, and that's where these coaches then from the grassroots really are at a back end where they are not comfortable. So start first one level of coaches, master trainers as we call them, these trainings to the grassroots coaches in their own language, which makes it easier, encouraging to start learn bits of English, working on their personality development, because that's also very important. Because if we expect a coach to stand in front of children, it's mirror, right? I mean, the children are learning from the coaches themselves. Half the things are more than that, so it's not just the coaching skills that they learn. As Anirban was saying, life skills, where do they learn the life skills from? It's first from the coaches, how they behave with them, how they talk with them. And so it's important to work on their personalities also, and that's what we invest in. So personality development, plus coaches training in collaboration with our technical partners. Wherever possible, also engaging with the association so that the associations can give them the certifications. And trying to have these certifications with a local trainer who can translate them, make it easier for them to understand and clear those examinations. So giving them a career opportunities, as you rightly said, it's very, very, very important to work with the coaches if we really want to get the real talent out. And this has to happen at the grassroots. Absolutely, Anirban was bang on there that if we don't invest in the grassroots, how will we be able to have masses doing the right training at the right time, right? At the young age. Otherwise, we'll end up spending half the time when they get into excellence programs, recorrecting or correcting the techniques that they have wrongly learned there. That's what's been happening majority of the places. So we're lucky to, in our grassroots programs, in our hockey program, badminton program, hockey, we have Floris Bovelander, who's the Olympian from Netherlands, as a technical partner. So Bovelander Hockey Academy. So they provide us coach education right from the grassroots to our excellence programs. Mizoram, I have Pulela Gopichand as our technical partner. So again, he's providing coach education to our grassroots coaches. We select the best out of them and send them to Gopichand Academy in Hyderabad, the coaches themselves, along with the players, so that they can go and mirror and learn from the best coaches there in the academy. So I think it's important to have the pathways for the players and the coaches simultaneously to be able to push that correct talent up there.
I mean, this is very important. I know while the topic of our discussion was really on funding, and I want to come to that, as the last thing, which is the most important. I mean, while we all want to do so much, a large part of it happens from a funding standpoint. And I don't even think it's a women's funding is a concern, but just funding for sports in itself is a larger issue that we're all really looking at. But I actually came across an article 2 days back that Ireland has invested 4 million euros just for women in sport over the next 3 years. Right. So, and they have in a very nice detailed manner said how they're going to go about doing it, which is fascinating, right? So before, getting to hear from Neelam and Anirban, Namita, आप बता सकते हैं कि जब आप फंडिंग के बारे में सोचते हैं, तो आपके हिसाब से एक यंग एथलीट के लिए कौन से एवेन्यूज है जो जहां फंडिंग ले सकते हैं आपके हिसाब से? एक दो स्पोर्ट्स है जो अब आप हो, लेकिन एक रेगुलर एथलीट अगर फंडिंग ढूंढ रहे हैं इंडिपेंडेंटली तो क्या कर सकते हैं? स्पेशली आपके जैसे स्पोर्ट में जो बहुत सपोर्ट नहीं होता है.
यस, एक्चुअली कैचिंग केनिंग को बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं, और एक रीजन ये भी है कि कैचिंग केनिंग इतना ग्रो नहीं कर पाया क्योंकि उसको फाइनेंशियली उतना सपोर्ट नहीं मिल पाता है. और जैसे कि मैं हूँ, अगर मुझे कुछ का सपोर्ट है, तो लास्ट ईयर मैं हंगरी में ट्रेनिंग करके आई थी, तो वो मेरे लिए बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्टिव था, और उसके सपोर्ट से मैं वर्ल्ड में 18th रैंक में, मतलब जो मैंने कभी सोचा भी नहीं था वो पॉसिबल हुआ है. तो अगर ये सपोर्ट हमें और भी ज्यादा अच्छा मिलेगा तो ओलंपिक लेवल पे मेडल लेना या ओलंपिक तक पहुंचना बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल नहीं है. पहले मैं भी ये बहुत ज्यादा सोचती थी कि ऐसा है कि बहुत मुश्किल है, हम ओलंपिक नहीं खेल सकते क्योंकि हमारी गेम इतनी टफ है, इतना एंड्योरेंस, स्ट्रेंथ, इतना सब कुछ चाहिए होता है. बट सिर्फ फंडिंग एक ऐसी चीज है जो हमें बहुत ज्यादा ग्रो करने में हेल्प कर सकती है, हमारे स्पोर्ट्स को बहुत ज्यादा आगे बढ़ाने में हेल्प कर सकती है. एमपी एकेडमी जो है मध्य प्रदेश में, वो एथलीट को पूरा सपोर्ट करती है. जो बोर्डिंग के वहाँ एथलीट होते हैं वहाँ पे पूरा सपोर्ट करती है. ओलंपिक में कैचिंग करेंगे, सिर्फ कैचिंग केनिंग में 12 मेडल्स हैं. अगर हम पूरा अपना डेडिकेशन और अपना सब कुछ फंडिंग वगैरह को सबको अगर हम मैनेज करके चलेंगे तो 12 मेडल बहुत ज्यादा होते हैं एक स्पोर्ट्स में. और अगर हम 12 गोल्ड अगर हम अपना टारगेट बना के चलेंगे, जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ फंडिंग बहुत सारी चीजें हमें छोड़नी पड़ती हैं. यदि मुझे मेरे साथ सपोर्ट है, जरूरी नहीं कि दूसरे एथलीट के साथ भी है. यदि वही सपोर्ट अगर मुझे या दूसरे एथलीट को अच्छे से किसी बड़ी कंपनी से एक एक्सपोजर मिले कि मैं अगर 1 ईयर के लिए अपना टारगेट सेट करके अगर फॉरेन ट्रेनिंग के लिए जाना चाहती हूँ, मैं फॉरेनर्स के साथ ट्रेनिंग करूंगी तो मैं ज्यादा ग्रो करूंगी। तो चेंज करते रहना कि हर 3 मंथ में हम कंट्री चेंज करेंगे तो हमें उस चीज का नॉलेज होगा। जो हमारा गेम है वो पानी का है, तो हम एक ही वेदर में कंटिन्यूसली ट्रेनिंग करते रहते हैं तो हमें नहीं पता चलता कि जब हम बाहर जाते हैं जो टाइमिंग हम यहाँ क्लॉक करते हैं, अगर मैंने 200 मीटर में 48 यहाँ पे 48 सेकेंड यहाँ पे क्लॉक किया है, तो वो जरूरी नहीं है कि मैं एक इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट में भी वही टाइमिंग क्लॉक करूंगी, क्योंकि वेदर बहुत ज्यादा चेंज हो जाता है। हम यहाँ बारिश में, गर्मी में, ठंड में ट्रेनिंग कर रहे होते हैं। फॉरेन में, यूरोप कंट्री में मोस्टली बहुत ठंडा होता है, तो वहाँ के ट्रेनीज के साथ ट्रेनिंग करने में हमें बहुत ज्यादा फायदा होता है, क्योंकि जब उनका ट्रेनिंग सेशन होता है और जो हमारे खाने में, हमारे दिन में जो हम ट्रेनिंग सेशन अटेंड करते हैं उनका ट्रेनिंग सेशन अटेंड करने का, एंड जो हमारे वर्ल्ड लेवल के एथलीट्स हैं जितने भी हैं उनका जो मैंने ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम देखा है वो बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो हर 3 महीने में अपनी कंट्रियां चेंज करते हैं, वो 3 महीने अपनी कंट्री में ट्रेनिंग करते हैं, 3 महीने किसी दूसरी कंट्री में जाएंगे, फिर 3 मंथ के लिए किसी दूसरी कंट्री में जाएंगे। उनके पास फंडिंग होती है, उनका गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट या जो भी स्पॉन्सर्ड होते हैं वो उनको स्पॉन्सर करते हैं, तो वो उस चीज के साथ साथ उतना परफॉर्म भी करते हैं। यदि वही चीज हमारे साथ भी हो, हमें उतनी फंडिंग मिले तो बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल नहीं है, क्योंकि करने का जज्बा हमारे अंदर भी है। हम उनसे ज्यादा वर्क करते हैं और हम उनसे ज्यादा मेहनत करते हैं। मुझे ऐसा लगा जब मैं वहाँ ट्रेनिंग करती थी, क्योंकि मुझे उनका जो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम होता था वो करने के बाद मैं ऐसे लगता था कि हाँ अभी और भी मैं वर्कआउट अगर वो मुझे देंगे तो मैं कर सकती हूँ, क्योंकि वेदर का बहुत ज्यादा चेंज हो गया, मेरा जो खाने पीने का सिस्टम है वो सब कुछ चेंज हो गया, तो वो सारी चीजें मेरे परफॉर्मेंस के लिए बहुत ज्यादा बेहतर हो गई थी। बट जस्ट बिकॉज की फंडिंग उतनी नहीं हो पाती है तो हम बाहर नहीं जा पाते हैं। और कहीं ना कहीं तो लोग ये भी सोचते हैं कि अभी लड़की है, जाएगी 6 महीने बाहर रह के आएगी, क्या करेगी क्या नहीं करेगी, और फिर वही सारी चीजें हैं, तो वो भी प्रॉब्लम होती है कि सपोर्ट करने के लिए, फंड देने के लिए बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो जाता है। तो ये सारी प्रॉब्लम जो है अगर फंडिंग होगी तो नहीं होगी।
And I think when we talk about funding, there are so many layers to funding, right? Like while she was speaking, one is obviously competition, but then you're talking about safety, you're talking about environment, you're talking about equipment. I mean, it all comes down into layers of thing when you talk about funding. So Anirban, I mean, we have the next 5 minutes. So very quickly, if you can share, when you think about funding, how do you go about it? And what are the things we can all learn and do, together? And the same question to you as well, Neela.
First thing, to keep it lean in the budgets, prioritize, like top 2 things in every, I would say, cost heads, and that's number 1. Number 2 is how what we have seen as a pattern is sustainable funding. Even if it is a smaller, I'll say, denomination, is of much higher importance, I will say, rather than a big, I'll say, venture fund or something like that. And so focusing on smaller, long-lasting commitments, that gives stability. Lastly, one pattern in the whole institutional funding scenario in sports or CSR as such, and I have what we have experienced in the organization as well. We have found it a very much around, again, event centric and not I'd say training centric. And when it comes to training centric, it's the number game comes in, and I know the corporate I'll say process of numbers, and I mean that makes sense at a level, but in sports, in grassroots, at 6 to 15, the purpose is, I'm not different, but yeah, the purpose has to match with the kind of patterns which we have seen. So we have to look at funding which is long run and not big for 1 or 2 days.
Yeah. No, that's very, very interesting point, because if there's no consistency and continuous progress, there's no point giving everything on a particular year and not having anything the following year. So
One just a small last point is that also putting for the expectation from the community to pitch in due course. Otherwise, I mean, it will not sustain beyond 10 years.
Yeah.
And wherever there is sporting culture in India of any sport, the community has sustained it long before the whole corporate entity and the policies came up.
Yeah, I mean, thank God for CSR now, but till then, sport has happened because of community support and because of passionate people and because of whoever has put their hand out to support sport in a very different sense, right? Maybe not like the way we're doing it today, but funding has happened purely because of the learnings that we have got over the years from different scenarios. Neelam, your perspective on funding as well, to wrap up.
Just to add that, I know it's quick, so to take up on cues from Anirban, as he rightly mentioned, first and most important is the community support. So with us, as we said, since we already have a buy-in from the community, that has been useful. We have taken the learnings and tried something very different in Mizoram, where we have communities committees running the grassroots centers. So we told them, you collect fees from the children, whatever it is you think is feasible, practical, but do collect some fees rather than giving it completely free. Get in some small amount of funds. We support, we put in the additional whatever is required for their training, for their equipment. We try and organize those trainings. We give them equipment support. But and within 3 years, we designed a program such that in 3 years' time, at least 50% of the centers will be able to run on their own. If not the whole thing, at least take care of the salaries of the coaches. Through fees or fees collection or support from the association, or trying to use schemes which are given by the government. All of these, I think it's important to develop the ecosystem and ensure from day one that we cannot be there forever. Because normally that's the thing which is very difficult to them to wean them out. That okay, now you have to take care of yourself. So I think that mindset from the beginning makes a huge difference. Also, I completely understand that one formula cannot work for every state. It has to be different. Every state is different. And hence we need to think of, have innovative solutions in different areas. So again, I feel the partnerships also make, that's the reason we try to have these partnerships with the governments, with whatever, sports departments. It's important to collectively, they might have the funds, they might not have the means to execute them. And or for example, we've requesting all the CSR funders out there that as Anirban was saying, they're more event centric. But if they can look at development and also partner with us so that these developmental programs get some amount of funding, which is consistent, which can bring out case stories, and which can bring out the future athletes, the role models for those the kids from the regions. That's what will, I think, bring in more money, because we need role models, we need kids, those case stories to be published. They are the ones which will get help from institutions like you, the Go Sports and the OGQs and all of those. When we have, we have those 10, 15, then we have more parents willing to invest little bit, whatever it is. For example, just to say, in Simdega, in our grassroots program, they're very poor. The children are coming from very poor backgrounds, but they invest in that one hockey stick, right? We say that we're not giving you that. You bring in your own. So even if it's a branch or whatever it is, you bring in your own, and we support you with the rest. So I think it's important to bring about that thought process right from the beginning and bring those collaborations, work on those collaborations. It's difficult to work with the governments and all of that, but it's a necessary to be able to have sustainable funding there. And yeah, again, request to all the CSRs to look at different opportunities or these grassroots programs where, if they can look at investing, where I think the fruits will be seen in a couple of years' time if they do that.
Great. Now, thank you so much for sharing these perspectives. And I think these are really very important things. And all of us can really see how we can apply these aspects when we are planning, designing, strategizing. And, while you love the big grant that you get, if you don't get it the next year, it might derail a lot of the plans that you were actually on track for achieving. So thank you so much, Neelam and Anirban. And Namita, thank you so much for giving us your perspective, as an athlete, and keeping athletes at the center of everything that we're trying to really do and achieve. Y'all have, going through so many challenges, so many different hardships, but you continue to smile and have that twinkle and that fierceness of winning a medal, and getting to the Olympics, which we're all on track for Paris. So let's make that happen. And thank you so much. I hope you all enjoyed the session, and over to you, Yogita.
Just wishing Namita best of luck. Okay, I'm sure. I mean, it's not just for you, for all the athletes out there. I'm sure you'll do us proud.
Thank you very much, and I will. Yes, I will. Thank you, Deepti ma'am. Actually, thanks to Deepti ma'am कि जब मैं डाउन में गई तो दीप्ति मैम आई एंड उन्होंने एक वापस से होप को जो मेरी खत्म हो गई थी वापस से उन्होंने बोला कि नहीं यू कैन डू इट एंड यू कैन, तो वो मेरे दिमाग में वापस आया. तो यस आई कैन डू एंड आई विल.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the entire panel today for taking your time off and sharing your very valuable insights. It's indeed been a very engaging discussion. We will now move on to our next session, where we have a few short words from Ms. Nehal Pradhan on the under-16 tournaments. Nehal is a former Indian cricketer, sports journalist, and YouTuber. Ms. Pradhan is also the co-author of the Equal Hue Report. Over to you, Nehal.
Thanks, Yogita. I will leave it to our official MCs to really express their gratitude for everything that's happened over the last 2 days, to everyone who was available and involved in this wonderful symposium. What I want to share very briefly, and I'll share this in English-Hindi mix deliberately just to make it more accessible to everyone. कि मैं just थोड़ा एक बताना चाहती हूँ कि किस डायरेक्शन में इक्वल व्यू प्रोजेक्ट आगे जाएगा with regards to women's cricket and with regards to what we have done so far. So background काफी बताया है in the previous sessions, but let's look ahead and see what we hope to do. What we hope to do is for Equal View to become something, a movement, support system जो support करेगा to the entire ecosystem of women's cricket in areas which complement the existing system. So wherever support की ज़रूरत है वहाँ पे we hope to contribute. After we completed the report, हमने हर रिपोर्ट के टॉपिक में के हम डीप स्टडी किया. हर रिपोर्ट के चैप्टर पे हमने एक राउंड टेबल कंडक्ट किया. राउंड टेबल एक क्लोज डोर डिस्कशन था सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ, so that we had a really good understanding of what the issues in the ecosystem were and where we should be able to direct our efforts. तो कुछ एरियाज हमने जो आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं, वन ऑफ दोज इज प्लेयर वेलफेयर. कल हमने मानसी की बात सुनी, मानसी की स्टोरी हमने सुनी, और जो पैशन के साथ उसने अपनी कहानी बताई, जो स्ट्रगल्स उसने ओवरकम करके अपना सपना, फर्स्ट सपना जो पूरा किया है इंडिया के लिए खेलना, अब और भी सपने हैं इंडिया के लिए मैचेस जिताने. ये हमें रिअफर्म करता है कि जो प्लेयर्स हैं they are really trying their best and we want to give them the best because that is what they deserve. हम चाहते हैं कि we can work with some bodies who are experts in the field to try and implement some solutions for player mental health, player safety, make sure कि the players are well taken care of in other ways, not just about their game and not just about what they're doing, but again from a 360 point of view. हम चाहते हैं कि we can work to create more content जो young girls को information दे कि women's cricket के ecosystem के बारे में, कि cricket खेलना है तो matches कहाँ पे हो रही है, selections कहाँ पे हो रही है, Yesterday हमने guide for girls release किया, which is an online guide that gives information about how to play girls cricket in each state, plus information जैसे periods के साथ कैसे manage करना है, parents को कैसे convince करना है, studies और cricket साथ साथ कैसे manage करते हैं, kit का normal cost कितना होता है. Karunya and the rest of the team have worked so hard on that. अब हम चाहते हैं कि हम इस resource को लोकल लैंग्वेजेस में ट्रांसलेट करें. हम चाहते हैं कि इस रिसोर्स को फ्रॉम द टेक्स्ट फॉर्मेट, वीडियो फॉर्मेट बनाएं. हम चाहते हैं टू मेक इट मोर एक्सेसिबल, ताकि ये जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है, इन्फॉर्मेशन ना मिलने की वजह से कोई लड़की के सपने नहीं रुकने चाहिए. दिस इज व्हाट वी वांट. सो वी आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू क्रिएटिंग मोर एंड मोर कंटेंट रिसोर्सेज लाइक दैट. आज हमने ये भी एक स्टोरी बुक पुट आउट किया, एक ऑडियो स्टोरी बुक, जहाँ पे एक वुमेन्स क्रिकेटर इज वन ऑफ द सेंट्रल कैरेक्टर्स और थीम्स इन द स्टोरी, कि एक लड़की सपने देख रही है कि वो मिथाली राज एक दिन मिथाली राज जैसे बन सकती है, इंडियन टीम की कैप्टन बन सकती है. वी वांट टू क्रिएट मोर कंटेंट एंड रिसोर्सेज लाइक दैट. वुमेन्स क्रिकेट में इतने सारे स्टोरीज है. नेक्स्ट ईयर इज अ वेरी important year for women's cricket, considering when women's cricket started in India. तो वो सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए we want to celebrate so many stories of women's cricket in India. एक बहुत important चीज की इक्वल यू रिपोर्ट ने इक्वल यू रिपोर्ट लिखते समय, कंपाइल करते समय हमें एक चीज ध्यान आई कि डेटा की एक कमी है. हम ये नहीं अनुमान लगा सकते हैं कि इंडिया में कितने लड़कियां खेल रही हैं. हम ये नहीं बता सकते हैं कि how many grounds have changing rooms, how many of those have changing rooms for men and women, नहीं पता. So we would like to, through the Equal You project, promote more and more research into women's cricket and into women's sport, so that आगे जाके whatever action is being taken, it is being taken in a more informed way rather than simply basing it on a few people's personal experience or a few people's instinct of what should be done. In that regard, Equal You का report banana was a big help to identify a few of the areas of focus, and one of the areas was under 16 cricket. Under 16 cricket, something that I have played, something that I have really benefited from, और मैं जानती हूँ कि ये पूरे ecosystem के लिए कितना important है, और I feel very strongly about this, and there is a personal, little bit of a personal ambition also to do whatever is possible to fill this gap, and hopefully going forward Equal You will be active in that form also. And that is something that we are building in the background and really looking forward to taking out to the entire world to help complement the women's cricket ecosystem. और इन सब में हमें आपकी मदद चाहिए, इन सब में हमें आपका contribution चाहिए. We heard from our keynote speakers about the importance of volunteers, about the importance of everyone in the ecosystem coming together, and we really hope that you will be able to contribute whatever in terms of your time, attention, to help us with these projects going forward and help us with the future direction of the Equal You. And that's been something that a lot of us have been working on side by side. It's something that maybe started from the pain of the 2017 Women's World Cup final, and the dream is not just to help India win a World Cup final, but in the process कि बहुत सारी लड़कियों के जिंदगी में एक फर्क लाए, to make a difference at the grassroots. ये है Equal You का hope, and move women's cricket forward to the potential that it has. So thank you so much for all those who participated, and we will look forward to your participation, collaboration in all our efforts going ahead. And Yogita, I hand it back to you.
Thank you so much, Snehal, for saying those words. If any of you would like to get in touch or contribute to the Equal You project, please visit the equalyou.in website. Now, this brings us to the end of the 5th edition of the Sports Law and Policy Symposium. Thank you all for attending. Thank you to all our speakers for taking the time off and being with us here today and yesterday. We would like to thank our sponsors for making this event possible. Our sponsors, Dream11 and Sportradar. We'd also like to thank our digital media partner, Meraki Sport and Entertainment, and our media partners, The Bridge and The Scroll. The symposium would not have been possible without all of your support. The videos for day 1 and day 2 of the symposium will be available on the sportslaw.in website and our YouTube channel in case you missed out on any of the sessions. A feedback form will be circulated to each one of you, so please do fill that out as well. We will be announcing the winner of our symposium caption contest later this evening on our social media handles, so watch out for that announcement. Now, before we sign off, I would also like to mention that you now have access to recent developments from the world of sports law and policy throughout the year by subscribing to our free monthly newsletter, Highlights. In each edition, we also suggest interesting videos, podcasts, and blog posts which could be of interest to you. If you'd like to receive a copy of Highlights each month, please subscribe on the sportslaw.in website or drop us a mail at slpc@lawndk.com. That's all from us here today. Do stay in touch and we'll see you next year, hopefully in person. So stay safe. Thank you.